Okay, good morning, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is February 3rd, 2022 regular City Commission meeting. We are going to have Commissioner Hayes Santos joining us remotely today, but he will be participating. We also want to welcome Commissioner-elect Chestnut, who is with us out in the room today. Glad that you're here. And also want to welcome Tony Cunningham, our GRU General Manager acting. I'm glad that you're with us as well, sir. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Our first item is the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, we have a few modifications.
File 210879, Interim General Manager for Utilities Employment Agreement. That's an added item. File 210859, Resolution accepting the report of the Board of Canvassers, added item. File 200722, Text Change Neighborhood Workshop and Development Review, change text file. File 210827, Commissioner Hayes Santos, discussion on the RTS mobile application, additional backup.
Okay, and just a real quick explanation for these mods. The contract for Mr. Cunningham was negotiated and finalized after agenda review. So that's why it's added on consent. The same is true of the Board of Canvassers. Final action took place after agenda review. I requested that the Neighborhood Workshop and Development Review be continued until the 17th. Based on previous discussions, I felt like that very likely could have been a 3-3 vote. And wanted to allow for that item to be heard once Commissioner-elect Chestnut is sworn in and joins the board, so we have a full complement. And then finally, I think Commissioner Santos just added a little bit more backup for the RTS item. So with that, I will recognize Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the agenda as modified.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt our agenda as modified. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody to speak to adoption of the agenda, including consent agenda items?
Yes, our first commenter is Mr. Nathan Scott.
Okay, welcome.
Yes, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the consent agenda, I'm happy that CA4, Commissioner Discretionary Expenditures, has been removed from the consent agenda and added as BD6. To be specific, the City Commission doesn't need to have their own slush fund for discretionary spending. And again, this is an example of poor governance and fiscal mismanagement. There's a disconnect between the memo and the agenda narrative, and I think there needs to be some substantial discussion on that item. With respect to consent agenda, also CA11, GRU operational update. Again, that's not adequately reviewed at the Utility Advisory Board level. The Commission has management oversight responsibility of GRU. GRU customers have the highest electric rates in the state of Florida, $163.75 per 1,000 kWh on residential as of December 1st. We need to have some discussions about that because these rates are unaffordable, contrary to commissioners saying that they're going to make them affordable and then do renewable energy goals and make them affordable too. It's wishful thinking. It's not going to happen. So we need to have a discussion about that. On the regular agenda, I would respectfully request that they add a discussion item as a follow-up to the St. Michael's workshop about a land swap. I think that's a really good alternative that's not been considered by the commission. It's win-win. It would allow the commission to potentially acquire land to make a park in a very desirable area, but also get the things it wants in terms of economic development, affordable housing, mixed-use development on a greater scale on land the city already owns and is looking to develop. So if we could come together as a community, I think there's a win-win solution there that should at least be explored. So again, I would add that because I came up with that while I was listening to the workshop before I spoke, and I'm like, well, this is a good option. It's not even being considered. Maybe we ought to unite as a community and try and find solutions rather than just punting. And then also on the parking issue, with respect to that issue, I looked at the backup, and the backup just seems to be a recitation of the policy that was implemented by the commission. It is a flawed policy. There's a good article and a story in TV 20 about the devastating impact it's having not only on patrons of local businesses, but local businesses themselves. And I think instead of just reciting the policy, there should have been some additional backup. The complaints that you guys have received from local businesses, some of these other issues to help the commission make better decisions in furtherance of our community and advancing economics of local businesses downtown, because just saying that other municipalities and other places do it, it may not be right for Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk? Nobody else? Okay. Sure. So if you want to speak on any items, just to remind folks, there's cards on both of these tables, so just fill that out and let us know which items you'd like to speak on, and then the clerk will call you in order as we get those. Go ahead, Ms. Beatty.
This is to the adoption of the agenda.
Yes, or any items on the consent agenda.
Okay. I'm going to request that you pull this new added item about the interim contract. I'm going to voice the same objection that I usually voice. I have an objection to most of the items you put on the consent agenda. You should be doing the public's business in public, but I think something as important as a contract for over $200,000 in the appointment of an interim, just even if it's only for informational purposes so the public knows what's going on. And I think it's wrong to do these things on the consent agenda. Not everybody has a chance to read the agenda before the meeting. You've got people out there that watch the meetings and haven't had time to read them. It's nice if the public's business, you tell them what the item is. There's discussion if anybody has something to say, if somebody's listening, hasn't read it. Remember for whom you work. And, these consent agendas have just gotten bigger and bigger. That's why your meetings have gotten shorter and you're able to go home earlier and not listen to as much of the citizens. So I would ask that you remove that item from the consent agenda and move it to a regular agenda item. And once again, I would ask that commissioners start standing up for the people and asking for these agenda items for money to be, not to be pushed off. You all know you get your one-on-ones in behind the scenes. You meet with staff, you get your presentations, you waste a lot of staff time doing that. The public doesn't really know what's going on. And previously, I've told you, you've had items that were inconsequential but would be good PR when you put on dates of events and people knew what's going on in the city, not just the spin, as you want to put it out there. And as you want to correct us after we speak. But specifically, I'd ask that somebody move and somebody second. Actually, you're supposed to just ask to have it pulled, and it should be done without a vote. But please remove that contract and talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody else? Okay, Adam, do you have anybody to speak to the consent agenda or adoption of the regular agenda?
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Back to the commission then. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I think Commissioner A. Santos, did you vote in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to, Madam Clerk, make sure to check if you didn't get Commissioner A. Santos' vote on anything. Just let me know and we'll make sure to circle back with him. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Okay, our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so just to remind folks, early public comment is for anybody that wants to speak to any items that are on the agenda and would like to do so at this point. That allows you to speak and then go on about your day. What you forego is the ability to speak later. And so you don't get two bites at the apple, but for anybody that wants to speak to items that are coming up later, you're able to do so now. So Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for early public comment?
Ms. Beatty.
Great. And just tell us which item you're speaking on, Ms. Beatty.
I don't know the numbers.
You can just tell us the item.
You've got a resolution this evening about the election, and now I forgot what the second one was. The second one, I'll announce it when I come. So regarding the election, I see that you have an item that will allow people to participate, qualify using petitions. It's quite puzzling how that came about when, could I have the overhead, please? Somebody got the packet that you issue last week. I think it was Thursday of last week. It was given to me. And right here it says, state law does not provide for signature petitions in municipal elections. State law does not provide for it. That's what it says, signed by the clerk. So that's one of the questions is, before you put out something like that, especially something as important as an election packet, does the clerk obviously made a mistake? Is this not reviewed by the city attorney? We have an election specialist as our city attorney. I can't believe anything like that went out to potential candidates. And so that would be one question. The other issue is that on behalf of citizens, Gainesville Citizens Care made a public records request for an electronic version of the packet that was being handed out. And asked for an electronic version and also asked the clerk to confirm that the map that was in the packet is the map that will be used for this upcoming city election. And the clerk said in her response, it's in here, but I've blown it up here, I cannot confirm the district maps as an item that has not yet come before the city commission yet. I do expect it to be on the agenda for 2/17/22. So I've got some questions. There was a map in here here's the map that's provided in the packet. This is the current map. It was not provided, first of all, I did not get my public records. I got a link to where they were recently posted. The packet contents were recently posted on the website, but that's not really fulfilling my public records request. And I couldn't find the map even posted there. But this is the map that's currently in the packet. So my question is, you are doing redistricting. Is this the map that you will be using for the upcoming city elections? That's one. Okay, that's so it's about the map. It's about the law. When was this? You've got an ordinance coming up to change that we can qualify by petition, which is a little confusing, as I understand. Anybody can sign the petitions because you haven't decided on the districts. So if a candidate is campaigning for a district, but they're getting citywide petitions, who's going to be able to vote in that election? And when do you plan on telling us what the districts are, and are you changing them from this map? I suggest that you should state now that, or take action, whatever you have to do, that the existing map is what will be used for this election, and any redistricting ought to take effect after this election, because you're just, once again, confusing the public. Looks like you're playing games, and, you know, we should have full disclosure. So I would appreciate answers to my questions, and thank you. I look for fair, honest, and reasonable elections, and the districts go by what you're putting out in the current packet. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get your questions answered in just a moment. Do we have anybody else for early public comment, Madam Clerk? Adam, do you have anybody for early public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask Mr. Nee to jump in here as well, but Madam Clerk, you want to
I
take
do.
first swing at this?
Absolutely. I will say that legal guidance does change from time to time on the way that we do things. And that language has not been updated until we get through our ordinance process. So that is something I will correct on our qualifying sheet, and I'll go as far as to notify all the candidates as far as the state legal guidance. I will notify all candidates that has changed and is subject to our upcoming ordinance with the commission accepting that. I think the first reading is on the agenda today. So thank you for that, Ms. Beatty. I appreciate it. We did remove all of the district maps from our packets for 2022 because we knew that the redistricting item has to come before the commission. And at this time, our commission has not decided whether those redrawn lines will take effect prior to this first election or this next election, or whether those will become effective after. So that's why we remove the maps until we have a finalized map to provide to all the candidates. That's our plan. This year, what we did was we put our election forms online so people wouldn't have to come into the office to request a packet if they didn't want to. And all of our information that is in the packet is on our website. And I do believe that public records law does allow us to satisfy and fulfill a record by providing a link. However, if you wanted a printed copy, as always, those are available in our office and anybody can pick up a packet at any time. So you ask for the electronic forms, and that's what we provided by providing you the link to where they're located on our website.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Nee, anything to add to that?
No, other than just as maybe sort of a preview of that upcoming item, because we should really comment on it. I think what might be causing some of the confusion is that Florida statutes provides in municipal elections for an election assessment. And that election assessment does not have a petition process that is in lieu of the election assessment. But what it does have is the ability for a prospective candidate to file what is a statement under oath of undue burden to avoid that election assessment. That's what we've historically had to charge by statute or had to receive the statement. What will be coming up on this agenda now is a change to qualifying for our ordinance that adds an additional method or additional step to qualifying. And that will involve a potential qualifying fee if adopted by the commission.
So not to put words in your mouth, but state law does not provide for it, but it also does not preclude a city from doing it in addition to what the state provides through statute.
Correct. You could not require a petition process to avoid the election assessment because state law provides that the election assessment can be avoided by virtue of the statement of undue burden.
Right. But it could be in
But if
addition
there is a
to.
qualifying fee that can be lawfully applied by a local government, by a municipality, then it is advisable that you do have a way to allow prospective candidates to avoid that fee, and that's why we typically would offer a petition process.
Right, okay, thank you. And for the redistricting, we're sort of the last in line. So the state's going to do their maps. And then once the state maps have been adopted, then the county can do their maps. And the supervisor election will set the precincts. And then we can do our maps. We can't really do our maps until the supervisor election sets the precincts. And she can't do that until the state adopts the maps. Madam Clerk, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one more piece of clarification because in the past, we have deemed that 1% and we've called it a qualifying fee. And then technically, it's not a qualifying fee according to the state. It's actually that 1% of the salary is an elections assessment. So we were using the incorrect terminology for some time in the city. We've updated all of our paperwork to reflect the difference. As Mr. Nee pointed out, the qualifying fee would be that 2% that is before the commission for consideration. And then that is the only thing that you can do to avoid paying that 2% qualifying fee is to collect those petitions. And that process is still being worked out. So I hope that clarifies the
Mr.
issue.
Mayor, may I just ask one question for clarifying the
Sure.
statement you just made? My question was not about when you were going to do it or why it is so late in the process. My question is, in fairness for this election, will you make the new districts, whatever they are, effective after this election? That was the question,
Sure.
and you didn't
And we
answer
won't be,
it. You
no, I
kinda
won't,
twisted
I
around.
no, I can't answer that because we haven't had the discussion yet.
Well, you
Right.
can say you would bring it up, that it
No,
would
we
be
will
under
have the discussion.
consideration.
We will have the discussion. We have not yet, so I cannot answer because the board has not taken action.
Okay, you cannot answer because the board will, when you adopt the maps, the board will discuss.
That will be a
and they
future
will,
decision.
at that point, decide when that becomes effective.
That will be a future decision.
A future decision, but that will be included in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, next up.
Okay. The next thing we have is business discussion item 1, boards, commissions, and committees review with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, I think there were some concerns about combining two boards here. We took action earlier on this. And so I guess the appropriate thing to do right now is here, I see some folks here that might be interested in addressing the commission on why they might have concerns about this combining of two boards. So, Mr. Etling, you seem at the ready.
Sure. I'm Russell Edling. I'm the Cultural Affairs Manager with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. We're joined today by the Chair of the Cultural Affairs Board, Marcy Stefan, and Trustee Emeritus of the Art and Public Places Trust, Bill Warner. Our Chair of the Trust is working this morning and was unavailable, but Bill has served many years on the Trust. You have in your packet a memorandum from the chairs of the two boards, written on behalf of their boards, requesting that you revisit the decision to merge the two boards, as the two boards serve very different functions. The Art and Public Places Trust is specifically constituted of public art professionals and related fields, and their role is to decide public art that will be placed in the community. The Cultural Affairs Board reviews and provides input to the Cultural Affairs Division's programming and serves a lot of times as in workshop roles. For example, as we were creating the upcoming comp plan, they spent a half-day workshop reviewing the ideas and providing input, or when we did the Gainesville 150 and those type of things. So, and both boards do arts awards annually, and the Cultural Affairs Board provides review of applications for the outside agency grants, and so their role is a lot different from the Public Art Trust. And I welcome any comments by either of the representatives.
Sure.
Thank you, Russell.
Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Marcy Stefan, Chair of the Cultural Affairs Board. Russell explained things, and of course, you all have the memo, so I trust everybody has read it, and I don't want to really go over it. I really want to speak from my heart and my experience as being part of the Cultural Affairs Board. My main concern is, first, we do very different things and our backgrounds are very different. You're talking about architects, landscapers, these kinds of backgrounds that are completely different from what we do. We are comprised of marketing field, people working in music, community facilitators for equity and diversity and inclusivity. We have people from the arts sector, and I really want to stress the community facilitators for equity, diversity, and inclusivity. I have been part of this board since, I think, 4 years ago, 5. From 2020 on, it has blurred, so right now, I don't know how many years I've been on it.
We're all there with you.
I know. But we have powered through COVID, and we powered through everything. When I started, from now, our discussions are so much more spirited. And the reason why is that we're very, very focused on inclusivity, diversity, and bringing arts to the public. but bringing it to everyone, not just a few. And this is something that I take a lot of pride in. Our discussions, as I said, get more and more spirited. I think we have come a long way. I do think we have a long way to go. But I feel that if we combine the boards, we won't have time to do everything that we do. We won't. It's a lot of work. I am sure the other board has a lot of work too. We're giving our time, we're giving our energy, we're giving our ideas. We always give more than even what's asked of us. You ask for 1 hour a month, we do much more. The retreats, the Gainesville 150 was mentioned, but we also did the cultural identity, the review of the Imagine Gainesville Cultural Identity, the chapter and comprehensive plan. And from that workshop, I am super proud to say that a lot of things came out. I just hope that you all reconsider. I don't think it's a good idea to combine both boards. It's going to be detrimental to what we do and how far we've come and how far I know we can come in Gainesville. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks for your service. Mr. Warner, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As many of you know, I'm Bill Warner. I'm an architect. I've been involved in design work in this community since the beginning of the 60s. I want you to know that all of the people on the Art and Public Places Trust are people that are active as artists, managers of art, and in my case, the related field. We are narrowly focused, and as was just stated, we have a full agenda at each meeting, and of course have subcommittees that make reports at these meetings too. So these are two, even though they sound similar, very different operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. And just seeing a few folks walk in, just to remind anybody, if there are any items that you're here to speak on, just fill out the little piece of paper on either table over here and give it to the clerk, and then she'll call you up when it's time for public comment on any particular item. So let's go back to the commission. I think when we looked at this, everything done with good intentions, trying to sort of combine and make it a little more efficient. Doesn't mean that we always get it right, and I found it very helpful to hear from both of you, and the memo that was presented to the commission, I think added a lot of context and clarity. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that, and I very much appreciate you sort of delineating that while both of these boards serve the greater good of having a really thriving, artistic, vibrant community, they work in different spaces, and I appreciate that, and I get that. So I think what the good intention was trying to sort of make things a little easier for everybody, but maybe that isn't what ended up being the outcome by doing this. So I'm very open to reconsidering and allowing you all to continue the incredible work that you do, because I certainly cannot complain with any of the work product that both of your advisory boards participate in. Madam Clerk? Oh, yeah, okay, very good. So Commissioner Santos, we know that you're in queue, and I'll get to you in one moment. Let's start with Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to both boards and Cultural Affairs who joined us this morning. I asked for this to come back to the commission relatively quickly because I used to work for Cultural Affairs. So firsthand knowledge is what I have of the two very different jobs that these boards do. They do an amazing job. When I got the memo, it made perfect sense that, while I think most of us who may not be in the arts world see the word art, and we think that we can combine both of those things in the streamlining process to make things more efficient. But in this regard, we actually have two boards that do two very different things. And in order to keep you efficient, and keep you effective. I do believe and support keeping you as two separate boards. So I'm glad to see all of you here today. Thank you for your words, and I will support us reconsidering that merger so that you can continue to do the great work and be as effective as you've always been. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming. After hearing my colleagues' comments and that from the mayor, I think I'm ready. Mr. Mayor, I believe that the appropriate action would be to just reconsider that aspect of the October 28th motion when we combined them.
Or we could just rescind our action.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think that's the simplest way to do it.
All right, I'll move that then, that we rescind the action to combine the boards.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second that we rescind our action to combine the two boards. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion, but I also think we should include in this motion the staff recommendation for the Student Community Relations Advisory Board, that we draft an ordinance to remove that board. There's the.
We already took that action, didn't we?
Commissioner Ariola seems to think that we already took that action.
I'm happy to.
Anybody from staff confirm or deny that?
I don't know that there was a motion to draft an ordinance, but there was a motion to dissolve that board.
Okay, so that will be forthcoming.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, the direction was for an alternative plan for student engagement with the city government, because this board had sort of become a little bit, they were having issues with quorum, I think it was, so we just got to find another way to get the students involved.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So this motion on the floor to essentially reverse our action and allow the two boards to operate independently, but obviously with a lot of simpatico between the two of you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Nathan Scott.
Great. Mr. Scott, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So I want to thank the speakers for coming out. I concur with the valid points that they had made, and appears the commission's going to rescind consolidating the boards, which I think is the appropriate action. I want to thank Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker for the explanation given and listening to the affected parties that came from the respective boards and hearing their concerns, because that's part of what seems to be lacking from the city commission. So I do appreciate your attention to the speakers and their concerns on behalf of the citizens of Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anybody else? Adam, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So seeing no further lights, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. Thanks for being with us. You have the rest of the day. That's yours. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD2, Commissioner Harvey Ward, discussion of outdoor performance and busking, with the recommendation that the commission discuss funding a pilot program for outdoor performance and busking and take any action deemed appropriate.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ward, you brought this forward. I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to thank everyone who has participated in this discussion thus far. And I want to make it clear that it's not my item by any means. Commissioner Santos asked for some work from our research folks before there was such a thing as a research department several years ago, and did some work, and that's included in the backup. And I had been talking with specifically Ms. Tricia Engel, who is here this morning, for several months, maybe a year or more, about her very passionate interest in an organized busking program in the city of Gainesville. Not necessarily run by the city, but an organized program. In the process of figuring out how we might put that together, I learned also that Commissioner Reynosaco had also had been in contact with Ms. Engel and had a great deal of input on this as well. So I called a sunshine meeting a few weeks ago between specifically Commissioner Santos, Commissioner Sacco, and a number of folks I knew had an interest in the community.
And we had a very good discussion. It was very interesting. That's the genesis of this. This is not me waking up one day and saying, let's have a discussion about outdoor performance. Not how it went. So while this is not my item, I'm happy to put it forward and get it agendaed for discussion today. My interest in this, very specifically, is that we have more opportunity for performance throughout our city, particularly in places where we want more people to be. I think it is healthy and helpful for people who might want to come downtown, for people who work downtown, for people who are already coming down for a variety of other reasons, and also as an opportunity to further expand our performance art scene, whether that be somebody standing on a corner with a guitar, someone doing spoken word performance, and everything kind of in between. Jugglers, the whole bit. You've all seen buskers and performance art outside in other cities. And it's not that it doesn't happen at all in Gainesville, it's just pretty rare. It isn't that we don't have folks who would be interested in doing that, it's that no one has put together a program that kind of organizes it and moves it forward. There are absolutely some environmental, some built environment and some climate environment challenges to that really taking off well in our city. So I want to have a conversation about all those things. And my hope today is that after hearing from folks in the public, including people who manage performance venues and our staff and people who are trying to get a robust busking scene going, and us up here, that we can send staff out with a mission to work with the folks who are trying to make this happen, to come up with something to bring back. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a city program, but if there's a good city program way for this to work and to promote what we're trying to accomplish, then we should do that. That gets it started. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. And I look forward, first of all, to hearing from my colleagues as well as from folks in the community.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mayor. Before my comments, does Commissioner Santos want to say anything?
You're good.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to say is thank you, Commissioner Ward, for kind of introducing, well, what all of us have been working on, apparently in our own little cubbies, and then find out we never got to talk to each other about business. We then find out we are doing it. So I wanted mostly to reiterate what the focus of the item is. That today we're not asking about, busking as a whole or outdoor performance as a whole, although that is something I want to see come forward. The research I have asked from Ms. Spicer is still in the works because it is just, as Commissioner Duncan Walker mentioned earlier, the arts are so much more than any one thing. So performance itself is so much more than someone with a guitar. It could be anything from jugglers to spoken word. So she's still working on that research for, I think, a much more robust and broad discussion that we'll have in the future on how to make outdoor performance a regular feature of our city. But today, the singular item is really about this plan proposal that Commissioner Hayes Santos put together a few years ago. And it comes at a time where we have agreed to put aside that 2% of our ARPA money for the arts to make sure that there is art available for all the public. So I just wanted to kind of remind us that the conversation should be that, like, do we want to start this pilot along the lines of the memo in Commissioner Hayes Santos' memo, along those lines, where we take a small percentage of that small percentage to, it's going to sound weird, patron artists and performers who can be in our community for a year or two, and see how our community and our public engages with those artists that are essentially under our contract for a bit. So that way it's, the artists are being paid for their work, which is very important. I don't think artists get paid enough. But we have slight it's a controlled experiment on how to do this. I think is the best way to phrase it if we do this pilot. While we do work out the larger conversation of where, how, when to allow general outdoor performance. So obviously, since I was thinking about this, I am in favor of such an idea. I am very much in favor of using 25,000 of that 2% that we set aside or agreed to set aside a couple meetings ago, in order to make, artists selected maybe by the Cultural Affairs Board, since they seem to know, have their finger on the pulse of art. Some pre-selected artists that we will then employ to bring art and entertainment in public spaces. And I'm very much in favor of doing just that for today. I know there's a much larger discussion on what we do with the item as a whole, but as far as today is concerned, it's that item, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in support of us moving forward. Street performances in other cities. I mean, I think one of the reasons why we don't have a lot here is we don't really have a heavy tourism in our downtown, or really in our city compared to other cities. So I think us being able to kind of give a financial floor for artists allows artists to go out there and to try it and to see if money can be made. If it creates more vibrant places, I think it brings people to locations. There's also data that shows it can help reduce crime in areas as well, because it has more people in those areas. And I think we should leave flexibility in a pilot program. It doesn't have to be downtown. It could be different places, in the slab on 8th Avenue. There's different places, I think, just trying different things in different locations. And I agree with Commissioner Ward. It doesn't just have to be a guitar. I mean, there's so many different types of artistic performance that I think we can try and see what works and see what the public enjoys. I think this has a direct relation to the COVID, and why I think COVID funding could be used is because artists were specifically hit very hard in being able to perform in locations. So I would support us moving forward and trying a pilot program to both create a more vibrant places, but also helping our artists as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's good to see you both looking and sounding better. It looks like you're on the mend, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just say I don't care how we pay for any program that we put together. The funding source is less important to me than that we fund something if there is a program to be brought back to us. If we decide that the right thing to do is to just support with a little infrastructure, I'm fine with that too. I do really like the idea of financially supporting artists and giving those opportunities, but I don't care that it comes from that source. If that's what the manager recommends and the finance office recommends, then absolutely. But I'm not going to be, I don't think we should tie it to that from the very beginning. I also want to point out, I meant to say this earlier, we have an amazing array of musical presentation in this community already. Everything from a few buskers out there and kids playing in their garages to multiple symphonies and literally everything in between. And I think it's awesome. And I think that the more we as city government intentionally move that forward, the closer we are to having that next big thing happen from Gainesville that we've experienced multiple times in the past in our community. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was excited when I heard about this program. Being an artist myself, this was something that was very easy for me to support. The idea that we could all at one time celebrate art, but also look at how we can infuse different culture through the arts was something that was particularly exciting to me. as I spoke with the young lady who is, I guess, kind of the face of this new effort, and who was one of the individuals that I believe my colleagues had the opportunity to speak with, and I did as well. One of the things that I shared with her was I would be very, very excited to hear from her what a season of diverse programming would look like. If we were to take a several months, and on these various corners throughout the city, this would be taking place. We even discussed how we may be able to identify specific locations where this took place so that our neighbors would know this is a corner where you can come and you can enjoy this type of entertainment at these particular times. But the long and short of it is it's something that I definitely support. I always am concerned about how it impacts neighborhoods. So our proximity to our neighbors downtown and in the surrounding areas, whatever noise, whatever else accompanies that, obviously would be things that I would ask that we be very mindful of, and I'm sure the city manager will do that as it seems like we'll be moving forward on this. I am concerned, Commissioner Sacco, when we talk about the 2%, very much like Commissioner Ward, I really don't care where it comes from. The reality for me, though, is the 2%, it sounded to me, had been set aside specifically for the one city, one nation. And so I want to make sure we're not impacting that with this. But I certainly would be interested in hearing from the city manager, or since we still have cultural affairs here, if there may be pockets of money in PRCA or wherever else. It is really up to the city manager, I think, to determine what the best pockets are or buckets are for this money to come out of, particularly money that is not already encumbered by another project like one nation, one city. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
I think I'll give way to the manager if she was ready to speak.
Oh, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. At a previous GPC, when we were discussing ARPA, about $648,000 was actually awarded, or obligated, I'll put it that way, for an application that actually will be submitted on February 4th for the One Nation, One Project, a Florida League of Cities project. This is a great project. I don't believe that it will impact the application, because I believe it fits within the scope of what would actually roll out of that, but I'm not certain at this point. So if I can be allowed to just go back and make sure that we are in good stead as the application is submitted, it is due, I think, tomorrow. And if it's fine, then no issue. Otherwise, we would identify another funding source.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. Good.
Thanks. I appreciate that. That was going to be one of my questions, is if we could just ask for a funding source to be located and sort that out later. I think this is great. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what I've agreed with. I'll just be happy to make it unanimous. And I do recall on my first day of office, there was a walk-in meeting. A gentleman came in asking permission to busk in the streets. And I said, well, I don't think commissioners have that kind of authority here. And he said, well, what I mean is just don't arrest me. And I said, I don't think commissioners have that kind of authority either. So he was a kind gentleman. But in any case, just one suggestion. We had the discussion in the comprehensive plan discussion I believe it was last week, 2 weeks from now, melding together. But it was mentioned that in a lot of our programming, often minority artists find it, they're a little bit more excluded from a lot of our programming. So I'd like to make sure that this is an inclusive program and that we have a full diversity of performance and artists that celebrate a whole host of backgrounds from Gainesville. And I think we could really expect to see something that our folks would really be happy to see downtown and where else. So great work, everybody, and happy to see this go forward.
All right. Thank you. I love this. I really want to especially thank Ms. Engel for getting this sort of to this point. I know it took some work, but you're no stranger to that. I think there's two things here. And so one, I'm just going to kind of continue along with the point that Commissioner Ariola is making. What will ultimately determine whether this is successful, sort of at the minimal scale, but extraordinary, it should be our goal, it's two things. One is it unique? Like, is this something that truly reflects the sort of fabric of who we are as a community? So it's not just something that you could go to any city and hear, I don't know, a guy playing the blues. I don't hate the blues, but whatever. You can go to any city and you see a guy and he's playing the blues. All right, it's right, or Coldplay. So what we want it to be more than that. We want it to be something that is so reflective of who we are as a community. And so that's one thing that makes us successful. That somebody visiting from, Athens or Ann Arbor or New York or Seattle is like, wow, I hadn't seen anything like that anywhere else, even though we have street musicians or buskers. The second is that we need to be much more intentional about how we define, celebrate, and ultimately market our downtown, and I'll say that sort of, Waldo Road to University of Florida corridor. Because, okay, I'll give you, I hate governing by anecdote, but here I go. This holiday season, my daughters were in a performance with their violin studio out at Butler Plaza. And it was a wonderful afternoon and evening. There were lots of different groups performing. It was fun. It was exciting. But they were able to do that because it's private property. And so they can easily shut down roads. They can put up a bunch of vendors. They can do whatever they really want because they control all that. And there are increased barriers for public property. I mean, it's harder. It's harder to do those things, right? So the more that we institutionalize the ability to do creative things without having to go through a whole process, the more we're able to define and celebrate this part of our city, that is in real competition with what's out west. And so if we really get this sort of local native art and cultural scene going, that's on street corners and out in front of businesses and on, in little nooks and crannies of our area, people will say, I want to go down there because I'm going to have an authentic and a unique experience that I won't get in other places. So for both those reasons, I'm really excited about this. And, we're going to have to be open to sort of assessing and adjusting. Let's get it going. Let's get the pilot out there. Let's do the first pass and see how it works. But then let's go back and, if we need to adjust it, if we need to, add or take away or be more aggressive with recruiting people to come out and do it, or loosen up and just say, hey, everybody that wants to show up, and it's cool. We need to be a little bit agile when it comes to that. But I'm ready to get this going. I think that we can within a short period of time see a lot of vibrancy. And I go back, one of my favorite places to visit anywhere is the 16th Street Pedestrian Mall in Denver. And if you haven't been there, it's kind of hard to describe, but it's a big, long, mile-long, pedestrian-only corridor. Transit does run up and down it, so you can catch the bus for free to sort of get to one end or the other. Otherwise, it's just all people and bikes and businesses. And every block, they have an old, rinkety, out-of-tune, upright piano, painted all kinds of crazy colors. And it's amazing because as you walk down that street, that's the soundtrack of the community. There might be a classically trained pianist playing some Chopin or Beethoven, and then you go a block and there's a 4-year-old clanking away, and it's out of tune, and it's amazing. And I can't, I think other places have tried to replicate that, and it's just so sort of unique to Denver and that area. that's what works for them. But it is a draw. It's like I want to go there because I can experience something there that I can't experience anywhere else in the country or maybe even the world. So that's what I hope that we can work towards and create here in Gainesville. So the way that we get there is by just starting. Like, let's just get it going, and then we can, kind of build it and adjust it so it works, great, as it becomes sort of a permanent fixture in our cultural scene here in downtown Gainesville. All right, back to Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we move forward with the street performance pilot program in the amount of $25,000 with budget coming from where the city manager deems appropriate.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second to move forward with the program. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was kind of hoping we get some other input before we rolled forth a motion, but I would ask that the motion be amended to include a date for that, and a very reasonable date. I'm not talking about be back by the end of February, but give our staff time to get it together. But let's put a date on it so it does come back.
Madam Manager, are you prepared to offer a date where this could happen today, or was that something you'd like a little time to figure out?
I really would like a little time to figure it out, but, I will make sure that it is done expeditiously.
Okay.
I don't have a date, so I don't want to box myself in.
Understood. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think to your point of, as we kind of grow and come back and see what we need to do, or, open it up, lock it down a little, I think that's kind of the beauty of this pilot, where if we make an ordinance, fixing the ordinance is hard work. Mr. Nee would have to come back a million times and help us tweak back and forth any addition or retraction of language. But in a pilot program, because it would be under the office of the manager, we can tweak as the pilot goes along. So as we need things, we can workshop it right there live. So I think that's the beauty of going forward with a pilot. And as we were sharing anecdotes, your piano story reminded me the law school had this rickety old piano. And I think it was there when they built the school. And it was just too old to get rid of easily. But you would walk into our cafeteria and you'd find out that the kid next to you, who never talks in class, is a great pianist because he was just playing in the cafeteria for his break hour. So I think just you learn a lot about your community and your neighbors when art is accessible and just there. So I'm very excited for this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to move forward with the pilot program. And so we'll take anybody from the public that wishes to speak to the item. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, first Tricia Engel.
All right. Welcome.
Hello. I have been working on this for a while, so it was really hard for me to distill it down, but I'm going to try and run through some stuff real quick. First of all, I went to Asheville about a year ago and met with some of the people in their city planner's office and the liaison for their buskers coalition. I started about 8 months ago, maybe, the Buskers Guild on Facebook. It's still private right now. I have to make a public one now because I feel like the dog that caught the car, but I was just sitting on the porch and barking. So we have these hotels downtown, and people who stay in these hotels are bringing copious amounts of money to town. So it's a challenge to get them to keep their money downtown, to spend it with small local business. And encouraging a robust and vibrant busking scene in a city center has many benefits. One, keeping visiting tourist money in local businesses instead of off in some corporate headquarters. 96 cents out of every dollar that they spend at a big box restaurant or store goes away, and we can never make that again. It's never in the community. People stop for music, and when they stop, they actually see their surroundings. They smell the food, they read a menu, they go look in a window, so they see what we have to offer in this town. All the most interesting, and culturally relevant cities in the world have performers on the street. It ups the city's cultural capital, and we can make a difference between boring and a brilliant trip to town for locals and for tourists alike. It fosters a sense of community. You know your neighborhood businesses, your neighbors, other performers, and you are invested in how they fare. You expose children and adults alike to our incredibly diverse music scene, as well as dance, theater, magic, art, acrobatics, juggling, all the rich performance our city has to offer, making the arts accessible to literally everyone, and performers who have been hit especially hard by this pandemic have a safe, socially distant way of earning money. So this isn't just good for the musicians, it's good for small business, it's good for community, it's good for the economy, and I highly recommend it, and I'm really excited that we're gonna move forward with this. So thank you very much, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Engel.
No relation. Dutiful. Welcome.
Thank you. Really, saying no relation, seeing her performance changed my life. We actually met when Trish was playing guitar. I just wanted to point out, as it currently stands, busking is entirely legal in Gainesville. You can go out and sing on any street corner you want to, but it's not happening. There's no tradition of it here. There's occasionally something will happen late at night, but for the most part, during the time that most people are out and about, there just isn't a tradition of music going on in a lot of Gainesville. I think this being able to start that tradition, I think we get an awful lot of return on a very small amount of money and can have a very big impact here. I've been to a lot of cities all over the country, and I've never heard anyone say, damn it, there's too much music here. There's too much art in this area, and it's driving me crazy. For what's a very small amount of money, I think we can get, if nothing else and nothing else comes of this, at least we've helped out some artists directly. And aside for the capital we're putting into it, I think there's a huge amount of potential and no real downside to this. So I appreciate how fast this has moved. I'm so glad that everybody seems to be on board with it, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next speaker is Mary Helen Wheeler.
Welcome, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I am coming to you as a retired art teacher, and I would like you to consider, as you talk about this wonderful plan that you're building, that you consider street artists as well. I've got a lot of former students who are here in this community who are wonderful artists and would be very much available to sitting down to doing portraits of children, even if they were anime or if they were, some of the superhero characters that you have. And then we have some very fine artists here too. So it would be a great way for our art students at Santa Fe, in the high schools, at the college, UF, to raise a little extra money to buy the art supplies that are very expensive. So I would ask you to also make sure, as you're talking about performance art, that you include the visual arts too, that some of our students would be able to set up on the street and do some very fine artwork. So thank you so much for this movement. The arts are what got me through this far in my life, and I appreciate you all giving it the importance that you are. So thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one speaker on the line. It is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes to speak on the arts.
Yes, excuse me. Good morning, early afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Clerk. My name is Telford Cartwright, and living here in Gainesville, Florida, driving and working, paying taxes, I come to find out there's already a lot of eyesore art throughout the city that the homeless or members of the homeless are distributing throughout the city. I don't know if city deems that all the rubbish and trash and shopping carts thrown throughout or throughout the city is art, but I surely don't consider all this trash to be art. And we wonder why Gainesville doesn't rank high in tourism. As a driver or a motorist entering Gainesville off of 75, whether it's Willison Road, Archer Road, or Newberry Road, one can help but see all the trash, the rubbish, distributed right there off of those exits inside of the city limits. But now the city commission is discussing art pilot program in open places or public places. I don't think that this is a priority in regards to the city and the utilization of our hard-earned tax dollars. We need to reconsider this. And it's so apparent when driving, say, for example, on South Main Street, the amount of trash and rubbish. This needs to be taken care of. So I'm asking that the City Commission reject this art in open places, or this pilot program, art in open places, until this City Commission gets its priorities in check. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Mayor, that is the last caller on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. To Commissioner Mary Helen Wheeler's comments on different types of art, that's my thought, is we try all different types of art. It doesn't just have to be audio art. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this that precludes, we don't want to control the content, just the access. And so we'll be really open and flexible and inclusive, hopefully. It will be our goal. Okay, I'm sorry, back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to everybody who spoke. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler, for being here. And I would also say that if the county's interested in partnering, I'm sure be glad to hear about that. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Little agenda management. I would very much like to break at noon. I know there are some people here for the parking and RTS discussion. Is there any interest in hearing that next? And then if we need to pick up the solid waste ordinance draft when we reconvene, is that okay? Any objection? Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move to that item then.
Okay, we'll go to BD4 on page 15, parking discussion with the recommendation that the commission discuss the recent parking management changes.
Okay, I think Commissioner Ward, you might have asked for this.
I
Go
did.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have some backup items on this, and I do want to hear those, but I will say, just right off the bat, anyone who is calling in for this, we've seen your emails, we've read your emails, and I hear you. I sought out some business owners downtown and have heard lots of different input. And frankly, I think we overstepped. I would like to see us, just to say right up front, roll this back until we have more going on downtown. And I don't know exactly when that date might be, but I think an important thing for local government to be able to do, we ought to move forward. We ought to be bold. We ought to take big steps, but we need to be nimble enough and honest enough with ourselves to say, you know what, maybe this was the wrong time. And I think this is one of those times. I want to hear presentation. I want to hear, if there is one to be, okay, that's fine. There isn't a presentation. I'm more than happy to hear folks weigh in, but I will tell you right up front, that's where I'm coming from on this. I want everybody to understand, parking is not free. We all pay for parking. It's coming out of our taxes to keep to keep parking available, particularly parking garages. They're expensive. I want everybody to be aware that this is something we're going to need to take on. It won't go away. And we're in that growth phase as a community where we're going to have to do some things that are different than we've done before. And parking is one of those things. Paid parking is one of those things. Not going to be free forever. But on the heels of the pandemic, I think that it's important that we recognize that we may have jumped out a little too fast with this program and rethink it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Love to hear from my colleagues and from folks who want to speak on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I remember this discussion, and we brought it forward. If y'all recall, I had some misgivings, and I think what we really needed to see was what the community was going to respond to. And so I'm in agreement. I think that, the intention really is to just, and I'm not trying to get on my soapbox here, but the intention really was to just reduce the amount of time that people spend in their car. Because when you look at the carbon emissions in this city, it's really coming from two places, GRU and car usage. So the less time that cars are on the road, the better. I'm okay with rescinding the paid parking downtown. The issue of the parking app is sort of one of obsolescence. They don't make the coin changers anymore. Those are completely technologically obsolete. So the only way for us to have any form of paid parking is that digital form, because the industry has left behind the cash payment. So we can't change that part, but I think we can at least go back to having those parking spaces downtown be first come, first serve for the times that they're available. So I would be interested in making that motion. I see all kinds of lights, so I'll wait till people get to talk before I make that. Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should look at delaying the implementation, or not implementation, but enforcement of it for a period of time to kind of have staff come back, and maybe we meet back in a month. And I think we meet with staff as well and members of the community and figure out what. I don't think it's just a complete reversal. I think there's ways to kind of fine tune it, and I think that would give us enough time to work with staff to figure out what could be what could work a little better, what might not work, and make changes and put together kind of a real plan based on data and feedback. I think that would allow us to move forward and also address the concerns instead of just an immediate reaction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my recollection of this is the commission was asked the parking fee maximum and to then delegate all those powers to the city manager's office. And that's what we did. So programmatically, we weren't exactly 100% sure what was going to come out. I think we had, I don't know what expectations we had, but I don't think this response is what we had in mind. So that was on our bad. We should have been more involved in what actually goes out. I myself thought, well, the meters will obviously stay because not everyone has a cell phone. The meters did not obviously stay and we had to bring them back. That's us adjusting to what we did and responding to the comments and the will of our community. I'm a little conflicted because on the one hand, all of the messages sent from our local businesses and our neighbors are right. If you don't have a cell phone, if you don't have data, if you don't have a credit card, if you don't like having your credit card on some app, which I don't like to do, like I'm still the person who carries change to put in a meter. If you don't have any of those, you can't come here. But on the other hand, I remember being an intern coming down to the courthouse, and we know we're going to be at court all day. We're going to be at court for like 6-7 hours. And one of the attorneys saying, well, just park at the 2-hour spots. They never do anything about it anyway. That's the other problem. How do we make sure that people do have access and it's not the same 100 people just parked for a 9 to 5 downtown? I think a couple months ago, we started our, I don't even know what we call them because we changed the names of things. The folks who give out tickets for parking issues, those folks, I think, started being more engaged and reactive to overstaying a parking period if it were free. I think that was the first time I'd seen that happen in like 6 years that I'd been kind of keeping track and having to drive downtown. And that's, I'm gonna get yelled at for this, that's good. Like if it's, we're offering free parking for 2 hours, if you're gonna go frequent a business or get lunch or do something, that's fine. You should be able to come and do that. But you shouldn't be able to stay there for 8 hours, which I think is the problem we were getting at. Folks are just, there were enough folks abusing that system that it wasn't fair to everyone else. And we were looking for a solution to that. This might not have been the solution. So what I would ask, rather than like a full rescission at the moment, I do want to see whatever those people under mobility who check how long you've been parking are called. I would like to see those folks more engaged. And I don't mean that at 121 minutes you have an automatic ticket. I mean, just make sure someone isn't sitting, like that car hasn't been sitting there since 8 a.m. and now it's 3. I think something shy of RoboCop monitoring of how long a car has been there is good for everyone. I can come downtown and eat somewhere, but I can find a parking spot because someone hasn't just been sitting there all day. But I don't also now have to pay, you know, I think it would come out to about the same as paying tax on whatever it is you purchased. It would be, that's a percentage, like a couple bucks extra just to be able to come do the thing. I don't want folks to have to do that necessarily. I want a system that does allow for limited free parking, so folks can come down to some amount of time during the day. But beyond that limited free, we do need a different system, something to make sure folks aren't staying there. And whether that is time enforcement through whatever those officers are called. Ms. McCready, what are those folks called? Folks who check how long you've been parked, because I'm going to keep referring to them and I don't know what they're called.
Transportation Director, Parking Enforcement Ambassadors.
Parking
There are parking ambassadors.
Ambassadors, parking ambassadors. See, I knew we had a name for it and I wouldn't have guessed that. Thank you. You know, if it's our parking ambassadors being slightly more on top of things, I think that's fine. But one thing I do want to see, because it was very common and it was common in a lot of the emails sent by our smart businesses, is some folks do come down here to work and they do have to be here from 9 to 5. So one thing I would like to see, if possible, and I know it's been a frequent problem at one of my favorite establishments, they have staff. And I think they have a staff of 4, and they can't drive into work. They don't have adequate RTS service where they are. If they do, it'll take an hour and a half to get here between waiting and changing lines. They have to drive in, but now their employees have to pay. They have to pay 1 or 2 hours of their wages just to be able to come into work. So in whatever solution we find to this, what I would ask is we find a way to either allow like a parking permit for some of those employees or those businesses. If you have, 50 employees in your business, I don't think we can do all 50, but do some portion of your employees, we do provide parking. We do give you some kind of parking permit that you can use it downtown, that your employees can now come to work and they can stay there, whether it be in the garage or street parking somewhere in the vicinity. I think that's something we need to do in order to help those small local businesses stay downtown, because it is what gives our community character. And I see Ms. McCready standing. Do you want to comment on what I just said and tell me we can't? Yes, please.
Why don't you wait so you can respond to everything that you hear?
Okay, but yeah, that would be my ask. I think just stronger enforcement, if we want to do without the meters for a month or two to kind of see how things play out, and just try with regular enforcement through our parking ambassadors, but also try to work with our local downtown businesses to see how we can guarantee some kind of parking for at least a portion of their employees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance. The economist in me, it's got to come out. You can't help it. It's part of how, it's the lens through which I view many of the decisions that we make as a municipal government. So let me start here. There is no such thing as free parking. It is an oxymoron. Everything costs money. And so if we label something free parking, what we mean is somebody else is paying for that parking. The people who are paying for free parking, who are most harmed, are people who do not own cars. They are paying taxes. They're paying for that free parking to be maintained, which averages about $400 a year. And they're paying for enforcement despite never having the opportunity or access to use that parking. The people who disproportionately do not own cars are poor. There are some people of means that choose not to own cars, but the vast majority of people who are unable to own and maintain a car are low income. So the cost of, quote, free parking is disproportionately shifted to our lowest income residents who do not own a car. That is not equitable. There is also a significant benefit to charging appropriately for parking. The appropriate cost for a parking spot, an on-street parking spot, a spot in front of a business, is the lowest price you can possibly charge while ensuring that there will always be 1 or 2 open spaces on that block available. Okay, the lowest price while still ensuring that when somebody chooses to come down here to their destination, they want to go to one of our eating establishments or theater or whatever, they know when they pull up, they're going to be able to find a spot. So that takes time to figure out. Maybe that lowest possible price while ensuring an open spot on the block is 25 cents an hour, or it's 50 cents an hour. The best parking model is an on-demand management pricing system where it shifts continuously with the demand for parking at any given point in time. That's very difficult to implement. You need a lot of technology, and we're not there. But what a lot of communities do that have come to this realization that what's best for business, what's best for the people seeking parking spots, is you look at, you do a constant analysis of, and it takes human power for a while. You go out and walk the blocks and say, all right, during peak times, is there 1 or 2 spots available? Then that's the right price. If there's none available, the price is too low. And if the whole block's empty, the price is too high. And it's really just simple supply and demand. This is true for everything. You know, if you're charging $82 for a burger, nobody's going to buy it. Not going to sell any burgers. If you're charging $0.25 for a burger, you're going to have a line around the block. You're going to adjust your price to where you are able to sell the amount of burgers that you have the capacity for, and everybody's going to walk away happy, right? We learned this in a long time ago. They called equilibrium pricing. So this also accounts for the unintended but very real consequences if you have an overabundance of free parking. One of the number one complaints we get about downtown is there's no parking, right? Why is there no parking? Because we give it away for free. So when people come, they start circling the block looking for free parking. We've all done it. I do it from time to time just out of kicks. I know where I can park and get a spot every time, and it's a few blocks away. But I'll do it every now and again. I'll go for that primo spot and hope I get lucky. But a significant number of people spend a significant amount of time in their car circling around looking for that free spot. That's bad for them. They get frustrated. It's bad for the business because somebody is not parking and patronizing their business. And it's definitely bad for the environment because that's just adding more and more CO2, to our atmosphere. There's also a significant amount of research that shows that when parking's free, people are more likely to drive and less likely to take alternative forms of transportation, meaning less likely to take a bus, less likely to get on a bike, less likely to walk, because you're not fairly and equitably pricing that commodity that is the parking space. We expect to pay for everything else we use when we get in a car. We pay for the gas, we pay for the insurance, we pay for the maintenance, we pay for the roads and gas taxes. But we don't pay for the parking spot. And so it has to be appropriately priced. There's a huge subsidy to car owners and drivers with free parking, and the most current economic studies put it about $127 billion a year nationally. That's a big number that we're subsidizing, in other words, encouraging people to drive without compensating for that privilege. But I go back, the people who are disproportionately affected are people that don't own cars, and those are disproportionately lower income neighbors. And the other thing it does, when we encourage this type of behavior, we make it much more likely that people have to own a car. And I think that's a point that Commissioner Sacco was getting to. So as we shift the burden of paying for car infrastructure to car owners and drivers, we're able to reallocate our resources and make it more possible for people who don't own cars to get around our city. Now, I think that we can be more strategic in how we take the revenue that we raise from appropriately priced parking, and that is to take those monies, sequester them, and then reinvest them in the areas from which they're being collected. So there is a net benefit when you take that money and you improve the amenities, you improve infrastructure, you put more street furniture, you do beautification projects. So the whole area becomes more attractive and complementary to the private uses, and you're really recirculating that money. Where there is appropriately priced parking, most research has shown that people spend 30% less time in their cars driving around looking for a spot. That's time that they're now patronizing the businesses and more likely to stay and patronize multiple businesses because they're not in their car. They can get around and they can enjoy the other businesses that are around there. So we should, I think, continue with what we're doing because it is the right policy. I tend to agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos's suggestion that we can continue a grace period as people adapt and adjust. I understand some people don't have a smartphone. That's a smaller and smaller group of people, but I understand that they exist. We have parking garages that buttress our downtown area that don't require a smartphone or an app. I talked to one of our county constitutional officers who's concerned about the people patronizing his facility. I think there is a way to use some legacy meters in a limited capacity in a very specific area with a very strict time limit. So really heavy enforcement. So people that do need to run in and get their government business done are able to do so regardless of whether they have an app or a smartphone or not. So that's something I would like us to look at and consider, at least in an interim period while folks are adjusting. And finally, so for a long time in my life, I worked in a 1 square block radius in Midtown. I worked for half a decade at a place called Chaucer's, which you have to be old if you know what it is, and another half a decade at a place called Cafe Gardens. And you have to be a little less old to remember what that was. But there was primo parking right up front, free. If you were an employee and got caught parking there, you were terminated. Without question. It was told right up front, you need to park several blocks back because those are for our paying customers. Not, we're paying you to work. We need those spaces available for people that are going to come in and patronize our business. That is the same for downtown parking. The employees need to be encouraged to park further away and leave those spots that are going to facilitate the most vibrant turnover of patrons for the businesses, so you can get a lot of customers coming in over the course of the business hours. And that's something that each business owner has to work out with their employees. Where is that parking located? Even, and this is what a lot of businesses and cities do, is they offer incentives to their employees to not drive. Like, I'll pay you extra if you don't bring a car to work. So you incentivize that type of behavior. So appropriately pricing parking is better for our climate. It's better for business. It's a better experience for patrons because they know when they come down, they're going to find a parking space every time. And I agree that we need to look at limited exceptions. And I'm happy to sort of extend a grace period for enforcement as people become more and more accustomed to this. But we're in day 3.5 of this. We need to give it some time. It's just like the scooters. At first, the world was ending, and after a week or two, everyone adjusted. And now scooters are an incredible amenity and a great mobility tool for our neighbors, and we've found a way to make it work. So that's where I am on this. I hope that we can continue working towards appropriately pricing and appropriately enforcing our parking. I think in a pretty short period of time, it will be a much better result and experience for everybody, from the business owners to the patrons, to how we finance and fund improvements in the parking context area that we're referring to. So with that, I will go back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree with anything you said. You're absolutely correct. But, yeah, the but is we timed it poorly. We timed it poorly, and we did not, and let me say up front, when I say we, I mean we. I don't put this on staff. This is the commission's responsibility. And I voted for it, so I'll take responsibility. Everything you said is correct. It was poorly timed, partially because we didn't create some of the very things that you mentioned. We didn't find a way for how are we going to make up for any disincentive for coming downtown in the short term till people understand this. We talked about some reinvestment earlier. We talked about street performances, which are another thing that will entice people, I believe, in the long run to want to come downtown. We have to do those things and have a plan for how we're going to mitigate the loss to folks who are bearing the brunt of it before we do the implementation. That's where I am on this. And also, we have sometime in the next 2 or 3 months, we should be receiving a report on downtown visioning, downtown strategic plan that has been out there for a long time. That should be a part of our decision making on things like how we do parking. With that in mind, I'm going to move that we suspend the parking changes that we have implemented, and that includes the changes out on Northwest Second Avenue, as well as some in the Southwest, in the downtown area, until, I'm going to say, June 1. And that we regroup this prior to that as a commission and with staff to make sure that we have made the appropriate implementation plans and work with folks who live and work downtown in the process. Again, I'll take full responsibility, but I'll also say I'm nimble enough to want to make the change here, which is not saying anybody else is not, but that's the responsibility we need to take, I think. We can do better. We should do better. Thank you.
Okay, there was a motion. Was there a second to the motion? Second. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one thing with that, I think we should still be enforcing time limits. I don't know if I don't know if Harvey Ward or Commissioner Ward on that aspect, but not the paid, but the time limit.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, there were 3 seconds. I don't know. Madam Clerk, who'd you get for a second? Okay, do you concur with the amendment to the motion to enforce time limits? Okay, that is accepted. Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. And,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess then, commissioners, our staff meet with commissioners and we come back. I don't want to wait to the last minute, but we come back and discuss alternate plans as well during that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, members of the public that wish to speak to this item.
Okay, first we have Commissioner-elect Cynthia Chestnut.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for so graciously deferring the neighborhood workshop to the 17th.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Thank you. May I have the overhead, please? Okay. Yesterday, a constituent sent me a photo. And this is of a parking situation downtown. This is 12:45 during the lunch hour. And you see one car there in front of the business establishment. The other day during a media report, I heard one of the business owners say that they were never contacted for input about the new parking ordinance. May I suggest that we go back and seek the input of the downtown business owners as well as the Chamber of Commerce regarding the economic impact on the business owners and neighbors. I also ask that we consider the economic impact on disenfranchised citizens, technologically challenged like myself, those that have no smartphone. And if the problem is with the 2-hour limit, I think we can find a better way to address it. The bottom line is we are diverting people, we're driving people from downtown and negatively impacting our downtown merchants, and most of all, we are inconveniencing our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next speaker is Danny Hughes.
Welcome. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Danny. Thank you, Ms. Malden.
Hi, I'm Danny Hughes. A lot of you folks know me. I've been here a couple times before. I own Lucy's downtown. I'm also currently here representing, for the most part, the retail and restaurant owners of downtown. I would like to, I feel like we're kind of heading in the right direction, but I'm just gonna do what I believe is probably further driving this nail home. First of all, there's a pile of people that had planned to be here at 1 based on the agenda. And I know that's kind of public knowledge because there's been a lot of rattling. I know there's been people emailing commissioners and the commissioner general email. I do think it's kind of disappointing that we flipped the agenda like this because I know this was coming. I'm here in case this happened, and I can speak to some of the concerns that most of my peers have. One of the biggest problems you have downtown is county employees. There's 300 spots in the parking garage for county employees, and it's only recently been used. It's generally remained pretty sparse as far as county employees go. But now that they're getting tickets, they're exercising their usage of that parking garage. So that's item one. I mean, I know the restaurant employees have been kind of hung on the cross to some extent, and we're taking up all the parking. But the fact of the matter is on the busiest Friday of the year, which is spring graduation, there is fewer restaurant employees in downtown than there is in the county and city offices right now. So county employees and city employees have to use those spaces in the garage. The economic impact we've seen from COVID, some retail and restaurant, is not over. You know, the city did a lot for a lot of us. I'm very lucky that I have what I have in front of me, that we have this giant, beautiful space in front of Lucy's. Not everybody's that lucky, and there's a lot of people that are still struggling through it. And so to turn around and a few months later, what we seem like we're coming out of it, and to completely lose all of our parking during the lunchtime was incredibly impactful. The problem is the signage isn't clear, the promotions wasn't clear, so people don't know when they can and cannot park. The fact of the matter is parking got really bad at 7 p.m., but parking opens up free at 8 now. So it's a little perplexing. The garage has to be fixed. I have said this, so many people in downtown have said this. The garage is probably a perfectly safe place to be right now, but the fact of the matter is the garage has a really bad reputation. It's very dark. There are a number of people living in there, and while I do not believe that is of the response, that's something that we have to solve right here, it's not a pleasant place all the time, and it does have a reputation for being something that's not really where you want to go. So we have to fix that. It needs LED lighting, it needs 24-hour security, or at least better cameras so somebody can see what's going on in there. The garage has a bad reputation. That has to be fixed. And I really think, I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can, downtown needs an advisory board made up of retail operators and restaurant operators and people who operate in the downtown area.
All right, thanks, Danny. Sorry, your time ran out. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Noe Lopez.
Hey, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for your opening comments, Mr. Ward. I agree with some of them. My name is Noe Lopez. I'm local downtown business owner of Wyatt's Coffee. I'm just gonna, even though there were some points brought up earlier that I do agree with, I'm just gonna go ahead and read from what I prepared. So my comments today are in regards to the recent downtown parking enforcement measures. Over the course of the past couple of years, our downtown businesses have faced several hardships in trying to stay afloat. For many, this parking measure will create more barriers. Easily accessible parking has played a critical role in making it easy for our customers to frequent our business as well as other downtown businesses. We have gradually experienced the slowing down of business as parking enforcement measures and their presence has increased. The continuation of these parking measures are affecting downtown businesses that have managed to survive the thick of 2020 and 2021. The parking measures are excessive, discriminatory, and invasive with the use of apps. I've had people I know attempt to use the app without any ability to use the app, only to get frustrated and go elsewhere. The lack of planning and thought behind this implementation is disappointing. Pricing out individuals that simply cannot pay the fee is unacceptable. And also, as we discussed earlier, the physical meters, the implementation of this program with the knowledge that the physical meters are obsolete is kind of frustrating as well. We had several patrons express to us that they either do not have a phone or a data plan. This would keep them from visiting us. Just yesterday, a local restaurant worker told me that he had been Ubering to work because of how late at night and far away he would have to park otherwise. Displacing downtown workforce from easily accessing their place of employment is simply unsafe and unacceptable. I feel for our downtown workforce that has been under such stress over the past couple years, only to be further challenged by our own city. Something needs to be changed in order to keep downtown alive and accessible. The implementation of paid parking does not suit our small city. Typically, these measures are found in large metropolitan areas that have a pre-existing array of sky-rise office buildings, thriving retail, and all sorts of residential support that would warrant any need for paid parking. Gainesville is not there yet. I look forward to the delay of this program and look forward to hopefully being a part of any sort of plans that come through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next speaker is Commissioner Mary Helen Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I just want to say I'm one of those people that this young man mentioned about having problems with that kind of an app. I represent a demographic that does have issues with the technology. And I'd like to point out, in addition to what these young folks have brought forward to you, is that folks in the outlying municipalities coming in to do government business were not aware that these changes had actually, I wasn't aware that the changes had been made to parking either. So when I invite people from the outlying communities to come see me at the office, I realize what I'm doing is setting them up for a confusing situation. They have a hard enough time coming in from the outlying areas to do business in Gainesville because of, the way that we have developed coming in 10, 15 miles from the outlying areas through traffic that gets bigger every day into the city where they're going to have frustrations trying to get to government business, including the courthouse, the tax collector. What I see as a result of that, if there is continuing to be that kind of complication in terms of doing business in Gainesville, that there will be more outlying posts of our government where people will be doing government business in their own communities or into a neighboring community so that they don't have to drive all the way into Gainesville. We're seeing this as we move forward with our own plans for the future. And this is not the goal, that any of us have for downtown Gainesville. We want Gainesville to be a vibrant community and a welcoming community, and one that's easily accessible. So I really appreciate the motion. I appreciate the time that we need to try to adjust to the new reality of the economics of the situation. And I appreciate you all giving us a little time to adjust, particularly my age group who needs to learn how to use that app. But I do appreciate the consideration because I know that the folks in our building have been concerned about how we're going to serve our clients. So thank you all for that.
Thank you. That's it? Okay, Adam?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have several callers in the queue right now. I'm sure more will jump in a moment. The first speaker on this issue, BD4, is Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So the unintended consequences of the new parking policy debacle is yet another example of a hastily implemented, poorly planned policy failure of the Mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. Parking changes were another unnecessary solution in search of a problem. The City Commission needs to accept responsibility for its latest failed parking policy. Commissioner Harvey Ward, David Arreola, Hayes Santos, Commissioner Sacco, and Mayor Poe all voted to approve this failed parking policy. City Commission policies are harming our city and our local business owners. You've heard from the prior speakers. I echo all their concerns. New parking policy was really a money grab, but the city has spent far more money than it will make on this failed policy. Failed policy after failed policy mandated by the Mayor and Gainesville City Commission, who are clearly out of touch with the needs of their constituents in reality. How much time, effort, and taxpayer money was wasted on this failed policy? There's new street signage, a flawed parking app, new meter stickers, and a failed communication and policy rollout. Commissioner Hayes Santos mentioned that we needed a real plan based on data. The fact of the matter is that a real plan based on data and feedback should have been done on the front end of this process in consultation with affected business owners and the public before the Mayor and Gainesville City Commission recklessly eliminated 2-hour free parking. Again, we've heard lengthy speeches and a lot of virtue signaling on this item today from all the commissioners, Commissioner Ward, Mayor Poe. You say you claim to know what's good for business, but the state audit report clearly illustrates your failed management oversight of city government. I took a photo when I left earlier today, right at 11 o'clock, right before lunch. Street parking is empty. What was once full is now empty as a result of your failed policies. And one of the prior speakers mentioned, at lunch hour, there's no traffic anymore. Exactly. Failed policy. So the photo I sent to the media, I hope that they're paying attention because, again, you guys are implementing solutions to problems that don't exist, and that's the problem. You are the problem. The mayor and the Gainesville City Commission is the problem with our city because you're not listening. You're just acting based on political ideology and premises and trying to be other places instead of allowing Gainesville to be Gainesville. And those of you that think you're running for mayor, we don't need more of that, more of your failed policies, because you need to start listening to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Next speaker, Ernie Kimbler. Mr. Kimbler, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon. Well, I guess maybe it's still morning, but I first want to apologize for not necessarily being prepared, as I literally just found out about this parking issue maybe less than an hour ago. I own the 5 Star Pizza location downtown, and my delivery drivers for years have never had an issue delivering to any businesses downtown. And now, as of today, I guess it's been a couple days now, but today specifically, are getting harassed and threatening to give tickets. Luckily, they only got a warning today, but there's no reason why. I don't understand that we can't just continue to do our business and make this a little bit more simpler process. We were told, I guess today, that the publicly marked tractor trailers, Budweiser, Pepsi, Coke, they can straddle the yellow lines, but we no longer can do that, even though we've been doing it for as long as I've owned my business, which is a long time. So I just wish that we could figure out a way. I do, first of all, that you realize this is an issue and that you're holding off and, going to circle back. But something needs to be rewritten in the ordinance to allow, us to do our job and to do it a little bit more freely. There's no reason, in my opinion, that we can't do the same thing as other delivery vehicles. It was stated apparently that we can't do it because our vehicles aren't permanently marked. You said it would actually have to have like a 5 Star Pizza wrap. The sign on the top of the car is not good enough, which it should be, because my guys are literally in and out in less than 2 minutes. So we're really not causing any problems. They're just trying to hurry and do their job, get back to the store. So I hope that when you circle back to this, that we can figure out a solution for the non-big corporation delivery drivers that are trying to make a living delivering food downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbler. The next speaker is Sarah. Sarah, please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello? Okay,
Go ahead,
hi,
Sarah.
my name is Sarah, and I've been living here 40 years now. I have a smartphone. I don't have those apps. I don't have room for the apps. Everything old comes back again in the 40 years. We've been there, we've been there, we've been there, and we've been there. The bottom line is to increase business and government usage, free parking downtown in Gainesville is the way to go, period. No ifs, ands, and buts. If you are going to do this, then I would like to recall those of you that have memories, or you look it up, when Chuck Chestnut was a commissioner here, Tallahassee, in their state laws of roads and all that kind of stuff and markings, required every single block in downtown areas to have handicap parking. Chuck Chestnut petitioned Tallahassee, this was after he was a rep up there, to give us a waiver. So Gainesville does not have that. If you're going to insist upon that, then we will insist upon the handicap laws that currently exist by the state of Florida, and you provide those handicap free spaces not just 2 in front of the county commissioner, the county's building. No, every single block. And where did they go? They went to the valet parking people, Harry's, Lillian's, the sushi place down there. So if you're going to play these games and make it hard for everybody else, then you must incorporate the legal handicap regulations without any waivers, as they're directed from TAP. And all of this is in the record, and just go back. Open up your eyes. Free parking is the only way. You want anybody to come downtown? Please. And the app thing, you have to wait till all of us baby boomers are dead, okay? Because none of us have the ability to do what you want to do. Now, also, if you're going to do this, you contact Fort Lauderdale, Los Olas Boulevard commercial area. They have machines for their parking, if you don't have the app, where you can go up with a credit card or a debit card, get a thing to put in your windshield for your 2 hours or your 1 hour, how much you want to pay. But you still have to have banking levels. Okay, you can't be poor and coming down to get your driver's license or your license plates or pay your taxes if you don't have the smartphone or you don't have banking privileges for debit cards and credit cards. But there are alternative ways in doing the app, and that's having these machines. They're about every block or so. You go up there, you get a piece of paper, you put it in your windshield, and you don't get ticketed. So, and that's going on right now. But we've been here before. Look at the history, you guys. I'm really glad that Cynthia Chestnut's going to be back on because she does have the history. She knows how many times we've been in the same circle. Also,
Sarah?
Everything that Mr. Sapp said
Sarah?
before is totally right on. And
Thanks,
thank you for
Sarah.
listening. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Next speaker, Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes on the parking issue.
Yes, my name is Telford Cartwright. Once again, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Clerk. This whole parking issue looks like a script or a Seattle, Washington, San Francisco, California theme, where the taxes are quite higher than Gainesville, Florida. Now, in regards to this app, this parking app, if I'm not mistaken, there was a young man who I think developed a parking app. I don't know if he was the originator of the app or the inventor of the app, but I think that he resided in California or Washington State. When I think about this parking app, I think about, for some particular reason, the Ivory Tower, or appealing to the Ivory Tower occupants or residents, or shall we say, left-wing rulers. Now, as far as the small businesses downtown, of course, the businesses pay taxes. They provide a service, which may include or may not include the selling of products, food, et cetera, et cetera. Now, would this be part of the this parking issue and the lack of pedestrians, motorists, consumers patronizing these businesses? I heard Commissioner Ward mention about carbon footprint or carbon emissions, Commissioner Areola, Mayor Poe, but I've yet to hear you all make the first step in riding your bicycle, walking, work and from work. Now, if we're going to lead, let's lead by example. How about that? And maybe some of our city commissioners wouldn't mind shedding a few pounds. Remember, this isn't just about COVID. Health, the body's health is of the utmost importance, which may include heart disease. So, and we wonder what has happened to heart disease all of a sudden. Seems like it has taken a back seat to COVID or this pandemic. So once again, this parking issue could very well be an anti-capitalist, business killing, job.
All right, and Mr.
destroying.
Cartwright, that is
And
our
going
3
back
minutes.
to
I'm sorry, we're out of time, Telford. Next speaker is Debbie Martinez. Debbie, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Nathan Scott and Miss Sarah Pohl. They were right on. They were totally correct about how this commission has no idea what they're doing when it comes to supporting local businesses in regard to parking. I feel like it's deja vu all over again. When we had our restaurant downtown many years ago, the city commission, of course they weren't, former business owners, they didn't have any experience, tried to do the exact same thing. Create a whole new source of revenue stream to bring in more money for the city. Start charging more for parking. Well, it turned out to be such a disaster that they had to, at the time they were hiring, they had a contract for paid parking, and they had to get, renege on that contract. It was a total disaster. Business owners don't hate poor people. Business owners, when they invest their life savings into a business, they invest in an area where they know they're going to have adequate parking. They want their patrons to be able to pay the bill when they leave. That's how they stay in business. And when you keep messing around with the parking, we've seen you take the 2-hour parking and, it just, you chisel away, you give it to, the county employees so they can park closer so they don't have to walk from the parking garage. And, it's just like one disaster after another. And, I just want to tell the current local business owners, my heart goes out for you. Do not be celebrating yet with this bunch, this commission majority. They're just kicking the can down the road. Don't think for 1 minute that they're listening to you, because they do the same thing with single-family neighborhoods when they come and plead with the commission not to build all these high-rise developments in and around their neighborhoods. And they go on and do it anyway. And the last thing is, Mayor Poe, it's offensive to hear you lecture to these downtown business owners the same way you lecture to residents who speak out against your high-rise development. And it's not just you, it's the term limited 4, which is you, Commissioner Harvey Ward, Mr. David Ariola, and Adrian Hayes Santos. To have you all who don't have the business experience talk down to our people who've invested their life savings into trying to save downtown.
Debbie, we're at time.
It's just shocking.
Debbie, we're
right
at
when
time.
I think you've hit the bottom, go
Thank you,
lower.
Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
All righty. Next speaker, Alfred Morales. Alfred, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I want to say a lot of the same things that have already been said. Specifically, I really want to center how the parking plan affects the workers that have to be downtown, provide all the services that we expect of this downtown culture that we build. It is really thanks to the incredible hard work of the service industry workers downtown that so many of these businesses are able to generate a profit in the first place and stay in business. And more importantly, it allows the city to collect sales taxes. Throughout the 2 years of this pandemic, service industry workers have been showing up downtown to work, despite the risks, despite the lack of safety procedures, despite the lack of vaccination in the city. But still, a lot of the parking plan, a lot of the things that hurt the customer base and the businesses primarily also hurt the workers. Something we talked about before is forcing workers to pay just to be in a spot close to work. And I don't think the city commission really understands the importance of that. Not only is it a worker having to pay just to come on order to work, It also means extending somebody's commute. Somebody reports to work late, they could be fired. So you're affecting people's livelihoods in its entirety, not just when they're there. And it's also a safety issue that's been brought up before in the parking garage, but also you have service industry workers who are leaving not at like 10 or 11, but at 2, 3 in the morning after you're already home, that have to walk several blocks in the dark at night because there's no convenient parking nearby. So I really want the City Commission to focus a lot of these efforts into the people who have to be there every day, which are the people who are cleaning your tables, waiting on you, hosting you, cooking your food. This is a safety issue, and as it's been mentioned before, it's also a public transportation issue. I'm really disappointed in Major Crow for the way that he talks about low-income residents, because yes, it's true that a lot of low-income residents don't have vehicles, but a lot of working-class low-income residents are forced to have vehicles so they can go to work downtown. So the parking plan pretty much completely neglects them as a class. And also, it's punishing people for the city's own faults and its lack of adequate funding for public transportation. Whether it's the city or U.S., the way that RTS routes have been slowly dissolving, the fact that RTS isn't free for everyone, and just how dangerous it's been to walk or bike downtown. These are issues that the City Commission has not taken proper steps to address and are now punishing other people to try to make up for it. The city has constantly forced a car-centric approach. I live downtown. I live 2 blocks from Lucy's. I love it. I love going over there and walking, but it is incredibly dangerous crossing 2nd Avenue. I don't bike downtown anymore because it's so dangerous. So this is really just, it's almost a silly issue because a lot of the bigger issues that force it to become issues have been neglected. And instead, the plan that comes out punishes workers.
Mr. Ross, I'm afraid your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. And next we have Avery Vinson. Avery, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. The City of Gainesville needs to listen to its own residents. It needs to listen to the businesses downtown who have expressed their discontent. We obviously want these businesses to thrive. We want people to be able to visit them. But this parking mobile app essentially is pricing out people who might otherwise be able to spend their money downtown. Okay, a few dollars here, a few dollars there might not affect those of you on the commission, but it has a pinching effect on lower income individuals and on students. A few dollars spent on parking is a few dollars not spent on a coffee at Wyatt's or Volta's or Mott's, okay? The commission also is assuming that everyone has access to a cell phone and has access to this mobile app. Again, this disproportionately affects lower income individuals and older adults. I am a legal aid attorney who practices elder law, and I can say for a fact that this will disproportionately affect a lot of my clients, older adults and lower income individuals. You need to listen to local businesses and you need to listen to Gainesville residents. And quite frankly, I find it insulting that you haven't even conferred with downtown business owners or service industry workers on this issue. You need to have more communication with these businesses. These local businesses are the heart of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery. Next speaker is Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good afternoon now. One of the things that I have a question of, everybody has been speaking, sadly, it brings tears to my eyes because when you start eliminating jobs, then you get more people that could be homeless when you eliminate jobs for even parking. I would ask what study has been done with staff with other small cities that aren't even a college town, that what do they do for businesses for parking? I mean, I hardly ever, unfortunately, go downtown, mainly because the parking situation, and I don't want to take up space for all the people that need to be there working. I remember years ago when there were lots there that you could park on the lots over by City Hall there. But now that's gone because they're building things on it, and I understand that. But it sounds like the mayor would like everybody to take a bus because he's insulted because people are driving their cars. Well, we're in the 21st century, and we don't take buses. We don't take cabs. We are independent people that drive. And if you want to drive more people out of downtown that own businesses, you're on your way to do that. Because if I had a business there and people couldn't park to come into my business, I would move out of the city. And that's what will be happening. You got a lot of vacant places in the city also. And why are they vacant? You might have asked the people that had the businesses there why they left the city of Gainesville. I think you need to listen to the people and make it easier for them. And as the other lady just said a few minutes ago, I don't have a smartphone. I don't believe in smartphones. I don't use smartphones because they're smarter than me, probably. But I have a flip phone, and I don't use a smartphone. So I couldn't be able to park anywhere without an application. I have, when I've gone downtown to your meetings and things like that, found a parking space on the street, or else I have gone to the parking, which is just a block or two away. So I have parked there for that also. So just listen to the people and stop being, with some of you, so arrogant to the people that are talking to you. I know you already have your minds made up every time people call in, and that's sad. And I hope we get better commissioners on there and a better mayor for the people of our Alachua County City Commission. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Darlene. Mr. Mayor, that was our last speaker. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we had one more person sign up to speak.
Yes, we have Mr. Andrew S.
Welcome.
Hi, and thank you. Thank you, Mayor Poe. Thank you, City Commissioners, and thank you, citizens of Gainesville. By now, you've likely received countless numbers of emails from your voters. I hope you've read them. You've heard from downtown business owners, citizens, and you've even heard from attorneys who have told you why the paid parking structure is discriminatory. Public opinion should mean more to you, especially those of you pursuing careers in public office. Many here today have been ghosted by the city in their attempts to reach out to you about something that directly affects their ability to provide. Most people here were not notified that the city would even be voting on this back in August. You made this decision at our expense and at the expense of your voters. So far, that expense has been costly. The free 2-hour parking structure was not regularly enforced. That's why the spaces didn't turn over. You know it, and I watched it outside my window every single day for months while the hotel went up. The city and the media have put the blame on people who are simply clocking into work at downtown businesses. This is especially disappointing considering that many of you ran on progressive values. Having a business downtown has been great until the city went after my customers for paid parking. The redevelopment of downtown is something we all have a stake in, the city, businesses, and citizens alike. Business owners feel that we should have a seat at the table with regard to decisions that affect our well-being. We're competing against places where customers don't have to pay for parking. And from the empty spaces downtown, you can see how well that's going. Business owners waited weeks before posting on social media with hopes that you were right and that people would embrace the system. Turns out you were wrong, so we've tapped into public opinion to bring you that message. It's time to admit it, apologize, and reverse this harmful decision immediately before more damage is done. The worst part is knowing that the city isn't the only entity profiting from this paid parking structure. Most people here are opposed to development that hinders local business in Gainesville, and lately that's all we're seeing. If it's votes you're after, you're on the wrong side of this. Thanks for your time today. You're going to hear from a lot of people. I hope you listen to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anybody else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, on my side, we do have one more issue. One more speaker, if you'd be so kind.
Go ahead, Adam.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mike Warren. Mr. Warren, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Warren. I'm the president of AMJ Group. I'm not sure what the rationale for this parking policy was, whether it was to raise money or discourage long-term parking of employees in the area, because the business community really was not advised of this and did not have an opportunity to discuss this beforehand. But certainly what we have had now has not worked. Small businesses in particular have been adversely affected. I've spoken to a number of business owners downtown, and they tell me that their takeout business has been reduced by as much as 2/3. because people are not going to come down and pay for parking to be able to run into a store to get a cup of coffee or a slice of pizza for 5 minutes. Now, AMJ, my company, has made significant investments downtown, and we continue to do so. Our intent is to bring more businesses downtown. We believe the city wants the same. And unfortunately, the unintended consequences of this new parking policy are in direct opposition to that. We hope that the city will make the change to again, create vitality downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Now, Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor to suspend this program until June 1st and continue enforcing the 2-hour limit. That was the addendum, correct? Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Mr. Mayor, my comment can wait until after the vote.
Well, we're going to go into recess after the vote, so
Okay,
go
that's
ahead.
fine. I'll make my comment now. It was not lost on me, one of our business owners articulated his idea or his desire to see an advisory council that consisted of business owners. And I do know that we have an advisory council that serves the purpose of dealing specifically with the strategic plan for downtown. I just want to put it out there that as we move forward, I'm particularly interested in engaging our local business owners in a much more meaningful and intentional way. I think that advisory council has probably 2 business owners that are on it. And to be quite honest, as one of your newer people on the commission, I have not had an opportunity to be a part of any of those meetings. I have spoken with Eric Bredfeld, and I've asked him about the composition of that board. I've even made some suggestions about how I felt that it could be fleshed out. But to actually hear from the business owners today and their desire to be more active in this process, that's very, very important to me. We probably could have alleviated some of the issues that we're facing right now and avoided some things. So I'm going to do a little more thinking and may come back to this commission, a little more research, speak with the city manager, et cetera, about possibly looking at that mechanism where we can get more meaningful input and potentially create the ability to hear from our business owners and the folks downtown on issues like these before we get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, there was the Downtown Owners and Tenants Association, which has gone defunct. I think the chief is working right now on putting together or Chief Scott is putting together or working to put together a group. We talked to Bill Bryson, was that yesterday, 2 days ago, and so they're working on putting a new sort of iteration of that together. And so I would certainly suggest reaching out to them and seeing how they're going about that and however you might be able to participate, because I know that's sort of under the works right now.
Thank you very much, Chief. If you would, please be in contact with me about that. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone who called in and expressed opinions. I think y'all heard what you wanted to hear to begin with. I mean, I hope that that's where we're headed, but I'm not sure. To reiterate what both the mayor and Commissioner Duncan Walker have said, there used to be GDOT, the Gainesville Downtown Owners and Tenants Association, and that faded away certainly when Terry Fleming passed away. That was kind of the last straw for that group. That's a critical thing, that having a voice that is not another government board, but that is a group of folks who have common interests who can then interface with government boards and with the city and county commissions is a critical tool. And I know I was a member, because believe it or not, I do have business experience. It was exceedingly difficult, I know, for Terry for 2 or 3 years to be able to recruit people to be a part of that. And I want to strongly encourage downtown owners and tenants, That's the sort of thing that makes a big difference. I mean, being able to come together when there is not a crisis, to have an avenue of communication that is not random, but that is a regular communication opportunity, is something that lots of cities have and that Gainesville very much needs. We don't have any business telling you to do that or putting it in place for you as government. That needs to come from the downtown owners and tenants. And I hope that there will be a rebirth of that. You know, very often we see from friction, good things grow. And maybe this is something that can grow back from that. So I strongly encourage that to happen. But government can't make that happen for you. That needs to come from the business community. So thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On that same point, yeah, I'm working the last couple of years on trying to reform GDOT, and I think GDOT has gone away, but there has been a new organization that some people have started for downtown, a new 501c3 or 4. I'm not sure what it is, but I think that is a better place to go than the city creating an advisory board, because when we create it, it becomes a sunshine board, and then those people can't talk outside of those meetings, so it makes it much more difficult. So I think I'll try to reach out to those members who have kind of started it again, and they should probably go knock on some doors. It sounds like there's a movement for that organization to grow. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who spoke, whether you're a business owner or you're just really passionate about downtown. I want to invite you all this year, the City Commission. Later in the year, we'll get the exact date. We're going to be discussing an economic development strategy and how the city can help businesses not just get started here in Gainesville, but we can attract businesses, retain businesses. I think any part of the discussion would include things like parking, things like how the city can assist you. So that's going to happen later this year. You know, it's not a board, but I think we can just have those relationships going on in perpetuity. So just wanted to invite you all, and you don't want to miss that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-1 with Poe in dissent. All right, with that, we are going to be in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. This is the February 3rd, 2022 regular Gainesville City Commission. For the downtown parking item, that was on the morning agenda for 10 o'clock. Well, it was, if you look at our agenda. I don't know. It's been on our morning agenda. We didn't do a modification, so I don't know what the confusion was. But just to let you all know, the action that was taken on that is the program was suspended until June 1st. And that was voted on this morning earlier. So that action has already been taken to suspend the program. So I don't know what the confusion was about when it was advertised, but.
Here's the PDF that was published through the Gainesville website, the City of Gainesville website for this meeting, and it has lunch break from 12 to 1, and then from 1 o'clock to order afternoon session, and then the first item is BD5 parking management changes update and parking meter locations downtown. Discussions with Nate Santos of the RTS mobile applications. So
Okay.
that's how it was advertised on your own website.
Okay, yeah, again, I don't know. It was. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It was BD4, so I don't know what the confusion was.
Did you see all of the people talking about it online and then you switched the agenda?
No. That's no. Okay, y'all, we need some order here, please. I'm trying to just kind of explain what has already happened. So Madam Clerk, is it possible to pull up the modifications? I will show you what we did modify, and it did not include this item. Yeah, I don't have any magic powers or any real powers at all. We're trying not to let it be one.
You wonder why you have no support from the public. This is why.
Sir, if you can,
Not a sir.
okay, okay. What's your preferred pronoun?
Nord, Lauren.
What's your preferred pronoun? I'm sorry?
You don't need to address me, actually.
Okay, very good, Owen. So this was how our agenda was modified at adoption. And so you can see it does not include this item. We added one item on consent, and we added an item accepting the canvassing board's findings for the recent election, and then just some minor modifications to two other items. So again, this is what I saw and what the rest of the commission saw at adoption. And again, I apologize for confusion, but what I'd like to say is if you're concerned about the parking issue, the commission did take action to suspend it, and so it's no longer active. We will revisit it at some point. It's suspended until at least June 1st, and then we will come back, and there was some direction to work with local downtown businesses and other affected parties in the interim to have further discussions about it. And so that's sort of where that stands right now, just so everyone's clear. For our afternoon, yeah, thank you.
Could I just have a quick question, because I'm just very confused about this. So are those signs being taken down, covered over? What's going on? Because that's going to confuse the public.
Yeah, I believe, Madam Manager, they'll be covered over would be the appropriate.
I will consult with Ms. McCready, but we will make sure that as soon as possible, the signage is addressed.
Okay. So we just took the action a few minutes ago, so we'll get our mobility and parking enforcement folks out there to, I'm imagining, cover the signs up.
That can be done today.
We'll get on it as soon as we can. All right, so our next, or our first order of business this afternoon is early public comment. So this is an opportunity to speak on items that are on our agenda for later on today. And so if anybody wants to speak to any items that are on our agenda, the whole idea here is that you can speak to the items now and then go on about your business. But it precludes you from speaking later on to any items. So, Madam Clerk, anybody for early public comment?
We do have Mr. Anthony Rue.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'll try not to take up very much time since you've already addressed this. Most of you all know me. I'm Anthony Rue. I run Volta Coffee. I've been a tenant of the city in the Southwest parking garage since 2007. And in that time, it has been an endless source of frustration that parking has been, for using a term that would date me, Calvin ball. And that the way that the parking garage has been administered has changed about every 2 to 3 years. There used to be a gate with an attendant you had to go out through, then they had cards that you had to swipe, and then they went to the pay by app, and then there has been free parking, and then the street parking out front was free, and then it was 2 hours, and then it was now 15 minutes. And it has just created a situation of uncertainty with my customers. And also, I hear endlessly from my customers about the frustration of never knowing what the parking situation is going to be like when they come downtown. They just want consistency and they want access. And so one of the things that's happened is that, during COVID, there was the gesture of making the parking garage free, which was a tremendous help for us. The parking garage has had problems since the day that it opened. It has had violence, and for years it took a decade for me to get over, I won't come down and park in that garage because that's where people get shot. And now we've finally got people comfortable with parking there, and you've got a variable pay rate, and we can no longer comfortably stay open late, because it used to be we'd be open until 9, but now at 5 o'clock it changes from being 50 cents an hour to being a $5 flat fee. And I had stayed open late for events, and people were just minutes over that $5 line, and they come back screaming at me because they got charged $5 for being there 5 minutes into that evening fee schedule through their app. And it's been a source of endless frustration. You also closed down First Avenue, which has created, the ability to have outdoor dining, which was positive, but at the same time, our business dropped about 15% the moment that you cut off that road, because people can no longer access my business from Main Street. and people have to figure out that they have to go all the way down to Second and then back up Second from the other direction to get to our business. And then when they get there, it's only 5-minute parking on the street. We didn't ask for 5-minute parking. Apparently that was decided without discussing it with the businesses to change that from 2-hour parking to 5-minute parking. And I can't tell you how many of my customers have sworn that they'll never come back because they've been ticketed for trying to come in to get a drink. And look, we're not McDonald's. It takes 7 to 10 minutes to get a drink at our shop. So they can't even come in and get a drink and leave without getting ticketed. And I just would urge you guys that as you reconsider this going into your next vote, to take the time to talk to the businesses and don't try to be, benevolent on their behalf by saying we're really doing this for your benefit by creating more open parking and keeping your employees from parking in front of your shops.
All right, thank you, Mr. Root.
That's
And we would certainly plead with you to participate in those conversations. I think something that came up earlier was that with the demise of GDOT, it's been difficult to have a coordinated effort, and so that's something we're trying to recreate, and we're just going to need you and other downtown business owners' help to make that work.
Is let me know where to be and when
Sure.
to be, and I'll be there.
Will do.
So
All right.
far, there's
Thank
never
you.
been any attempt to reach out to me
All
to
right.
discuss any of this.
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize for that. Madam Clerk? Anybody else for early? Okay, Adam, anybody for early public comment?
We actually do have people for early public comment, Mr. Mayor. The first of which is Tana Silva. She is making early public comment on AR1. Tana, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I have some questions about seeming discrepancies on this Archer Place PUD. And I want to say first, if this is what's being called inclusionary zoning, clearly it has nothing to do with zoning or with racial equity. So my questions are this: is the ordinance and the binding agreement for Archer Place don't match up? Well, first, the need is not 80% area median income. That's been established by Schimberg Center, and lots of people have said that to you before. And this is to give 10% of so-called affordable units for people making 80% AMI or less. But that depends on household size also, which could mean about 3 tenants per apartment. So those rents could be high and most students could qualify. So I want to know, what are the screening criteria that would be used? Obviously, you know, nobody can use racial criteria for the screening, so I don't know how the tenants, prospective tenants, will be screened. So the agreement says that housing costs mean mortgage, insurance, et cetera, not rent and utilities that are, you know, would be determinants for rental apartments. The agreement has caveats that are not in the ordinance. One is, if the agency can't find a qualified tenant within 60 days of a vacancy, it goes to market rate. And 2, the agreement can be nullified by a zoning change or amendment to the ordinance, and that's not what's in the ordinance itself. Says it can only be nullified by demolition or a complete change of use to non-residential. And I want to know too, what does the city or the Gainesville Housing Authority get out of administering the agreement for screening, selecting, and verifying income of tenants? Or what would that cost in administration? Because that was the sticking point from years ago about the so-called inclusionary zoning, is who's going to administer all of that. And if it's voluntary, what does the developer get from the agreement? Anything beyond the requested PUD with 6 units more than the maximum? Does the developer get other concessions or compensation? And in the staff report, the environmental constraints don't include preservation of any trees or green space, apparently. And from looking at the pictures, it has, you know, some pretty big trees and some open space. So the difference in impervious surface and stormwater runoff is huge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. We have somebody on the line who's calling EPC for the parking issue. Would you like to take that comment?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nancy Shepard, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Nancy Shepard, and I'd like to make my comment about the parking. I'm sure a lot of this is a revenue issue, and I wondered if the City Commission even considered that the taxes that these businesses are paying are equal to the money you're going to collect in parking. If you are not considering the balance of the two, I don't think you are making a wise decision. Another thing is that Florida is an aging state. People come here to retire, and I don't think the city of Gainesville is doing anything to accommodate the people who are in the aging population. And a lot of the aging populations aren't subject to having a smartphone, or some of them don't even have computers. So I think that you need to do a better job of making things available to all people and not just the young. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard. All righty, we do have one more person in the queue at the moment for early public comment. Mr. Telford Cartwright on FR2. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes. Go.
Good afternoon. My name is Telford Cartwright, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, Madam Clerk. Yes, I have a grand ideal in regards to economic development and small businesses and manufacturing occurring here in Gainesville, Florida. The city owns the former U.S. Armory building off of Northeast 8th Avenue. And maybe that building could be utilized to manufacture University of Florida logos or apparel right here in Gainesville, Florida, and offer or provide a trade as well.
Mr. Cartwright,
Going,
FR2 is about development review
manufacturing.
notification? Development review notification and neighborhood workshop?
Well, what I'm going with this is that this will be a neighborhood jewel in District Number 1, or could be, whether it be athletic apparel, clothing that University of Florida sells. Maybe many of these products that University of Florida sells can be manufactured here in Gainesville, Florida, in District Number 1.
Mr. Cartwright, I think you're speaking about a different item. This is about our development review process, not economic development.
This is about economic development, economic development, and maybe all these things can be manufactured, made here in Gainesville, Florida versus China, Mr. Mayor, unless you prefer that University of Florida continues to purchase goods or athletic apparel or apparel that University of Florida sells, or which is sold with the University of Florida's logo on it, made in China, Mr. Mayor. So I thought I would offer that comment, and maybe Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker would look into that and see if it would be a viable ideal in helping to revitalize and empower District Number 1. Okay, well, thank you. Have a good day.
All righty, Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I think we're on to general public comment.
Yes, we are, and we actually have 2 recordings for general public comment, so we will pull those up and play them.
Okay, yeah, so just to remind everybody, you're welcome to call in and leave a voicemail for general public comment. These are, of course, things that you want to share with us that are not on our agenda for any particular meeting. And so we'll play those first, and then we'll go to folks here in the chamber, and then we'll finish up with folks that are calling in. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Hi, my name is Matt Barker, and I support the paid pilot program for busking in the city of Gainesville. I think it's a great idea. to get the musicians that are already active on the
Okay,
scene
Madam Clerk, we
to
appreciate them calling
establish
in, but we
a
already
routine
heard that
and
item earlier in the meeting.
expectant of having live music in the streets, and I
okay.
think it'd be really enhance the overall vibrancy of the city and make more people want to be out and about and come visit it. Every city that has a thriving busking scene is, it attracts people just for that reason. And it shows the art and culture of that area. I think it's an excellent idea.
So, Madam Clerk,
Thanks
maybe
for
if we could just
taking
screen
this
these
initiative.
in the future, so we. Okay, interesting. Okay, we'll work on that. Okay, we have another one you said? Go ahead and go to folks in the chamber. Okay,
Yeah.
Anybody for general public comment that is here? Madam Clerk, who's our first speaker?
Mr. Nathan Scott.
Okay, Mr. Scott, welcome back.
Mayor Poe, I'd like to have the overhead, please, before I begin my time, so we can get this.
Overhead, please.
And so that it's streaming before we begin my time.
You got it.
Give me a second. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. As of December 1st, 2021, GRU residential electric rates are now $163.75 per 1,000 kWh, which is the standard unit of measure in the state of Florida. Those residential rates, along with commercial rates, are the highest rates, electric rates, in the state of Florida. If we can zoom out a little bit, please. What the people who are listening and GRU customers need to know, this is very annoying that they can't just zoom out and get the whole thing on there, please. What the people who are listening and GRU customers need to know is that GRU residential electric rates are 35% higher, yes, 35% higher than FPL, including the FPL rate increase that was recently approved by the Florida Public Service Commission. 35% higher. Additionally, the GRU fuel adjustment increase is nearly 3 times higher than what the PSC recently approved for FPL, despite the fact that FPL is far more heavily dependent on natural gas than GRU. This is the result of the ongoing mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. You guys don't seem to be concerned about this. Rate increases. You voted to approve the largest unjustified multi-year rate increases in GRU's history. Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Ariola, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Hayes Santos, Commissioner Sacco. We have you to blame for this. Debt downgrades. There's been 5 debt downgrades in less than 10 years, which cost GRU customers another $60 million in additional borrowing costs. We have some of you to blame. Commissioner Ward, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Ariola, Commissioner Hayes Santos. As a former state utility regulator, I've done more to advance renewable energy in the state of Florida than anyone on the city commission. Net metering rules recognized best in the nation, check. Draft RPS, check. Adopting the most ambitious energy efficiency and conservation goals in the history of Florida, check. But Commissioner Ward falsely claims now that he's going to make the 100% renewable energy by 2045 goal affordable. This is a ridiculous statement. GRU electric rates are not affordable now. According to GRU, the cost of this unfunded mandate for 100% renewable energy by 2045 is $6.55 billion in debt. That's unsustainable. Electric rates would be approximately 4 times higher than what they are now. That's unsustainable. Commissioner Ward didn't like the answers given by GRU management in the climate action plan, so Commissioner Ward led the charge to fire GRU General Manager Ed Bilarski under a pretext of false narratives that I'm happy to explain to the media or anyone else watching this meeting. Again, more nonsensical sound bites from a city commissioner who voted to increase your GRU rates and property taxes. Again, what the people need to know is that GRU customers have the highest electric rates in the state of Florida as a result of ongoing mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the mayor and city commission. Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Ariola now want to be mayor. You're the problem.
I'm afraid your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Gardner.
Okay, 1 second, Mr. Gardner. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is James Gardner. I'm a resident in District 3. I've been in Gainesville since 1982. I want to talk to you today about the PAC, which I've sent everybody a letter on, the Police Advisory Council, and I'm very disappointed that we keep meeting this particular group of people and the way it's being handled and the things that are and are not being done there. You're actually in violation of your own coded directives that they have. They're not following it. They're not doing it. Nothing is being done over there in the Police Advisory Council but a great big hug. That's what's going on over there. Everybody tells each other how much they appreciate each other and all that. Well, that's all fine. These are good people, but they're being set up. They can't run what they're supposed to be doing. And last meeting that they had, I didn't go because I'm stopped going now, but I believe they had 10 or more internal audits that they did at the last meeting. 10. And I think it was 12, actually. I think 10 are in 2022, which is pretty scary if we've got that many internal audits going on right now. So this is a viable thing that we need. We need a viable police advisory council. They need to be doing the job that you directed them to do. It's all on code. It's all codified. I sent you all a letter that specifically tells you exactly where they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I've never heard from anybody in all my years of being here in this town and being, semi-involved with it. I've never had anybody get back to me on anything. Nobody. Last time your emails were posted was, I don't even remember now. It's so old. It's like 3 years ago. So we don't know if you're reading your emails. We don't know if anybody's acknowledging anybody. So it's a pretty scary position to be in. Now, the Police Advisory Council needs to be either reformed appropriately, because you had some incredible applications for that. And yet you hired people that really have connections. Not hired, but appointed people that really have connections to the police department. That's not appropriate. So you need to either make it to where it's going to work, or you need to get rid of it, because it's not functioning. And I would appreciate it if somebody would acknowledge emails that are sent to you, even if it's just to say, thank you very much for the email. I won't get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Madam Clerk? Nobody else? Okay, Adam, general public comment?
Yes, sir. We've got several people in the queue, first of which is Tana Silva. Tana, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jim. 3 months ago, on November 4th, the Commission approved on consent scheduling a special meeting about the Housing Action Plan. And I would like to know when that is going to take place. I'd also like to know, could it be the start of a town hall series on housing and development with the full Commission present, an open forum for the Commission to listen and learn from local people's experience and expertise, and this restart of a standing committee on housing and development that has been missing for 6 years, along with, as Mr. Gardner said, his concerns, the Public Safety Standing Committee has been gone for 6 years too. A look back at a Commission meeting before the abrupt overhaul of governance in 2016 shows several items referred to standing committees for review, and each commissioner was assigned at least 2 elements of the strategic plan to consider. The afternoon session was done in less than 2 hours. The evening session lasted 4 hours. And citizen boards made some development and code decisions at that time, and they're gone now too. There was no general policy committee and no one-issue subcommittees to serve any commissioner's particular interests. The standing committees met usually monthly with relevant staff and any interested members of the public seated around a table, focusing on referred items, asking questions, listening to staff, sharing diverse perspectives in a cordial, less formal way. With that input, the chair made informed recommendations to the full commission. Legislative bodies the world over have standing committees for good reason. They're imperfect too, but certainly better than the last minute, poorly thought out, theoretical, theatrical, and damaging non-processes we're witnessing now at pretty much every meeting. Of so many recent examples is one that I'll pick out is right turn on red lights was initiated in the 1970s to reduce fuel use and air pollution, and the Department of Energy says it has done so exponentially. So that's an idea that just popped up at a meeting recently without vetting or consultation. Meanwhile, UF and large corporate interests are encroaching faster on city government, and now the county too. Please step back, those who want to bypass orderly governance to push their own ideas and think bigger and better of the environment, infrastructure, budget, staffing capacity, public participation, and the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Next in the queue is Debbie Martinez. Debbie, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Mayor Poe, commissioners, I'm Debbie Martinez. Mr. Poe, the days of your dishonesty are over today. Earlier today, we all heard a large number of citizens call you and your commission majority out on your dishonesty in your downtown parking plan. The one gentleman who spoke did not appear to have any interest whatsoever in supporting you, Mr. Poe, for Congress. I hope Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker and newly elected Commissioner Cynthia Chestnut listen closely to my next statement. We had GDOT, Gainesville Downtown Owners and Tenant Association, back in the late 90s when we owned and operated our restaurant downtown. Commissioners appointed a few select GDOT members, but they never represented the majority of the downtown business owners. As a result, on the City Commission's parking debacle back in the late 90s, it took TV20 coming downtown with their cameras to reverse the damage that City Commission commissioners had done with their parking debacle back then. Unfortunately, most of the damage had already been done. It took a long time for many businesses to recover, and many just relocated their downtown businesses to Thornbrook and other locations. Downtown has now become a haven for panhandlers and underage binge drinking because city commissioners have grossly mismanaged downtown. Shame on you. Mr. Poe, do you really think people are going to support you for Congress? Why would anyone, after 14 years of you trying to bamboozle people, trust you anymore? Mr. Poe, you are one of the term-limited 4 members on this commission. Commissioners David Ariola, Harvey Ward, and Adrian Hayes Santos are the other 3. And they all sat here in silence over the past 5 years as you tried to bamboozle the public, as you talked down to citizens who refused to support your high-rise development in and around their neighborhoods, pretending to create affordable housing. Again, why do you really think people are going to support you for Congress? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next speaker, Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
David Ariola.
Yes, once again, my name is Telford Cartwright, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Clerk. My comment today pertains to economic development in the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida. Once again, the city owns and maintains a building formerly used by the U.S. Army, it was used as an armory for the U.S. Army. Now, that building is currently not being used. Last time I checked, it was formerly used by a company that would manufacture, once again, body armor for police and I think military as well. So I was thinking about so much of the athletic apparel or things that are bought and sold with the University of Florida's logo on them. Now, why can't athletic apparel or clothing, et cetera, with the University of Florida's logo on such merchandise be manufactured, sewn, using sewing machines or et cetera, here in Gainesville, Florida at that building? And that will supply jobs for countless people, whether they may be single parents, females, or mothers. And I look at the plight, and I think, yes, today is the third day of quote-unquote Black History Month. I don't like to refer to it as Black History Month. I like to refer to it as legacy. So, because when I hear history, it's like doing away with or eradication. So, many of these single mothers can be employed to learn a trade like sewing, and many of the much of the merchandise that could be manufactured here in Gainesville could have made in Gainesville, Florida on the tags and what have you for the University of Florida, or with the University of Florida's logos on such merchandise versus much of the merchandise being stamped made in China. So I'm employing Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker to explore the ideal of using that or utilization of that building to manufacture products with the University of Florida's logo on them. Now, I will be contacting members of the Florida legislature and University of Florida as well to see what they would have to say about this grand ideal. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Courtwright. Next up, Noah Shepard. Mr. Shepard, you have 3 minutes.
Well,
yes, sir.
This is Donald Shepard. And my comments are about the parking garage. I'm going to be bringing in parking garages that are automated. My comment about the GRU, I had talked to Duncan Walker about the items of the meeting in which we had talked about. I have not heard from her during the time I was going to the commission that these items being brought up, East Gainesville infrastructure item, the GRU items, and so on. All these things were just put on a bookshelf, I guess, and not heard by the general public. The general public needs to hear that we have somebody who is a true leader and who has an interest of the people. If we took and addressed the homelessness, then we wouldn't have put money in the East Gainesville Duval area. We would have addressed the Grace Marketplace and put housing so that we don't have homeless people on the street. Also, we would take and address paying off the GRU bill so that we don't have that over our head financially. You said you have money there. CRA has some money, $40 million. We could transfer from there. We could transfer from Park and Recreation and pay off these last late bills that have been just going on and kicking down the can down the road is a statement for this and action. And this is how your city commission has done since the 2000s to 2022. We need to remove Lauren Pohl from holding any office, and he has a lot of nerve to think that he could run for a governor's office when he can't even run the city of Gainesville. Our public records show that, and therefore we need to have our auditor contact Tallahassee and let them see what the records show so that they can make a decision in further keeping Lauren Pohl and the commissioners on duty as our commissioners. They need to be removed so that we get people in there that is actually going to act in behalf of the people. This is my comments, and thank you very much, public, for hearing me, and commissioners.
Thank
Have
you,
a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. All right, still in the queue, Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Welcome, Armando.
Thank you, Adam Sazla. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, I want to bring to your attention, if I did not know any better, listening, I think one of the callers, Mr. Cartwright, if I didn't hear him correctly, it just seems like he has this, it almost seems like he's using pejoratives or slurs towards Asian, people of Asian descent. Very concerning, but maybe I heard him wrong. But what I really want to talk with you all about is, Mr. Mayor, you and your colleagues, all six of you up on the commission, last week during GPC, we're talking about duplication of services, the duplication of services that are in our city. And I think that I want to applaud each and every one of you, all six of you, that's a conversation we should have. You're absolutely correct. And especially when we don't need to stop at just GRU or the fact that we had a duplication of 3 assistant city managers. No. We don't want to stop there. I want to implore you, which I don't think you all, any of you up there, not any of you, any 6 of you have the courage to do, is to really have a conversation about duplication of services. For example, you should implore your interim city manager to look at why we have 2 fire departments in our county, one in the city and one in the county. Why we have 2 other services that we're paying for. So taxpayers are paying for 2 firefighters, but you're not going to have that conversation, and you know why. Because we're paying 51% of our budget, which you know, that you all claim that you can't cut ever, goes toward it every year. So when we want to have real conversations about why you can't cut the general funds transfer, or why general government has grown 25%, but you're getting rid of people and thinking that you're doing something, it's not doing anything. If we're going to have a real conversation about duplication of services, really in general government, it starts at your interim city manager and our new COO. We need to have that conversation. So let's really have a conversation about duplication of services, because we're paying for our firefighters and taxpayers are paying twice. Interesting. So do we need to? And people say, well, we can't get rid of it. Of course we can. We can have them get the same level of pay and the same level of benefits. That's what interlocal agreements are for. You all know it, and we all know it. And Clovis Watson could have that conversation about, how are we policing black bodies? GPD, you just gave an additional $600,000 to. How are we policing that? And as far as the economic development, you all have done nothing substantive for economic development in a primary black community that's under-resourced, underemployed, and largely impoverished. There is nothing going on for economic development. And it's the same old song and dance. So I like the rhetoric that you all talk about, but none of your platforms when you're running for office do anything, and you all just seem to just promote a system of white supremacy. So it's interesting and really rich. Continue on, though. Great job.
Thanks, Armando. Next speaker, Maria Jones. Ms. Jones, you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hi. Ms. Jones, you're on the line.
This is Maria Jones. Is anybody there?
Yep, we're listening to you, Ms.
my
Jones.
turn. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is Maria Jones, and I'm calling in reference to the Royal Park Apartments. And I'm sorry, I forgot that it was today, the day that you had a meeting, so I'm calling on the phone. And I only have one question, and I have posed this question through email to various people at the city, and I believe I've also sent those to the city commissioners. And this has to do with why or who gave authorization to for Rick Meltzer to certify that there were roads to sign the Florida Housing Finance Corporation verification of availability of infrastructure, that there were roads there. This was signed in 6/19/19. Okay, and now we are facing the fact that was not the case, and we're still debating on what's going to happen to the neighborhoods adjacent to this development. And so if I could have an answer to that question, that would be great, because they were given a pretty hefty loan in order, because this was supposed to be true. Okay, this thing that was approved by, signed or certified by Rick Meltzer. Apparently he's no longer with the city. So, and I also would like to know whether or not that workshop that was supposed to happen on February 16 is still going on, and the particulars for that workshop. And this is all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Mayor, that looks like our last call. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, we had another person sign up.
Yes, we have Margaret Rose.
Okay, welcome.
Hello. Sorry. All right. My name is Margaret Rose Delisle, and I live in Micanopy, Florida. In Micanopy, we call it going to town. I go downtown every minute that I'm free. My car is parked at the GRU or on 2nd Avenue or in any other of the non-parallel parking places to be found around Gainesville most days of the week. I've worn my soles of the shoes that I wear down into the streets of Gainesville. To me, free parking is an active element of the ecosystem that keeps the Gainesville community so vibrant and thriving despite all odds. Although free parking may sound like such small stones compared to the much larger boulders of hyperinflation, COVID recovery, and an ever-shifting city commission in charge of what is perceived as a transient community, the importance of the businesses downtown cannot be overstated. They are the thing that makes Gainesville what Gainesville is. Without them, this city loses its essential character. I stand with dozens of people who could not make it today who have expressed their concerns that the removal of free parking will make it unsafe for women such as myself who have to walk great distances to our car alone at night if we choose to go out to see our friends or see live music. I stand with local business owners who have watched, even in just the past week, their business dry up because there is not enough people who are willing to pay the price to park. Although I've only lived here just shy of 9 months, I have eaten more current nuggets at the top than the human body could possibly or probably should contain. I have reflected at the silvery waters of the duck pond. I have listened to the sound of music drifting through the streets as people yell and scream and cry. My love for this city is completely and utterly apparent in every action that I have taken. And I am very concerned that the actions of this government that I have seen have not shown the care that they should towards the local business owners who are actively being impacted by this. Although I know that revenue is very important to the city, taxation without representation is a very important tenet of the Constitution, and you are not listening to what the business owners have to say. I know that because I talk to them. I talk to the people who come into town. In Micanopy, I send people to Gainesville when they come into the Shady Oak and they ask what we have to offer. So I understand the great strain you guys are in, but I hope you understand that there are going to be ramifications for this beyond just the immediate getting extra revenue. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, was that it? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more GTC, if you can take it.
Please do.
Thank you. Ms. Faye Williams. Ms. Williams, you have 3 minutes. Faye Williams, are you out there?
Oh, thank you. I'm sitting here on my porch. I live over in Porter's Quarters, as you all already know. And sitting here just hoping and praying that one day we have callers calling up to the city commission, praising the city commission rather than objecting to everything they say and what they're about. It really hurts to be on this side and just to sit and listen. And you have to wonder whether or not the city commission are really paying attention to what the residents are saying, what the citizens are saying. I have to wonder because I don't see much happening from the city commission. I know that Desmond Dr. Walker is there, Vincent Chestnut will be there, but it takes more than 2 votes. And I know, and I'm praying that those 2 black women are not the only ones who are listening. But I get the sense that the other 4 are not paying attention. They don't care. It makes me so angry to see Holly Ward sitting there as if he's, no, I won't even go there. But for you to fire Pulaski in a policy meeting, I thought better of you. So the other, I have a couple more things to say. DPD, the guy who spoke about DPD, the police committee, police advisory committee, I'm volunteering to be part of it. It's a shame that we have a committee but nothing comes out of it. I'm volunteering. I don't know how it works. I don't know if I need to put in an application. I was on it the last time, and they didn't listen to us then. I think that was John Alexander was in charge of that. Nothing came out of it. Almost a year and a half going to meetings. Nothing came out of it because of a lot of political stuff. So I'm volunteering. I got a few friends who want to volunteer to be part of it. They need to shut it down because they're wasting people's time. The other thing I want to say, I want to support Tanner Civil, who talked about having a town hall meeting on housing. We've done that several times as well. Nothing came out of it because I made the decision even before the town hall meeting. So I'm asking again to have a meeting on another town hall meeting on housing. Not only on housing, but the ordinance that's been about to be written, it doesn't include the music. I love open Portis. I hear all the music from 4th Avenue. I hear it from Main Street. I hear it on Depot Avenue. And, you know, we mentioned this several times. Even for the commission meetings. No results.
Ms.
So I'm just,
Williams,
you know,
kind of
once
time.
again. Okay, and the last thing I want to say,
Okay, thank you,
Dr.
Ms. Williams.
Malaki and Kyle Malaki. Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Mayor. That is the last caller. Floor is yours.
Okay, very good. We'll, I think, address Ms. Silva's early public comment questions on AR1 as that item is introduced. And so I think mainly about how the oversight and screening is structured and the fees or costs that are attributed to that or not. The commission certainly does not have the records to answer the question about the June 19th, 2019 item on the Royal Park Plaza. And so, Madam Manager, if you can just, whoever within Sustainable Development can track that down and get back to Ms. Jones on you know, when that was addressed and how it was signed off on. That's an administrative issue, not a city commission decision. So we would need to follow up with her on that. Thank you everyone else for sharing your thoughts. And Madam Clerk, we're going to go on to our next item, please.
I also did want to mention that Housing Action Plan special meeting is scheduled for February 15th at 6 p.m.
Okay, very good. Yes, thank you for reminding us. February 15th, 6 p.m. Okay, next item.
Okay, our next item is BD5, Commissioner Hayes Santos discussion on the RTS mobile application, GNV Ride RTS issues with a recommendation that the commission discuss the RTS mobile application and take action deemed appropriate.
Commissioner Santos?
Mr. Mayor, can we do BD for the zero waste item? And that was the next kind of in line.
I was going to do that at the end of the afternoon.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I wasn't really ready for this. Apologize. So the RTS app that we launched last year has had significant issues. I personally can't use it. Every time I bring it up, it works one time and then it stops working and I have to delete it and then re-upload it. When you look at the reviews, and I attach the reviews from, at least just from iOS, that's in the backup there, you can see that every single one except for one is a 1-star review, and they have significant issues. I think one of the reasons maybe that the transportation department of the city doesn't see that many complaints is because the people who use it aren't normally people who complain, low income and people who are younger. The app that we have now is worse than what we had before. I believe that I've worked in app development for years as part of my career. I don't think that the current way this one is structured can be fixed to make it to the standards that I believe we should have for our RTS. So I would like for us to see about moving in a different direction for an app, as I don't think this meets the high standards for our city.
Okay.
And you can see from looking at our public, they do not like it as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner A. Santos. Madam Manager, did you want to address that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Commissioner Hayes Santos actually, as I was coming in November, met with the manager, former manager, and myself and Ms. McCready about the concerns that he had on the app. The vendor was supposed to address some of those changes, and I think we gave him, 3 to 6 months. Was it 6 months to address them? He has started to address them. Ms. McCready could talk in more detail about where we are. But obviously, Commissioner Hayes Santos continues to have issues, and that's why he brought it to the floor.
Okay, very good. Ms. McCready, do you want to kind of let us know where we are in that process of addressing the concerns that folks might have?
Sure. Melissa McCready, Director of Transportation Director, City of Gainesville. So we launched the app at the end of August, beginning of September. We're in our 5th month. The vendor has addressed several issues that we had brought up to them in November, and there's 3 more that we had discussed with them at that time with Commissioner Hayes Santos that they are planning to correct by mid-February. Part of the challenge with those 3 particular asks is they had to change their entire platform, so it was impacting the rest of their customers. This app is used by a number of transit agencies across the United States, and apparently the issues that we were bringing up was something none of those other customers had brought to their attention before, so they had to rework their app, and they are releasing those in the next. There's one that releases next week, and then there's 2 more that release in the middle of February. We spoke with the vendor 2 days ago to make sure that they were on track with that, and they are. We currently have about 25,000 active users. We have been getting 1 to 2 complaints. We do have a heavy adoption rate of this app. We worked for 3 years to bring this forward with the University of Florida. They have been supportive of the app. This app is not just an app, it is also a platform that allows for Wi-Fi on the buses. This is an entire upgrade of our API. It's an open source platform. So the user interface with the app is something we can continue to address and work on as we work with our users who we speak with on a daily basis. We have a customer service team that's been talking to folks. The other changes that we were doing was our digital signage. So we're going to add some signage at the transfer stations to help. This app platform allows us to install these digital signage so that folks can see when buses are arriving at the transfer stops.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Let's go back to Commissioner A. Santos and then Commissioner Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this app is ranked, is rated 1 on the app, or with 1 star on the App Store, and other agencies use it also is rated 1 star. Our previous app was 3 stars, so it was better. There are other apps out there that can be used that are rated higher. I just still don't believe this meets our standards for our transit system, and I'm not going to vote for just a budget that includes this in there without us making changes. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I try to use RTS as often as possible, not as often as I would like, but I downloaded the app a while back, and this is just my use patterns. It's not meant to reflect on the app or anything else. I end up using Google Maps, the transit function in Google Maps more than I ever opened the RTS app. It's seamless and integrated into what I do, as opposed to taking extra steps to get a dedicated app. I don't know if I am at all a common user, but it's really easy to just do that as opposed to going to the dedicated app. I will tell you, I did not find it particularly useful. I'm glad that we're doing some upgrades and some changes to it. I'm not a developer, an app developer, so I can't speak authoritatively to it, But again, I am a user, and I use a lot of apps. I use the parking app. And that particular app was not, to me, as a focus group of one, particularly helpful. So take that for what it is. I love RTS. I use RTS, again, as often as possible. But that app really was not one of the better apps that I've been able to use. So thank you.
Commissioner Saka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was disappointed that the app was not working out well. I think the app developer is the same one that the University of Michigan uses. Last I spoke with folks at RTS, it's the same one. And I remember using that app every single day for 2 years, and it worked. But then when Commissioner Hayes Santos put some of the reviews on backup, I went to go check that app again. And apparently through updates, it has now become similarly 1 star. So I'm disappointed because I remember the same developer creating an app that worked. So I know it's possible. It is possible to have an app that does, at bare minimum, tell you where the buses are, how far from the stops you are, and when the next one is coming, with a rough estimate within a minute or so. Based on the memo that we got, that is in the backup, and Ms. McCready, things should be finished, or rather, it should be fixed to a somewhat optimal level in 2-3 weeks. Ms. McCready, if you could, what are the plans to kind of test to see if that is, operating optimally, as opposed to we've made updates, we picked these updates that sounded like things we could fix, and so we've addressed some of the complaints. This is what we have now. Or are we going to continue to follow up with other noted complaints from our writers to see how else we can polish this up to function for Gainesville? That was a lot. That was a very loaded question.
So the updates that are coming are the rest of the issues that we had brought forward that we had heard from our customers. So these are the ones that we discussed. We've done a lot of updates. There was 5 major ones. Two have been done. The other 3 are getting done by mid to late February. We did give the vendor, it hasn't even been 90 days since we talked to the vendor. They've worked really hard to get this done in a timely fashion. Everything that we've brought to them, they've corrected as quickly as possible. So there's other minor things that they've been correcting in the last 3 months, not just these big things. As we bring things to them, one of the things that is really good about this app is the flexibility. It's allowed us, with all the construction going on the UF campus, we've been able to change things in real time. That wasn't anything we could do on the prior app. We had a lot of complaints about the prior app as well. So this is an improvement. We are in only the 5th month of this. We have been working to address any of the concerns that our customers have brought to us in real time as much as we can. These were the ones that were taking longer to do because, again, it was a platform change.
So in addition to these that say like mid-February, this is when things, those are the big 5 you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. And if I recall, we said we gave them 6 months to fix everything. When did those 6 months start?
December.
Okay. So by end of June, or
Yes.
June-ish,
Yes.
somewhere in there, the app should be getting good reviews.
Theoretically.
God willing.
Yes.
Okay. But we should at least see by the end of February that things function. I don't want great, like it functions.
It functions now. These other improvements will help with the some of the key things that were identified through our customer service with our customers, as well as with Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'll agree with Commissioner Ward. I'm not an app developer. So if they've managed to scramble it together this quickly, that's faster than I ever could. So I appreciate those changes. But as someone who took the bus every single day, I know that it's hard if you can't figure out where your bus is. If you don't know where, like, that route is canceled, that route has detours today. Like, if you can't figure that out, you've lost potentially hours of your day just trying to figure it out. Or you give up and use Google Maps, which is pretty helpful. I want to give this a chance. I am of the opinion that you give things a chance to settle and grow before deciding it doesn't work. So I would like to at least give it to June. I want to check in March to be like, the kinks are worked out. How does it operate? And maybe revisit this again in March briefly with an update on all those fixes, but give it until June to figure it out. And I think with the students gone, the ridership goes down anyway, so we could kind of tweak again if needed. But I don't want to tell someone who's been with us for less than 5 months, well, it doesn't work now, get lost. I want to give it a chance to correct these issues, finish correcting them, and see how it plays out. But if my colleagues are amenable to it, just checking in after these updates. We're in the first week of February. So if we have to wait until mid-February to see what the newer version of this looks like, I think that's reasonable to at least see how it gets fixed, if it can be fixed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief and say that for an app to, for complaints about an app to rise to the level of a city commission discussion means two things. Number one, it means that the problem has not been fixed. I know that's difficult sometimes to always have an app that works 100% of the time, all the time, on every single phone platform. But the problem needs to be fixed, because the next time it comes before the city commission, I'm going to want to move to another vendor, because it should not be coming before the city commission, not once and not twice. So they can have the 6-month period to make the changes. And that's why we hire them, for this to work efficiently 99% of the time. So yeah, I don't want this to come up again. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'd like to see is just a monthly update on how the fixes are being rolled out and how effective they are. So, first week of March, first week of April, first week of May, just through memo, get an update. If we're seeing a lack of progress, then we can have a discussion during our budget conversations about, how we start transitioning to yet another platform. Obviously, that starts the clock over, right? That's a whole new set of disruptions, and we can very likely to expect a whole new set of issues, right? So it's better to work with who we have and get it fixed than go another route and start over. So that's to me the most reasonable path forward. Let's allow them to address the issues we've already put out, and it sounds like they're close to being done with. Then let's see at the beginning of every month if we see, market improvement. Both in, we can do our own internal validation of the efficacy of the app, and then we can also look at the outside user experience and how they're rating it and how they're responding to it. And I think it also would be valuable. We do, onboard surveys, I know. Jesus, and so we can include that in the question or a question that we're asking when we do sort of rider surveys, in real time. And so I think if we can do all that and we see improvement, we should see by June, are we where we want to be, or are we close at least? And if not, we can, the city manager can look and say, okay, it's time to cut bait. And we'll put in the budget a new vendor and move that way in the next fiscal year. Commissioner Santos. Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that we have this item come back in March with an update.
Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. I think, I think what we asked is for, you can make the motion. It died for lack of a second. I think what we asked is for the commission to be updated via memo at the beginning of every month, and then come back and have a discussion about this. I would say in either May or June, as we're kind of getting into our budget conversations. Go ahead, Commissioner Santos. Did you want to follow up on that, and then we have Commissioner Sacco?
No, that's fine. It's the way the commission wants to go. Just every day that we have a bad app, people who need the transit the most are inconvenienced. But yeah, that's how the commission moved the memos. That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I hear you. And if we get a really bad update in March, then we can certainly agenda this and get it back. But I think that to me gets us the information we need moving forward. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to suggest we have that meeting in May and have the monthly memo updates in the form of a motion.
Okay, well, without objection, I
Okay.
think we're gonna have budget meetings in that period of time anyway, and so we can just embed this in those budget discussions, if we determine there's a need. So I think that, again, keeps us on the path that we need to go. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I just want to make sure we're not just using the complaints that we receive, but actually, to your point, going out and talking to people at bus stops and people who are using that. Because when this launched, there wasn't really any focus testing, other stuff really done full-fledged for an app launch. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have issues.
Okay, Madam Manager, I'm assuming you heard that and also saw Mr. Gomez kind of nod his head earlier because we do those kind of regular onboard surveys. And so, again, we can sort of include this as a priority in the surveys and include that information back with our monthly updates. If there's, again, Mr. Gomez is nodding to Mr. Hayes Santos. So it sounds like something that they can do and get that information back to us. Okay, so we don't have a motion on the floor. We do have a plan to get this information back regularly between now and May. But we will open it for public comment if anybody would like to talk to this item. Anybody in the chamber? Okay, Adam, nobody to speak in the chamber. Do you have anybody on the line?
I have one speaker for BD5, Mr. Mayor. This is Daniel Albs, if I'm getting that correct. Mr. Albs, you have 3 minutes.
Yep, you got it. Thank you. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Alves. I'm a senior level professional user experience designer, and I wasn't planning on talking today, but this issue came up, so I thought I'd chime in. I just checked out the app. I'm not an RTS user, but I did download the app and looked at it briefly. I can tell just by looking at it and trying to set some navigation inside of it that it's a terrible app. And to be frank, you need to scrap it completely. But that's not really the problem. The problem is that it's trying to do too much. You're using an outside vendor to basically compete with Google. And that shouldn't be the role of the app because it's going to give a horrible experience for the user. And you're wasting your time and money on that. The app should be limited in scope, maybe just a map with the current locations of the buses and maybe a timetable of the different routes. But navigation should be left to somebody else. That's a huge problem to solve, and you're never going to get a good experience by using a government contractor or vendor who frankly doesn't provide an experience that most people expect and that some people need just in order to figure things out. So my recommendation would be to reevaluate the scope of the project and try to do something much smaller and more effective. And I'd also like to recommend, in order to not get into this situation again, to have some sort of tech committee or board that is comprised of professionals, which you have many of in this town, that can advise the city on different issues like this and try to point you guys in the right direction. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. All righty, our next caller, Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you're going to comment on the app. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Telford Cartwright. Mayor, commissioners, city manager, Madam Clerk. Yes. When I hear the word app, so many things comes to mind. But also, weed and seed out. There was the parking app pertaining to the parking or lack of. free parking or subsidized parking, already paid for parking, shall I say. Now, here's this ideal of a RTS app. But once again, what comes to mind is, or comes to mind is weed and seed out. Take, for example, oh, by the way, well, it's not by the way, this is Legacy Month. I refer to it as not Black History Month, but this is Legacy Month. And many of the socioeconomic and politically unempowered and non-empowered living in the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida, don't have the luxury of focusing their energies, their time on a RTS app. They would rather get up, put on their clothes, and prepare themselves, their families, for the task at hand, and including going to work. And I would want for this city commission to look into this to see if this would negatively impact the lives of such people who are wanting to and willing and able to work themselves up and out of the diabolically divisive, destructive, intentionally failed liberal policies, socioeconomic and political policies. You follow me? So this is a one of those, I would say, luxury items that the people who I have spoken about and don't have the time or the resources to afford. Okay, that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Manager, we'll look forward to getting those updates beginning of March and April, and hopefully we see a sort of completion of the assurances that we've been given thus far. And if not, we'll look for an alternative path. So thank you, Commissioner Santos, for bringing this up. All right, Madam Commissioner. Sorry about that. Big pay cut. Madam Clerk.
Little afternoon humor.
Yes, ma'am.
BD 6 on page 16, City Commission discretionary spending, with the recommendation that the commission authorize the creation of a discretionary spending fund from the existing travel and training budget allocation, and all other recommendations is outlined in the attached January 20th, 2022 memo to the commission.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Ariola originally brought this up, and so in his absence, I'll go ahead and try to do my best to explain the rationale. This is something that's come up actually consistently. I remember former Commissioner Johnson talking about the need for these kinds of opportunities, really for commissioners to host community meetings where we could do things like provide childcare, provide a minimal amount of sustenance so that people with busy schedules or children could come and participate and be active in the discussions that we're having as we try to make good decisions on behalf of all of our neighbors. And we just don't have a budget for that. And some other possible uses would be things like inviting in a subject matter expert. In order to get, usually people don't do what they do for free, and so you might need to provide, a hotel or transportation, something like that, so that they can come and share their knowledge, in a helpful way to the community. I think there's other things that would be very positive for a community, but again, they take resources, and if they're not budgeted, then it really deprives the community of being able to take advantage of those kind of community building activities. And so I like the intention behind it. I think it could really be put to good use if a commissioner so chose. And that's the thing. If you did not want to do this, then you wouldn't need to, and the money would just roll back into the undesignated reserves. And I've spoken with the auditor as well. She's assured me that her office could do an annual audit of all of the expenditures to make sure they do align with an identified public purpose. And, these weren't in any way being used to benefit the individual commissioner, rather they were being used to benefit our neighbors in the community at large. So I think that's the intent. And so we'll start with Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think you said many of the reasons. I think we should move forward with this and just use our current travel and training allocation budget and just expand the uses that are allowed for it to better serve our constituents. The one thing I would like for us to adjust in here is it says a quarterly report would go on the consent agenda. I don't think that's needed. I think if we have an audit every year and we just turn in the quarterly reports, they don't have to be on an actual city commission agenda. So I would move that we move forward with this with that we use our current training and travel allocation budget and just expand this as an allowable use, and that we remove that there has to be the quarterly report is put on the consent agenda and just a quarterly report will be turned in.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second that we use to rephrase, this would not be an additional budget increment. We would be using existing funds. And if a commissioner chose to use these funds for, say, hosting a community event as opposed to going to a conference or professional development, that it would be allowed with this change. And then the one change that Commissioner Hayes Santos pointed out was that we would file quarterly reports, which again would be a public record if anybody wanted to access those. And then they would be audited annually by the auditor's office to make sure they complied with the identified public purpose. Madam Clerk?
Yes, I would like a point of clarity.
Sure.
In saying that you would use the existing funds. I believe we outlined in the memo the creation of a separate line item for tracking purposes. And I just want to make sure that the intent is not to use the entire travel and training budget as a discretionary fund or as an added use of that fund, but to definitely separate out that $500 to $1,000 nominal amount for use within the discretionary fund. So I want to be clear because I think that was the spirit of the memo that's attached.
Sure, I think I appreciate that request for point of clarification. So Commissioner Hayes Santos, I think you heard what the clerk said, but we're still keeping the budget allocation at $5,000 per elected official, but setting a cap on how much of that could be used for this sort of community activity benefit. And then I think what the clerk is really asking for is being able to track that separately from the travel and training budget. Any input on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think it's $5,000, but our current budget is $5,000, and that can be spent how the commissioner deems necessary. If they want to use it for travel, if they want to host meetings, I think we shouldn't. We have different commissioners with different ways they like to do things and different ways they like to learn and serve our community. And I think we should give that flexibility to those commissioners and just to have that funding to be used how the commissioner deems fit.
Okay. And just, Madam Clerk, from your perspective, as long as we're clear about that, do you have concerns, or is there a specific reason that you're asking for those to be separated?
I would defer to the city auditor. In our consultation, it was her recommendation that we keep them separate for auditing purposes. There may be other reasons that she knows of that I'm not aware of. But
okay. So let's invite Ms. Bigby up here and see if she has any specific direction she might want to give in relation to this item.
Thank
Welcome.
you, Mayor, Commissioners. We did talk about additional funds, limiting what additional funds would be. With the funds that are already set aside for travel and expense, I don't see a big problem with using that to serve the community rather than traveling and going to a conference. A conference might personally benefit the commissioner, where you might better serve it by doing something for your community. I think it's the term discretionary that, we want to make sure we're not just spending $4,500 frivolously, which I'm sure you all wouldn't do anyway, but how do we put criteria around that? So what is a public purpose? If it's not travel and expense or hosting a town hall or doing something for your community, what is the public purpose? So maybe we could just better define that.
Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. If we say the fund is for travel, training, and community engagement. And as long as any of those, I mean, we can't travel unless on that book, we can travel wherever we want. We can't use that funding source unless there's a public purpose. I mean, that already exists, right? I can't just take my kids to Disney World and call it research. Go to Epcot and see if they have cool city planning ideas. So if we just add, this is a travel, training, and community engagement fund, it still has to meet that public interest test. We're just adding one more thing that you could possibly use it for.
I think that would be fine because we also have the audit mechanism. So after we did some reviews for the first year, if we saw any issues with some of the expenses, then we could make a recommendation that, we would need some tighter parameters.
Sure. And then one other suggestion is kind of like if, we have a state ethics board, right? And if you have questions about if there's a conflict, you can ask them before you do the thing. So you can get an opinion, and if they say, yeah, that's fine, then you can go and do that thing with a pretty clear conscience, right? So I think for commissioners, if they say, well, okay, I want to have a notable speaker and provide some refreshments and some childcare, does this meet public purpose? We could check ahead of time, I think, and get an opinion on that just to make sure that it's within the brackets that will be allowable.
Right. That's a very good point. They're always willing to take calls, and it's an informal opinion, but they'll certainly provide perspective.
Yeah. And this is not something that is unusual. Many cities already provide this type of source of funding for their elected officials to help connect with their community and help build community relationships. And so it's not unusual. It's just we have not. This pot of money has been much more restricted to really travel and training, going to conferences, basically that sort of thing in the past. We're just broadening that a little bit. So, Madam Clerk, are you?
Just to be clear, once we get this motion passed, we'll work with the Department of Financial Services to develop a policy that sets some parameters around the use of those funds, because we don't want the use of funds to run afoul of our procurement policy. We don't want it to run afoul of some other restrictions even within our charter with regard to administrative duties, and then we certainly don't also want to run afoul of any other charters. I know it's easy to see the value of it now as you're sitting in these seats, but I always like to look at a policy from the lens of what happens in the event that you all are not here and there's a completely different commission in these seats. Would this policy still go over well, and would the intent still be the same? And so I believe that after this meeting, of course, we will work to develop a policy that is suitable to provide those parameters and guidelines for this body as well as future commissions.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think one other aspect too is policy development and research. I mean, there may be an expert that you wanted to get some expert opinion on. Maybe it's not for a public meeting, but you wanted them to write something for you. So I think like you said, lots of other cities do this, but I think it's we can figure out what's in the public good. It's going to be, everything is going to be audited as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Clerk. I think your questions kind of jog something in my mind. Do we envision an effective date for this? Because if you and your folks still have to kind of, go through and figure out the process of how to do this, I don't think we can be like, yeah, after we vote today, it's fine. Go set up. Do you have an effective date in mind, or do you want to wait until the next budget?
Right, we're gonna have to reconvene to develop a policy. I think whenever that policy is completed, we'll bring it back to you all. And it will, in effect, essentially be in effect after that date, after that policy is signed off on. I will say this, we don't want to create issues where, well-meaning, but this body then goes out and begin to hire staff to do things that you already have staff here for. I'll say it because I don't mind just being honest. And I know that that is a concern, maybe from some staff. So I think that it's fair that we talk about those concerns and figure out the best path forward. So none of the roles of the people that are on your staff are circumvented by the use of these funds.
Okay, so we'll expect that you'll include that in your policy formulation. Commissioner? Yep, you're good? Okay. All right, motion on the floor. Open up to members of the public. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Nathan Scott.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to this agenda item, Commissioner discretionary spending, the City Commission does not need to have their own slush fund for discretionary spending. This is more self-serving behavior to match your inflated egos and vanities. Okay, your travel budget has increased. It used to be like $2,000, now it's $5,000, and now you want to add up to $1,000 of discretionary slush fund for who knows what. Again, stop trying to enrich yourselves at the expense of taxpayers. Just because somebody else does it, it's not in the financial peril that the city and GRU is. Maybe that works for them, but instead of traveling on taxpayer-funded junkets and giving out personal patronages, maybe you ought to pay attention to what's happening in your general government finance department and apply some principles of management oversight that you've negligently neglected, as evidenced by the finding in the state audit report. Again, elected officials don't need to create personal patronage system for themselves, as you already waste enough of our taxpayer money. This is yet another example, one of many examples, of poor governance and fiscal mismanagement by the Gainesville City Commission. Again, I don't know what to others say other than I'm appalled by this. It's completely self-serving behavior from a commission that's tone deaf. You don't listen to your neighborhoods. You don't listen to your constituents. It's all about you. And, oh, I see a magic marker that looks like I'm being shot a bird. That's interesting. I wish I had a picture of that. That would be a great photo shot. So again, you don't need to have your own discretionary slush fund for spending. You raised our GRU rates, which are unaffordable. You raised our property taxes. And even if this was a penny of discretionary spending for your own slush fund, it would be a penny too much. It's not necessary. It just fits your vanities and egos. You don't show any fiscal discipline. You don't have any empathy for the financial harm that you've caused to low-income households, hardworking Gainesville families, and local businesses. You moved a parking agenda item up, and all those people were outraged because you claimed you didn't do it, when in fact you did. This is how you disrespect your constituents. You don't care. You have a Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake mentality. And you need to really engage in some self-reflection because, again, the City Commission doesn't need to have their own slush fund for discretionary spending. Again, you don't need a personal patronage system. And given the concerns raised by the state audit report, and and there's a disconnect too between the memo and the agenda item narrative, because the memo says that this slush fund's not funded. You don't have a funding source for it.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And just to be clear, it's not a slush fund, nor is it discretionary. We just cleared that up. You might have been out of the room. It's the existing budget that already exists. It's no additional funds. It is expanding the allowable use to any other public purpose, and it will be audited every year. So it must fit a public purpose. Otherwise, it will not be allowed. Adam, do you have anybody for this item?
I do. At present, I have at least two people queued up to talk. The first is Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes to talk about the City Commission discretionary spending issue. Please go ahead.
Yes. Once again, my name is Telford Cartwright. Mayor, commissioners, city manager, Madam Clerk. Discretionary spending, yes, should be of the utmost importance. It should be transparent. Catered meals, wasteful spending, and as far as experts, we have the University of Florida here in Gainesville, Florida. I'm quite sure there's plenty of experts here in Gainesville, Florida that could be contracted or employed, or to temporarily contracted or employed, or to assist the city commission in whatever in the endeavor that it seeks to I guess to discuss. I don't see why we have to outsource outside the city of Gainesville or Loudoun County when there's a plethora of experts and a huge talent pool here in Gainesville, Florida. Once again, this could be one of those from Fort Lauderdale things. And for those who are listening and watching, if they don't understand what I'm talking about, say for example, the county purchased the what was to be the fairgrounds in the amount of $2 million, and they would later come back and find out that it was swamp land. And last time I did my research, the name of that land is called a Wiseman tract. And based on my research, that family or that individual, whoever, or et cetera, is from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I would think that this wouldn't be one of those Fort Lauderdale, Florida underground or pipelines, political pipeline tactics here. Because we've seen enough, we taxpayers here in Gainesville, Florida have seen enough of, how should I put this, bad behavior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Former city manager Lee Feldman, say for example, and former city commissioner Gail Johnson did explain before she gave up or stepped down that the consulting firm experts knew former city.
Mr. Cartwright, we're at 3 minutes.
So there was
Thank you,
a
Mr.
conflict of interest there.
Mr. Cartwright, thank you. All righty, a couple more people in the queue. Tina Day on item BD6, the City Commission discretionary spending issue. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Tina Days, and I just find it ironic that y'all want to spend more money on going on trips when citizens on the east side like myself saying that we can't even get a supermarket because you don't have enough money in the funds in order to bring a supermarket. Now you raise the rates for GRU. As a single mother of 3 kids, I got to try to tighten my belt in order to have lights on, heat and air in my house, and y'all want to increase y'all budget to go on trips. Do you know when the last time I was able to afford to take my family on a trip? 2 years. Because you know why? Because I'm saving money and I don't have enough money in my funds in order to take my family on a trip. But y'all have enough money to increase y'all budget every year. Y'all raise property taxes. That's going to affect me also. Along with property taxes, along with homeowner insurance is going up this year also. So y'all have all this money claiming y'all don't have money and y'all raising rates on y'all citizens, but y'all want to give y'all money to go on traveling? How is that fair to people like myself who, like I said, is a single mother that I have to, because I'm spending extra money that y'all voting on that hurt my family. I'm not able to take my girls on the trip which they deserve, but y'all able to go travel and get an increase every year. That is not fair. If we have to tighten our budget, this is not the year for y'all to increase y'all funds to go traveling. It needs to be fair. Y'all find the money to do what y'all want to do, but y'all not finding money to stop increasing the rates on the average citizen. How this gonna look for y'all who vote for running for mayor? This don't look well for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you again. I know there's a little delay, so thank you again for taking my call. Mayor, commissioners, you need to be cutting your bloated travel budget. And Mr. Poe, you are being dishonest again. You know, when you're talking about this discretionary travel issue. Citizens don't trust you as mayor. What makes you think they could ever trust you to run for Congress? Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Armando Grundy Gomez, you have 3 minutes. Armando?
Hello?
Yep, you're on.
Oh, I'm not hear you say go. Thank you, Adam. Yes, I guess, Mr. Mayor, my question was, how are you all going to justify paying and having the increase in your discretionary spending out of what capital fund, where in the budget, and how are you going to pay for it? That's one question. And the other thing is, I guess, like other residents have already spoken, we need to tighten our belts and be more fiscally prudent and responsible. You were talking about the other day, you were wanting to have, duplication of services and looking at the budget. You've had an increase in your general fund. You need to be more fiscally responsible at this time. But of course you won't. But the other thing is, Mr. Mayor, when it comes to public records requests, if we're wanting to get information to these things, if we're having problems, can we come to you as residents and citizens when we're requesting certain things from that to make sure that we're getting them? Because I know that seems to be a problem lately. The question.
Armando, we didn't hear that question. You're going in and out.
Oh, they're pretending they don't hear me now? Okay.
No.
I said if we're requesting public records, and we're asking for them, for example, I want a copy of emails or reorg plan from Bobby Griffin and the manager. If I'm having problems getting that, do I need to come to you to get that? That's a question.
All righty.
Did you hear that?
We heard the question. There was one. Is there more to your comment, sir?
That was it.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
All righty. It looks like we do have one more caller potentially. I'm gonna take this live. Alfredo Morales, are you calling about the City Commission discretionary spending issue BD6?
No, I'm calling for the solid waste.
Okay, thank you. I'll put you back on hold. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me just be very clear again. This is no increase. There's no increase in spending here. So I'm sorry we were not crystal clear about that earlier, but there is no increase in the budget or in spending. What this would allow commissioners to do is spend some of this locally as opposed to only spending it on traveling to other locations for professional development and training. So it would allow us to spend more of the money in our own community. And the second part of Mr. Grundy Gomez's question, really all public records requests should be initiated through the clerk's office, and then the clerk will follow up with tracking down the custodian of the public record, whomever that may be. And if it's specific to this, they're going to be quarterly reports, and so those will be very easy to access We'll have the publication date of those, and then they'll be available. I'm probably, Madam Clerk, you would make them available online so people could see them. But anyway, we'll deal with that once you have the policy in place. No, there would be a quarterly report. It just would just be available. Right. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to also remind anyone who's listening that no, this doesn't expand any dollars at all. It does not add a dollar to the budget. Now, it's entirely possible that that's a misunderstanding. It's also possible that some folks are saying that because, it helps their agenda. So that's fine. And
Mr. Scott, please.
And there are a variety of reasons that someone would honestly misunderstand or less honestly misunderstand. I don't know what's what, but this does not add a dollar to the budget. It does not change the budget. There's no personal enrichment going on here, and there will be audits. So if someone's trying to steal, it's going to be caught. Let's be real specific about that. And no, once again, this does not increase the budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then all in the favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk, before we get into resolutions, let's go and hit the solid waste item.
It's back on page 13, BD3, solid waste ordinance draft, with the recommendation that the commission discuss the substance of the proposed ordinances. If further changes are recommended by the city commissions, staff recommends that the commission direct such changes to be referred back to the Zero Waste Subcommittee. If no changes are recommended, staff recommends that the commission allow the attorney additional time to finalize the drafts prior to presenting the final versions to the commission.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Heimbach, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Michael Heimbach, Public Works Sustainability Manager. Have a presentation for you this afternoon to kind of go over the highlights of what will be in the ordinance. The Zero Waste Subcommittee, the City Attorney's Office, and Public Works Solid Waste staff has been working extremely hard on this to get this to you in a timely manner. And I look forward to presenting some of the highlights. Next slide, please. So we're addressing 4 or 5 different components in our ordinance. One is the multifamily, and other is commercial. We're also adding new sections for single-use plastic and polystyrene use on city property. And we're also expanding our requirements for food waste composting and food diversion. Next slide.
And real quick,
Yes.
before you go forward, thank you, never mind. The clerk read my mind.
So in addition to trying to move forward our zero waste goals of the commission, we also are using this opportunity and changes to the ordinance to improve the collection of garbage in our community. And one of those things is addressing multifamily and how it's defined. Right now in our community, if a building has 5 or more units, they get typically dumpster service. There are some rules that allow them to adjust that. And if you live in a quadplex or below, you get the typical curbside collection. It's one of the things that we found that there have been developments here in the city that have created where there's 4 units in a building, yet those surrounding buildings and that development has numerous buildings, and what we get is a lot of carts and bins on the street. They don't always get pulled back in a timely manner. We see that a lot around the university. So what we are proposing is that we change some of those definitions and give the city the ability to require some of those properties to get dumpster service or some other service that is more aesthetically and operationally beneficial to the city. Next page, next slide, please. Another issue we often find with multifamily collection is that sometimes there'll be a surge in garbage that comes out, and then that garbage sits for a while. Now, we have ordinances to address that, but our staff can't be everywhere all the time. So what we're proposing is that we increase the minimum requirements for those dumpsters to be collected 2 times per week. And we think that will resolve some of the collection of garbage in the community. And then we address multifamily recycling. Multifamily recycling in the community is a challenge. It's half the units in the city, and as you know, we have a lot of transitory residents. So we want to make recycling as convenient and accessible as the garbage collection. We're going to require there's adequate levels and capacity of recycling service. As we move towards our exclusive franchise, we'll have better control over that. We're going to require the posting of recycling signage in common areas, and a distribution. This is important distribution of information to tenants annually. So tenants will get an email every year on that, and also at move-in. And also beginning October 1, we're going to require those landlords to provide an indoor storage container for each unit. And as you know, with people moving in and out a lot, there's a lot of bulk type materials thrown out, sofas, etc. We are going to require that multifamily properties with more than 200 units provide the city with a reuse plan, and that would include encouraging residents to sell materials on places like Facebook Marketplace, also to provide an area within their property that's covered and protected that materials can be dropped off, make arrangements with reuse nonprofits, and then also encourage their own residents to take a look at what's being offered by people moving out. Next slide. In our commercial category, we're recommending to make some changes to collection of garbage, particularly essentially with bars, grocery stores, and restaurants. A lot of food waste, a lot of material that can smell very quickly. So we want to increase the sanitary conditions, the aesthetics, and also get that garbage moved more quickly. So we're requesting that we change that ordinance to that the garbage remains in the dumpster no more than 2 days. We originally had done 4 days per week, but we realized that some restaurants are closed, a couple days in a row. So we've made that change. Next slide. Okay, so I'm sure you're all aware, especially like in the Midtown, downtown areas, especially after football games, the material can collect. There's overflows of garbage. That's a problem. So one of the things we want to change is the ability to add Sunday collection. As the city gains density, as there are more and more people moving, we feel that the need to provide some collection on Sundays will help with the aesthetics also. And we're also going to require that there be the same number of garbage cans as recycling cans at commercial locations. We also want to move forward with a color coding system. At the curb, you throw your bottles and cans in the blue bin. We would like, when people go to work, whether it's at a restaurant or internally at their office, then the bottles and cans go in a blue bin. Your paper goes in an orange bin. Maybe the cardboard will go in a brown bin. So we're working on rules for that, but the color coding, along with signage that is consistent throughout the city and reflects what people see when they go to work and when they go home and when they go to parks. So things like that. And then containers for public use, again, the labeling. So I got all that. Next slide, please. So as we move forward and places like restaurants and offices have receptacles, we want to require that each commodity has a place to go. So as you see in the picture there's a place for garbage, place for recycling. Eventually we would probably have a place for food waste in situations like that. But we would like to make sure that all businesses have that. And we do have some language in there that allows for exemptions for space in situations like that. Next slide. If you go around town, you see a lot of the drugstores. They offer prescription take-back. What we are recommending is that we make that universally mandatory in the city, that will keep prescription drugs out of the wastewater system. It'll help prevent people to have drugs laying around the home and possibly mistake them. So we'd like to make that a universal requirement here in the city. Next slide. Single-use plastics. We all know the devastation that can provide or due to the environment. Even though the state does somewhat limit our ability to restrict things like plastic bags and polystyrene, Containers, we can have control over certain other single-use plastics, and we also can have control over their use on city property and right-of-way. So we are recommending that we move forward with an ordinance, part of the ordinance that would require the distribution of plastic forks and knives and utensils like that on a per request use only. That way, if someone's going through a drive-through and they're going to take it home, they've got knives and forks at home, so there's no reason to have that in the bag as they go through the drive-through. Also, polystyrene containers, we are requesting that we restrict their use on city property, so that means they would not be permitted, for example, during festivals that occur on public property and parks here in City Hall and those kind of events. So we would have a ban on polystyrene or single-use polystyrene. And additionally, the release of things like plastic confetti and balloons and glitter can have a negative effect on the environment. Microplastics and things like that affect marine life significantly. So we would ban the release of those into the environment. Next slide. So about 30% of our waste stream is organics and food waste. When it goes to the landfill, the methane that creates has 80 times more effect for greenhouse gases than regular decomposition through carbon dioxide. So we want to increase our food waste composting and diversion in the city. By doing that, we want to create a registration process for those that do collect the food waste to ensure that it does go to a facility that actually is composting the food waste. We have a phase-in period for composting, but by June 1, 2023, if a property or business has more than 1 cubic yard of food waste, they would have to either divert that waste or work with a composter or a food collector composter to collect it. And then we also want to set similar goals for residential and multifamily food waste collection. As you know, we have a pilot program right now for food waste collection. We're looking for a pilot right now for multifamily, and it's likely we're going to recommend that we increase our current pilot program probably next fiscal year. So we're going to keep continuing moving forward with that.
What 1 cubic yard per what?
Per week. Per week.
Okay, thank
yeah, thank you. And that's about the size of the 2 large garbage carts. Next slide. So food diversion. So there are a lot of facilities here in town, restaurants, grocery stores, etc. They have edible food that is available, and a lot of donations are currently occurring in the community with edible food. The way our ordinance is written, it requires people to follow the hierarchy of food recovery. So that's feeding people, feeding animals, industrial uses, and then composting. Next slide. So what we're proposing is that we phase in requirements on these types of business operations to develop a plan to provide food that can feed the hungry and provide food to our food pantries. So grocery stores would be the first one in June of 23. Many grocery stores are already doing this, so compliance should be fairly easy. Larger restaurants would be required to also do that the next year in 2024, along with caterers and food distributors and manufacturers. Generally, based on research, we find that these are the organizations that have the most food waste or edible food that's available that does get thrown out. Next slide. So yeah, so we're here. We have developed a timetable just to give you a brief overview of when these changes would take effect. We recognize that doing it all at once would not really be possible. It also gives time for some infrastructure to be developed to be able to meet the requirements of the ordinance. I will say that the work of the Zero Waste Subcommittee has really caused the private sector to respond. So the policies that we've discussed have resulted in, food waste composters being interested in coming to the community. We see, you know, the Planet Reuse now on Waldo Road. So we are hearing from the private sector. They're saying, hey, Gainesville's doing this. I want to be part of it. So we're excited about doing it and moving forward, and welcome any questions or comments.
All right, thank you very much. And thanks to the subcommittee for a tremendous amount of work, and for staff that supported that subcommittee. You know, this has been a lot of work over quite a period of time, and so nice to have you with us today and getting it to this point.
Thank you.
So we'll start, Madam Clerk, I assume with Commissioner Santos? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the subcommittee members and then staff, as well as the public who have been involved. I think this ordinance, the zero waste ordinance, is probably the most progressive zero waste ordinance in the Southeast United States, and puts us on a path to zero waste, and will substantially reduce the amount of waste sent to landfills, and will reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that we produce. This ordinance addresses waste is created everywhere, so it pretty much covers almost every single area. I do want to note that there's still one area that we did not kind of have time to address. That was construction and demolition. It's kind of decided that would be kind of picked up a little bit later, as there were some kind of difficulties with that area, but it pretty much addresses every other area. I think it has a good rollout schedule, and allows us to build the infrastructure necessary to meet the demand. There is one change I think we should make. I was able to meet with the Florida Retail Federation yesterday, and one of the clarifications that they brought forward was having the food waste containers. I think in the ordinance currently kind of says they have to be everywhere, but just having food waste containers in areas where of a business where food is consumed or disposed of. So that doesn't need to be everywhere, just kind of where food waste is created and consumed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to echo what the chair said. A lot of discussion went into putting this ordinance together. We thought we were going to bring back basically the finished product, but we wanted to make sure that each commissioner had an opportunity to give us their thoughts. But certainly we can always, bring it back to the committee if we need to think of anything. But we really like the product. The phase-in approach is really to help the public get educated and to help businesses get educated, but also to allow ourselves the time to sort of set up the appropriate programs and administration needed, because it is going to be a huge change. But you all saw the results of the compost pilot, almost complete participation. I think that citizens in Gainesville are going to be excited by the changes, and so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we could even maybe see some of this maybe happening a bit sooner than we put. I think maybe some of our estimates are a bit conservative, which is sometimes fine. But I think we've got a really good ordinance ahead, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to give them direction to bring the final thing back and take a vote before summer.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to echo what my colleagues have already said. As a member of the committee, I appreciate the other members of the committee putting the effort into this, and it was a lot. I mean, there was a tremendous number of meetings. We spent a lot of hours down in the basement working on this, and up here in this room too. And staff did a remarkable job, and then a huge amount of hours went into to bringing a product forward that I think is going to be acceptable to the commission and to the community. Lots of outreach went into speaking with people throughout the community and hearing from critics and supporters, and trying to implement as many of those community criticisms and supports as possible into this. As Commissioner Ariola said, a lot of this is spaced conservatively so that it is not a shock to any system. There's a great implementation table put together on this, I believe. And I can't say enough good things about staff, both in our solid waste division, in the attorney's office, and a few other places throughout the system who have been a part of this. It is much appreciated. I know there will be a lot more discussion as we move this through the commission, but I'm very pleased. This, in addition to to reducing the amount of waste. This helps create the circular economy in Gainesville, which is a big deal, a really big deal, I think. It gets people fed in Gainesville, which again is a really big deal. There are so many positive impacts of rethinking the way we do waste that I think we all win if we move forward with this. And I look forward to a spirited but positive conversation as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Heimbach. I think I'm mostly impressed that you managed to put all those months of work into 14 slides if you count the thank you at the end. So having lived it with my colleagues, that's impressive that you managed to put it there. But to echo Commissioner Ward, the kind of feedback that we tried to get from folks, I was wondering if Ms. Raskin is around or if we had, digitally. She's not in the room, I can see that.
Yeah.
But, because I know that one of the concerns was with that food diversion component, making sure that food manufacturers and distributors, I think is the term we're going to go with, that they knew that today we would talk about it, that they their input could further be put in, and that they are aware that today this is just a discussion. We're not voting on anything necessarily.
Right, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I would say that, we do recognize that there is going to be a challenge, possibly. They're telling us that there's not enough capacity to take that edible food. So we'll have to see how that plays out over time. Will they be able to get grants to expand, or, does the city want to play some role in that? But, this is a great first step.
Yes, all of this good.
Yeah.
All of this I voted for. But I was wondering if she was here just to see what she'd done, because I know she wanted that month or so, those, oh, she is. Hello.
Yeah.
If you could give us any feedback, if there is any.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioners. Chris Raskin, Civic Collaboration Supervisor for the City of Gainesville. So we are in the process of conducting that survey that Commissioner Sacco referenced. We have received some preliminary data, and some of the feedback that we had presented to the Zero Waste Subcommittee rings true in the feedback that we're receiving. There is definitely interest, I think, in participating, but there is some challenges that have been brought to our attention. And my hope is to be able to share with you a more robust data set and possibly some recommendations later this month. The mayor had asked that my team come back on February 24th at a GPC to give an update more broadly on food access related projects. So if it's okay with the commission, I would definitely be willing to incorporate a discussion around more survey results and possible opportunities for how we address some of the challenges that we're learning about at that time.
I have no problem with it if my colleagues don't. I think it's a vital part of what we're trying to do in our efforts. So thank you, Ms. Raskin.
Thank you.
And to everyone else who worked on this, I'm really excited for the city attorney's office to kind of finalize and give us a final copy, and to get that moving. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming back to Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Did Commissioner Earl put a motion on the floor or not?
He did not, but
Okay.
We're ready for one, I believe.
I move that we direct the city attorney's office to finalize the drafts and bring them back to the commission for first reading. And with one change, that for the food waste containers, that they are only required in areas where food is consumed or disposed of.
Okay, motion and second to authorize staff to move forward with the drafting of an ordinance to bring back on first reading. Thank you again for everybody. I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said, but I also just want to point out the value of the implementation timetable. It's a very realistic, achievable timetable. I think it takes the low-hanging fruit and gets it done, upon adoption, but allows some of those sort of heavier lifts to be done in consultation with and in us assisting, whether it's restaurants, grocery stores, apartment complexes, whatever, to be able to do it so when that date hits, they're fully prepared and it's successful. So I was really impressed by the sober approach to the timeline and understanding this is going to take some work and effort to get it done right. But yeah, thank you. I'm excited to move this forward. So with that, Madam Clerk, have anybody signed up for public comment?
We have Joy or Jay Hughes. I'm not sure. I don't think that person's still here.
Oh yeah, that's she was here and left. Anybody else? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Sure. Good.
So, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I want to thank staff for the presentation. Appreciate staff's efforts on the issue. I think what was missing from the presentation and the analysis is the fiscal impact on complying with the proposed mandate ordinance, whatever it will come back to be. Certainly, with respect to removal of the dumpsters and food waste on a 2-day cycle, that would seem to have some additional cost related to local businesses. So I'm not sure whether those fiscal impacts have been articulated in terms of the compliance costs associated with the proposed mandate ordinance, zero waste goals, whatever. But has any discussion been given to the cost of compliance? That was a question.
Yeah, I
Can staff answer that question? Thank you.
The nod was yes. There has been that discussion.
What is the impact?
I think it's going to depend on the business, right?
Exactly. It's going to depend on each individual situation. For example, a multifamily property would probably reduce their garbage size, and then as they add that second day in. So the cost may be negligible with regards to diversion of food waste, for example. Obviously, if you're donating food, your cost for disposal will go down. In places where they have large compactors, there's an actually dollar for dollar savings because they don't pay that tipping fee. It gets passed right back to them. So it's an individual case situation, and we'll know more once we get our exclusive franchise agreement in place, and those numbers will be there for everyone to see. So, but I don't anticipate any significant impact of cost.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several callers on this issue, first of which is Alfredo Morales. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I just want to speak in favor of this ordinance. I really just want to listen in, and I'm really happy and proud about the direction that this ordinance is going. I am very thankful for the hard work that the city officials have put into making this ordinance, especially Carissa and her partnership with organizations across the city. I am very particularly interested in this issue. I'm one of the many volunteers at the grocery store, and we have been for the last 2 years trying to do some food recovery and handing it out for free to several families across Gainesville. And food supply has always been an issue, so I'm very happy with the direction that the food diversion program is going in that ordinance. I would really just want to push for more. I think just generally, this is a great start, but as was kind of brought up earlier, some organizations might have storage capacity limits, and I would really like the city to kind of step in and build some of the infrastructure and kind of take the pressure off other nonprofits, other organizations, and really create kind of a centralized hub for food diversion. So it's not so much storage capacity and sorting and all this other labor on a lot of the orgs that are doing the distribution aspect of it. But again, I'm very thankful for the direction that this ordinance is going and for the hard work that the city is put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales, and thank you for being patient and holding throughout the morning and early afternoon. Next up, Lorena Hawley. Ms. Hawley, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Lorena Hawley. I am with the Florida Retail Federation. I'm the General Counsel and Vice President. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I've actually been following along with the development of this ordinance through the subcommittee for quite some time. I've offered a number of written comments and feedback, really none of which has been received or taken, other than Commissioner Hayes Santos was very generous with his time yesterday. He reached out to me and scheduled some time and actually had an opportunity to talk through a lot of my concerns and comments. The first of which he mentioned already, changing the ordinance, the requirement to have food receptacles, food waste receptacles next to every single trash can and recycling in every single commercial establishment was really unreasonable, and I'm happy to see that that's getting revised, although I think the requirement that where food is consumed or disposed of is still quite confusing. The definitions of food and food waste, I couldn't follow along. I was listening online, couldn't tell if those were going to be revised. Discussed that with Commissioner Hayes Santos yesterday as well. I find those very confusing. I think the public in general will have a hard time understanding what food waste is, what food is, what garbage is, and you're going to end up with receptacles that have the wrong things in them. We also had conversations about the concerns about the implementation dates, given that there are no facilities currently in Gainesville to actually receive the food waste, particularly for these big commercial establishments. We talked about maybe putting some language into the ordinance that state that if there are no such facilities within 6 months or say of the implementation dates, that they get pushed back automatically. Again, our folks have to plan well in advance of the implementation date. It's not just flipping a switch from one day to the next. And so to have some lead time on that would be really nice. The other thing that I've repeated over and over again is the requirement with the prescription drug take-back program. Again, it's not as simple as putting up a facility in your retail pharmacy. This is the program that's very heavily regulated by the federal government, state government, and there are a lot of requirements and things to consider. Primarily, it's a business decision by a retail pharmacy whether to have one of these take-back containers. There's a lot of things that go into it. It would be nice to see some consideration in that for that. And also, I did offer an alternative to Commissioner Hayes Santos regarding a program where there are bags that are given out with prescription drugs that actually do the same thing. You can put your prescription pills in the bags, and it disposes of them and disarms them basically, and allows for the proper disposal so they don't go into the water source. Be happy to offer some more information about that, but it would be nice to see that as an alternative as well. That's really a high level of my concerns. Again, a little frustrating that this process has moved on and really none of these suggestions have been taken until yesterday when I got to speak with him. So hopefully there will be some more of these changes reflected in the ordinances to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. Our next speaker is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, let's keep our remarks to the solid waste ordinance. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Once again, good afternoon. My name is Telford Cartwright. Commissioners, Mayor, Madam Clerk, City Manager. Yes. Since we're discussing, or since you all are discussing the topic of waste removal, waste collection, I guess I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the separating of waste, food, whatever. But would this be more regulations placed upon or put on small businesses? It's like they don't have enough to worry about. Now here you all, this commission, is proposing putting more regulations on small businesses who are struggling during this pandemic, remember. And by the way, District number 1, look at the trash that the homeless who are transitioning through the Grace Market facility, not staying, but transitioning through. The trash that they are throwing around, the litter, rubbish, however you want to put it, all off of Waldo Road, 39th Avenue, East University Avenue. Why aren't we talking about that trash removal and beautification? Once again, this is Legacy Month, referred to as Black History Month. I often refer to it as Legacy Month because I don't like the term Black History. Sounds like a people's history or them and also themselves being eradicated or erased or gentrified from Gainesville, Florida, and throughout the country. So let's look at beautification and trash removal of all this trash that's being allowed to be distributed in District number 1. This is a travesty.
It really is. Do I need to come in there and show pictures of all the junk, trash, debris, rubbish, litter, and by the way, so many masks? Now we're talking about biohazards. Now, oh, I forgot. There's no revenue to be made, or there's no taxation to be made for cleaning up East Gainesville. That's my comment. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. The next speaker, I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm so sorry. Nina Bhattacharya. Nina, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mayor Poe and City Commissioners. This is Nina Bhattacharya. On behalf of Zero Waste Gainesville, I just wanted to express my sincere thank you for the hard work that's gone into developing this ordinance. As you all know, we are big advocates for properly managing waste and moving towards zero waste, and this is a really great step in the right direction. Waste is so much more than just what we put in our trash can going to the landfill. It impacts our air quality, our water quality. It impacts, land protection and so forth. And so all of those things are connected to protecting our environment, but also human health. Prescriptions are a big deal, and what they produce in water and what they can do to human health is a big deal. So I was really glad to see that incorporated in addition to all the other measures. So this is just really a big thank you for all the work you all have done, and we fully support this moving forward. So that's it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Next in the queue, Joy Hughes. Ms. Hughes, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joy Hughes, and on behalf of a small business owner in downtown Gainesville, I own a restaurant down there that have already implemented a lot of these steps that we see in the zero waste ordinance. And I'd just like to say it's great to see us all kind of coming together, and hopefully we can move forward with less waste and less toxins going into our environment. And the government is here to provide those types of direction and leading by example. And I'm really happy to see that that's what's happening here today. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Looks like our last caller is Debbie Martinez. Debbie, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the dog's barking.
I don't have a dog.
We're maybe getting that from somebody else. Let me just check. Okay, please move forward. You have 3 minutes.
This is Debbie Martinez, and I don't have a dog.
I know.
Hello?
You're here, and there was a mute. The mute was off for another caller. You're all set.
Okay, may I speak?
You may.
May I speak?
You may.
I'll just start talking. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but my name's Debbie Martinez. Mayor, commissioners, excuse me, I got thrown off by the barking dog. But I appreciate you talking about having pharmacies work with their customers to take back unused prescription drugs. I don't know if you've talked with Publix, but they told me that they're already planning on doing that. So that's one of my questions. Have you talked with Publix already? And one thing that citizens are not confused about, they made it clear, they want you to cut your bloated travel budgets. When you manipulate words, that's why citizens don't trust you, Mr. Poe, and the commission majority. So you need to stop being dishonest, because you take one step forward and 80 steps backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Mr. Mayor, that looks like our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to direct staff to draft the ordinance and bring it back to the commission for first reading. Once that has been completed, there was one modification to what was presented. Commissioner Santos, can you remind everybody that one modification?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It is to the food waste containers would be in areas where food is consumed or disposed of.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. All right, thanks again, everybody, for all the hard work on that. All right, Madam Clerk, back on schedule, or at least back in order.
That's right. We're on page 17, RE-1, resolution for 49 U.S. Code Chapter 53, Section 5310, grant applications, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
All right, thank you. This is to accept a RTS grant. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 210825.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed
Good
resolution.
luck.
Any members of the public wish to speak to this? Madam Clerk? No? Adam, do you have anybody for RE1?
I do not have anybody for RE1. You might want to give them a second or two, though. Only because that happened a little quickly and people were still hanging up from BD3. All right, nothing's coming in. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
RE-2, resolution accepting the report of the Board of Canvassers for the runoff election 2022. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, accepting the report of the Board of Canvassers for the City of Gainesville, Florida runoff election held January 25th, 2022, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate the Board of Canvassers and yourself for getting all that hard work done. And of course, Commissioner-elect Chestnut, I'd like to move resolution 210859. Second.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak?
Mr. Scott? Okay.
Adam, anybody to speak to the?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, thank you.
No, nobody on RE2?
All right, very good. And I can't say, can I, Madam Clerk?
You absolutely can.
Our last Board of Canvassers for the City Commission. This was the last one for city elections. From now on, city elections will be canvassed by the Alachua County Canvassing Board moving forward. So this was a historic opportunity. And I will also point out, Madam Auditor, that the Canvassing Board audit came back 100% accurate, which was also nice to see. So it's nice to have all of that done and behind us. With that, it's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, at that moment right there, just give such a heartfelt thanks to our supervisor of elections and her entire staff that sacrificed vacation time, time at home with their families, our staff as well, that worked so hard to make that happen. We cannot do it without our supervisor, and we greatly appreciate her and all of her efforts.
Yeah, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. And I mean, this is a time of year where normally her staff would be taking their vacations and sort of getting rested and ready for what is going to be an incredibly challenging and probably a period of time with more scrutiny on them than has ever been in the past. She also lost one of her senior staff members over that period of time, and so they had folks doing double duty. We are so fortunate to have such an extraordinary supervisor in Kim Barton, and she was just great to work with, and her entire staff, we thank them for everything that they provided for us. So with that, I say aye, and that, excuse me, that motion passes unanimously. All right. On to the next item, please.
Our next item is AR-1, land use change of 5.89 acres of property located in the 3041 to 3155 block of Old Archer Road. I would read this into the record, but the recommendation is that the commission continue this item to February 17, 2022.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
I move the recommendation.
A motion and second that we continue this until our next regular meeting. Anybody wish to speak to this item? Adam, do you have anybody?
There is nobody on the line at this time, sir.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next, we have first reading of ordinance 200744, ordinance creating qualifying fee and alternative petition process for qualifying for city office. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 9-10 of the Code of Ordinances by creating additional requirements for candidate qualifying, providing for an additional qualifying fee or petition signatures in lieu of a qualifying fee, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you. We don't have a presentation, I'm guessing. Nope.
No, I think, Mr. Nee, are you just available for questions or clarification, or did you have a presentation you wanted to make?
I haven't prepared a presentation, but I can certainly explain anything you want to know about it and answer any questions that you have.
I'm good. It was more for if we had anything planned. Otherwise, then I'd like to move ordinance number 200744 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. I know as we have our deliberations about this item, I know one question that the attorney's office had, and one that I think that we should all consider and make a final determination on one way or the other, because there is an opportunity to make minor changes to the ordinance between now and second reading. Is from where would an eligible elector have to reside in order for it to be considered a valid petition? And so what I really mean there is whether someone's running for a district seat or an at-large seat, would somebody living anywhere in city limits be an eligible elector in order to sign a petition? Or if you're running for a district seat, would you only be allowed to collect signatures from people residing in your district? And there's an added layer of concern there for our decennial redistricting process, when district boundaries might shift slightly or they might shift significantly. I don't think that's ever the goal, but even a slight shift could mean somebody was an eligible elector in a district when they signed the petition, but then they weren't when the redistricting was actually implemented. And so I think the attorney's guidance was at least every 10 years when we go through that process, allow the eligible electors to be citywide, so that would never be in dispute. And I think the question is, would we also want to entertain allowing that to be the case all the time, that if you're using that petition process, as long as you are a qualified elector within the city limits, then it would be an eligible signature. And I certainly got my own opinion, but I will go around the commission first before I express that. Up first, we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a few things on this. And it is, I love the intent. I like the detail a lot. I think that it is a very useful thing as a candidate to collect petitions. I mean, I think that while you're out there knocking on doors, getting a petition at the same time, it's a really positive thing. It involves voters early in the process. I wholeheartedly support that, and it's disappointing that we haven't had that before, because I think it connects people to the process in a different way than they have been in the past. I do think that going forward, it should be petitions for district candidates should be accepted from anywhere in the city, because a huge number of voters have no idea what district they live in. And it creates a lot of burden for the voter, for everybody in the chain to try to figure out, am I in 2, am I in 4, am I in 3? It's confusing in a way that doesn't need to be, I think. All that said, when this first came up was way before anybody was a candidate for anything for the election that we're in now. Now, two of us on the dais and at least 3 and I think 4 other people are candidates for various city positions, already filed. I knew what I was getting into, but we can't assume that those other folks did. And I'm uncomfortable with putting that burden on people who filed to be candidates without knowing that this was going to become a part of the process. So I would like to see this become effective in 2024 rather than 2022. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I am going to agree with Commissioner Ward. We had, I think, a hope to get this potentially as a change for 22, but the timing of this final draft ordinance to come back when the 22 election is very much in swing. I do think that this is something that we would have to delay until 24, just so that we can be fair. I was in opposition to the raising of the qualifying fee in the first place, so I will be voting against the ordinance. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think during census years when it's being changed, they should be allowed to get not from a specific district during the redistricting process. You can get it anywhere from the city. I do think that it should be for each individual district where you're getting your signatures from. But I will support whatever gets 4 votes. I think it should go for this 22 election, but if there's not enough votes for that, then I would support it being in place after this election. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I really like Commissioner Santos' option of census or redistricting year to open it up to all city electors, just to save that extra step, because we don't know what could happen, how long the state takes or the county takes. So I think it's a viable and reasonable option for redistricting years, which happen once a decade. So, as for living in a district generally or at large electorate, I think if you are going to go beyond the ballot, your district, and you want to go about by petition, your district should put you on the ballot. I don't think it's great representation if you manage, Mr. Need what, like a couple, like 200-300 per district? I forget how many, but it's not much. It's like 200-300 if you're in a district seat.
I have the numbers here. Yeah. So for most recently, there were for total registered voters in District. I think District 1 was 20,157. District 2, 23,891. District 3, 20,799. And District 4, 17,493. And of course, during redistricting, we strive to keep those as equal as possible.
So 1% of those, roughly 200 to 300. Thereabouts. I can't math very well.
175 to 240.
Sure, that. I don't think if you are, if you're running for District 4 and everyone telling you to run is coming from the other districts and you don't have a single signature from District 4, that's a problem. You're going to end up on a ballot taking up, I don't want to say taking up space, but you're going to wind up on that ballot without having talked to a single person in your community who wants you there or who encouraged that. So I think very much if you plan to represent a district, that should come from that district. So I think the petitions should be district specific, which again, they're 230 to 240 at average. If you can't get 240 people to agree to put you on a ballot and you're gonna run for that district, that's a different problem altogether. So yeah, I think it should come from the district with the exception of citywide on redistricting years. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to speak to not being in favor of it applying to the 22 election either. But I did have a question as well. What was the justification for the raising of the fee?
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Duncan Walker, the intent was that it become an either-or situation, that you not say, well, I don't feel like going to get the petitions, I'm not going to put myself out there and do that, but I'll write a check. And if you make the check a little bit painful, then it pushes you out to go, hopefully, to go get petitions, which is the intent anyways, that people get the petitions and talk to the voters before they are on the ballot, which is very much like what all the other petition gathering seats do. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
You good? Okay. I am trying to figure out where the consensus is. Let me share my thoughts. I know I'm in the minority on a couple. So I would like to see this effective this election cycle. I think there is plenty of time for candidates to go out and get those signatures, but it seems like that is not the will of the majority. And this is important to me, so I would, not vote against this ordinance simply because of that. I do believe that folks should be allowed to gather signatures from any eligible elector within the city limits. Ultimately, it will need to be those folks in their district who choose them. That's who they're going to have to convince. So how you get on the ballot, and I think we're better served by having more people share their vision of Gainesville and compete against one another, to have a healthy election. And I don't think it diminishes the power of the voters in that district, because that's how you get the seat. You convince 50% plus one more in your district on election day. I just think it makes a cleaner process. And look, a lot of signature gathering is not door to door. It's going out to the community events. And you don't know where people are coming from. There might be like the Porter's Block Party. You might go to the Porter's Block Party. It's great for a District 2 candidate to be at the Porter's Block Party and meeting neighbors and talking about issues. And if you can get a signature, it doesn't really matter, I think, to me or to anybody, whether that person lives in District 2 or not. They are putting themselves in a position where they can interact with and hear from people who ultimately may vote for them. And so I think there is value to just allowing any eligible elector within the city to sign a petition. Because the ultimate, it's the hardest job, it's the hardest job interview that exists. And that's not going to change whether you have signatures or not. And hey, if you don't like getting signatures, take some of that hard-earned campaign money that you have to go raise and write a check. So I think that gives folks the most opportunity. Mr. Nee, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just in an abundance of caution, Mr. Mayor, one issue that may be of interest to some, or concern to some commissioners that hasn't been brought up, is when you have to seek out petition from electors from within the area from which you're elected, there's going to be a difference of about 4 times compared to the at-large candidates as opposed to the district candidates. Of course, the fee, if they chose that option instead, would be the same because they're all city commissioners, so they're all representing all of the city. But the petition process will be less burdensome for district candidates. And whether or not that seems to make sense to y'all is another factor for you to consider.
Okay. Yes, helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nee. So I hear you, Mr. Mayor, on about folks coming from all over, and maybe I'm thinking it because I did an at-large seat, so like a neighbor's a neighbor. But you are right. There is that value in a commissioner or a candidate from one district going into another. because at the end of the day, no matter who elects us, we represent the whole city. Commissioner Ariola doesn't vote exclusively for the people of District 3. He votes for the whole city. And that vote impacts the whole city. So, as the maker of that motion that we have on the floor, since we want that clarification, I will move that, the ordinance, as well as with the additions or modifications that we allow petition gathering from the citywide electorate for all positions. And I'm forgetting what the other half here was.
Year that it becomes effective for the 22 or 24 elections.
So, well, Martha,
I mean, I'm just going to say, I think that
we have 6 months.
I
but
think the majority. I don't think you're going to get folks to vote for it if it's this year. Is what I heard.
Well, I did hear. Okay, yeah, I can count to 4. Okay, and that the effective year is 24.
The 24 election. Okay, is there a second?
There was a second. It's Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Okay, motion is second that we adopt the proposed resolution with 2 minor modifications. One is that any eligible elector within the city will be considered a valid signature in petitions for all seats, and that this will be effective for the 2024 election. Mr. Nee?
Just to clarify, under this motion, the number of petition signatures required, will it be a percentage of the currently 82,300 for all of the seats? Or you can pick a flat number if you want, or a lesser percentage, any of those things, or you could stay with a smaller number for district streets. What's the threshold number of petitioners?
Leave that up to you.
So they all hovered between which numbers again, roughly?
20,000 is like the mean,
For
right?
the district seats, right.
Yeah, so I'm comfortable saying 200. I think as a flat number.
That's understandable. That's
Well,
your plan.
it is, but if the mean is around 20,000 registered voters, the 1% would be 200.
We're arguing over numbers.
Madam Clerk?
Maybe an approach would be to assign a percentage, just as those districts, I mean, I guess you all could address the ordinance every 10 years if you needed to, with a sudden growth or shift in those lines.
Well, because I think that would be that same problem that Mr. Nee is asking. If we make it a percentage that any one district grows, you might suddenly need like another 50, or you might need fewer until you get to redistricting, because that district could grow by a couple thousand, but we haven't addressed it yet because we'd have to go back and change the ordinance. So I think a flat number is good, and you can check that flat number in 10 years if we suddenly jump up by 30, 40,000 people. But I think 200 is enough to make people hit pavement, but I think reasonable enough to overcome if you put some effort into it.
But I think Mr. Nee's the other half of that is that for an at-large seat, that would really be 800.
Unless you want to have a 200 regardless of seat, district at-large mayor. That's an option that you have.
So we could say 200 for districts and 800 for at-large seats, if we wanted to keep it sort of proportional.
Yes.
That works for me.
So is that the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so 200 signatures for district seats, but can be collected from eligible electors citywide, and 800 for at-large seats, including the mayor. Correct?
Yep. that's
Seconder,
what I'm signing
okay?
up for.
No. Can I?
No.
Can I have
Can I speak though? Can I give my thoughts? I think that would be an easier solution.
You can. Go ahead.
I have very strong concerns of putting in set numbers on things that change. We could just do it where there's the amount you need for at large and just divide that by 4, and whatever that is will be whatever it is for that election. So it changes, but it will be it changes every election. So whatever you need for at-large election, and that changes every year, is 1% of the number of voters. Then we just divide that by 4, and then that will be whatever it is, and then it will change based on our population.
It's not a lot of math. Okay, okay, so sticking with the 1% rule for at-large, and then, yeah, making it 25% of that number, to be updated every 2 years for the district
Can I
candidates.
respond?
Go ahead.
Does that get your vote and your second?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good with it.
Okay, so the motion is to adopt the proposed ordinance with allowing candidates to collect signatures citywide. I'm not going to go into the legalese of that, but collect signatures citywide. This will be active for the 24 election, not the 22, and that the number of signatures required will be 1% of eligible electors for the at-large seats, and 25% of that number to be reevaluated every 2-year cycle for the district seats. Madam Clerk?
And just one point of clarification for the 1%, is that based on the numbers of the prior year, the last election?
That's how it's currently worded, and that's how it's generally done.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that point of clarification. Okay, so we will open it up to members of the public.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to thank Mr. Nee for drafting of the ordinance. The narrative explanation, I think, is very straightforward, very clear to read. Unfortunately, the commission, everything it touches becomes unduly complicated, more necessary than need be. Generally, do not support the adding 2% qualifying fee. I think the city could do without that. I do support qualifying by petition, but I think you guys have over-engineered this. Once the districts are fixed, as written in the narrative, according to the legal department, there would be no need to have petitions citywide except for at-large and the mayor seats. They would be by districts, but it's not either problem either way because, you know, assuming for the sake of discussion, it's citywide and you need a bunch of signatures. I mean, I'm pretty sure Suburban Heights, you get 200 signatures in less than 5 minutes, probably 800 in less than an hour to remove the majority of you guys from office in a petition. So careful what you wish for in terms of gerrymandering because you get one particular neighborhood upset and that qualify the whole slate of candidates against you. That's what you guys are heading to approve, basically. And they have every right to be upset because the city commission, with the exception of Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, went off on its own complete tangent. It wasn't asked for by the developer or anyone else, and you upset the neighborhood. And then you had the audacity to say the neighborhood wouldn't, Suburban Heights didn't want to compromise, and you had the audacity to blame them for your inaction the other night. So I think it's relatively simple to qualify for petition. I'd encourage any candidate to go to Suburban Heights, knock on doors and tell them you want change, and I'm sure they'll be happy to sign your petitions. But the making things more complicated than they need to do, again, I would commend our legal staff. I don't think I agree necessarily with everything in there, but the policy and the explanation is rock solid until you guys try to start getting cute and reinventing the wheel, which is, you know, like countless examples. The parking fiasco we had, again, getting cute, solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Suburban Heights, U7 zoning designation that just came out of nowhere, the commission's own whim. So again, you should, I'm not saying that you have to rely on everything the staff does, but I mean, I think I can't find any fault with what Mr. Nee prepared other than, you know, I don't really care for adding 2% fees if you want to make elections accessible to people. But I mean, getting qualification signatures is easy, but you guys are going to do what you're going to do irrespective of what anyone says, including me. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have, again, several people in the queue. First of which is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the ordinance creating qualifying fees and alternative condition processes for qualifying for city office, item number FR-1. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon once again. My name is Telford Cartwright. I'm Commissioners, Mayor, City Manager, Madam Clerk. Would this be an attempt to make the political process or the process of qualifying for political office a little, how shall I put this, strenuous. Now, we have a district here in Gainesville, Florida, that has a history of, how shall I put this, being underrepresented. And I think we all know the number of that district. And by the way, while we're discussing elections, qualification for the 2024 election, I will also like to add, take for example, well, this is a fact, members of our firefighter, rescue, police, teachers, military, are all drug tested. Why aren't our city commissioners and county commissioners at that as well? Why aren't they drug tested? We've been asked, or I don't work at the city, but men and women who work at the city have been asked to provide COVID clarification or verification of a vaccine, and but I've never heard the city commission vote to keep the integrity within its own self or body. So I'm advocating that the city of Gainesville lead by example by requiring city commissioners be drug tested. Or would this be rules for thee and not for me? There's a problem here in Gainesville, Florida, and throughout the country as well when it comes to these left-wing gangsters or wannabe left-wing diabolical Democrats, however you want to put a liberal, socialist. But let's think about adding that as well. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Next in the queue, Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes. Darlene, can you shut the sound down on your TV or streaming?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, you're on the line. Please shut the volume on your screen, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry for the confusion there. First time I've ever done that. One of the things I am confused about, and excuse me for being confused, but I didn't think there was anything wrong the way we were running our candidates also, number one. And if I live, I'm going to say, in District 4, and somebody comes to me that isn't in District 4, I think what you'll end up doing is confusing the public. If you just want to visit the people that I can understand possibly if it's at large because you'll be representing everybody. But also, if you get petitions, that means that if you have enough petitions that you don't pay the fee that everybody would be paying, and if you're going to run for office, you should put some money in the kit also, because when you win, you'll be making money. I remember when I ran for office, you pay a fee to put your name in. I don't think it's thousands and thousands of dollars. And I think with what you're going to do now in 24 is confuse the public. I've lived here for 35 years, and many people that vote, which aren't many, 10 or 15%, unfortunately, that's the sad part. I think everybody should be talking about every time you're on the dais to please vote. Ask people to please vote, because when you only win 10 or 15, or if you're lucky, 20%, it should be 90 to 100% of the people should be voting in this county and in the city and probably in the country, because of the freedom that we have to be able to speak our voice and vote by ballot. So I think you're going to be confusing this in 24, doing something new and confusing the person that comes to my door. I mean, if it's a governor's assistant, that's different, running for governor. I can understand that. But for the commission, City Commission of Gainesville, you're confusing more people that'll say, I don't know who's voting, I could care less, so they're going to have less people voting instead of more. I'm sorry, I just think it's a waste of confusion to the public, and if that's what you want, then you'll vote for it. If not, you won't vote for this. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Papalo. Next up, Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I'm going to say something, and I'm not calling you stupid. There's a saying that says, keep it simple, stupid, and I'm sure you've heard about it. But anyway, this appears to me to be another glaring example of Mr. Poe and the commission majority exercising too much control over citizens who want to run for office, especially newcomers. This is why citizens don't trust you. This is not the county. We're talking about running for city office. Keep it simple and stop trying to control newcomers who want to participate in their government, who want to run for office, many for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next in the queue, a caller with the number ending with 5386. Please introduce yourself and let's discuss FR1.
Thank you. This is Tamara Robbins, and I would like to ask for a point of clarification. So on the information that's provided by city staff to candidates, it states that state law does not provide for municipal candidate petition qualifying process. State law doesn't provide for that. Well, I ran for election in the city of Alachua, and I utilized the petition process, and it isn't because it's in any city of Alachua ordinance. It's because state law says in section 1S-2.045, candidate petition process, 1, qualification by petition. A person who seeks to qualify as a candidate for any office may have the qualifying fee and party assessment required by chapters 99 and 105 Florida statute waived by satisfying the petition requirements of this rule in sections 99.095 and 105.035 Florida statutes. Such person must still satisfy all other requirements for qualifications set out in chapters 99 and 105 Florida statutes. So I don't know why why you're acting like this is not a candidate has a right to qualify by petition, whether you think it's allowable or not. And it states out clearly that if it's not a year of apportionment, that the candidate who's running for a geographically specific area must obtain their signatures on their petitions from voters within that geographical area. So I don't know why you're like trying to reinvent the wheel, or this law doesn't apply to Gainesville. I don't know, but I'd like you to clear it up, because I do think that the state law is right, that if you're in a district, you should get your signatures from the voters in your district. I don't know why you'd want to get them outside of your district, because outside your district can't vote for you anyways. So you would get your signatures on petitions from people in your district. This year would be an exception because of apportionment, right? The districts might change. But to act like there's no petition qualifying process for the city of Gainesville or municipalities is not true, unless I don't know, I did it. And it isn't because the city of Alachua made it up. So if you could have somebody clear that up for me, I would really appreciate that. I mean, it gives clearly that everybody should be reading this. It should have been provided to the commission. This lays out exactly how the petition process works, how signatures are obtained, when they have to be turned into the supervisor of election for review, which is 28 days prior to the first day of qualifying. So the supervisor has a chance to review the signatures for that they're valid. And it says at least 1% of the voters within a district. Okay,
Tamara,
that you say that not less than 1%.
Tamara?
Thank you.
We're out of time.
Okay, please clear the.
Oh, sorry about that, Tamara. Our next speaker and last in the queue right now, Armando Grundy Gomez. Armando, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Mayor, I had a question. I don't know, since Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker made the motion and Commissioner Hayes Santos seconded, I guess my question to both of them is, what are they trying to solve for, Mr. Mayor? What is the problem that you're trying to fix and solve for with what you're pushing forward? What are you fixing that is problematic now? That would be the first question that I have for them. The other question is to both of those commissioners, Mr. Mayor, through you to them, is if you're trying to solve for something, how is what you're doing now is going to impact and make sure you're not going to discriminate and lock out anybody from the process? Because this is another problem we're seeing nationally, and it's coming from actually within, most of you I think are all Democrats. I believe some of you are Democrats. We're having the same problem within our party where African Americans are being locked out of the process. And so to be an African American and pushing for this, why would you want to do that? And then I guess the other question I have, Mr. Mayor, is if it's not solving for it, why now? And do you also have, Mr. Mayor, this is a third question, which you probably, neither one of you all will answer it, but it's a fair question, is do you still have the undue just burden for those people that cannot afford but want to be a part of the electoral process? Because it seems to me like we're going to be adding like poll taxes, litmus tests, and everything else. And what is wrong with the system that we have now? So those are fair questions. It's not an attack. It's about policy. It's about the institution. It's about your actions and behaviors. What are you trying to fix for now? What is it fixing? Are you locking people out? And why would you want to, discriminate, and especially as people of color, when that's a problem we're having nationally in this process? Because as a person of color, I think there's only one person of color up there now until Commissioner Chestnut gets there. Why would you do that? Why would we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer Commissioner Grundy Gomez's questions backwards. First, yes. Second, this does not restrict, it actually expands access to our electoral process by adding a petition process to our qualifying by paying or a fee. And so it gives people more options to get on the ballot, not fewer. And then finally, Mr. Nee, if you want to respond to Ms. Robbins' comment about state law already provides or allows for this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps I should have done this right from the front. Currently, in order to qualify as a candidate for municipal office, under the Florida statutes, is required that there be an election assessment, and that's section 99.093. And that election assessment is 1% of the annual salary of the position sought. If a candidate faces an undue burden in paying that election assessment, they can file a sworn statement that allows that to be waived. That's statutory. That's required for any municipal election in the state, I suppose, unless there's a special law to the contrary, but that would apply to us. In the statutes for countywide and other statewide elections, there is also provided for a qualifying fee. And I think in the past, those terms are often conflated, but it is separate, a qualifying fee and also a party assessment. Obviously, municipal elections in Florida are generally, unless there's some special law to the contrary, nonpartisan. The provision of law that the caller mentioned was 99.095, which talks about a petition process in lieu of a qualifying fee and party assessment. And it specifically deals with those qualifying fees and party assessments that are provided in the statutes for non-municipal races. So that it clears up the notion that there's not a provision in the statutes to avoid the municipal election assessment by a petition process. The way to avoid the municipal election assessment in statutes is if it's an undue burden, that statement is signed by the prospective candidate. Now, as to the city of Gainesville, currently, and the way it's been for some time now, in order to qualify, you'd have to pay that statutory election assessment or file the undue burden. And additionally, in our code, we require a residency requirement. Not unusual, but it's another requirement to get to qualify. And that residency requirement would be that you reside in the district or the city, depending upon the seat you're running for at least 6 months prior to qualifying. Again, it's not an unusual requirement at all. It's one that we've had for some time now. What this would do, and I don't impute any sort of motives to anyone, but I assume it's an effort to allow candidates to gather support ahead of time. This additional fee, qualifying fee, not the same as the statutory qualifying fee for non-municipal races, but this additional qualifying fee that you're talking about putting into the ordinance here can be offset rather than paying the fee itself with the petition process, showing that there's some support for that candidate. It is another qualifying step that a prospective candidate would take to get on the ballot. So now, if this passes, starting with, when you say it starts in 24, it sounds like, a candidate would have to pay the election assessment by statute or the undue burden, unless the statute changes, but the current law would have to show the residency for more than 6 months prior to the time of qualifying, and would have to either pay the qualifying fee or the number of petitions. So I hope that answers the question.
Well, and yes, and for the caller who ran for office and got elected in the city of Alachua, for them to allow for a petition process, it would have needed to be done through their city commission making that decision.
Well, not only that, but I suspect in order to avoid the statutory election assessment, they might have some special law that's contrary.
Right, but the city of Alachua didn't have that because of state statute. It had it because they took some specific action for
Yes.
because they have control over their own municipal elections.
Yes.
And they made the decision at some point in time to allow for petitions.
And the statute doesn't prevent petition process, it just doesn't provide for it.
Right, it doesn't mandate them, it doesn't require them. Okay, thank you. Which is, again, why we went through this process ourselves, because it doesn't require them, but we're allowed to do them if we so choose. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like for you, if you would, as a point of clarification for Mr. Grundy Gomez, clarify for him who the maker of the motion was.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, the maker of the motion was Commissioner Sacco. I know people confuse you two all the time, but it's Commissioner Sacco, and Commissioner A. Santos was the seconder, if I'm not. Yes, thank you. You missed the Harvey Ward, Harvey Budd days. And then when Commissioner A. Santos was on too, we were constantly mistaken for one another. So,
Right. Well, I honestly, that's a little bit more than that. I think that was something else, but I do believe that I appreciate you. Thank you for clarifying that for him. And that mistake actually should not be made in the future.
Okay, I will encourage him to not do that. We have a roll call vote now for the motion on the floor.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Nay.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 4-2 with Duncan Walker and Areola in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is FR2, the first reading of the text change for the Neighborhood Workshop and Development Review Notification. However, I will not be reading this into the record because there is a recommendation that this item be continued on February 17, 2022.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
It was going to be that we move with staff's recommendation.
That's fine. Would you like to make that motion?
Motion.
Okay.
I move that we take staff recommendation and continue this to February 17th.
Motion and second that we continue this item till our next meeting. Any members of the public who speak to the motion? Adam, anybody on the motion to continue?
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
FR3, text change, modification of building form and design standards, ordinance 200730. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, Section 30-2.1, definition, Section 30-4.13, building form standards, and Section 30-4.14, building design standards, to modify building frontages, building entrance, building materials, and ground floor tenant space requirements for properties in transit zones, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have Ms. McMullen with us.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Can you all see my screen?
We can.
Great. So, good afternoon. I am Brittany McMullen, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. So this is a city-initiated text change to the Land Development Code. It covers several issues that have been brought up since a 2019 joint meeting between the Commission and the City Plan Board. So the Department of Sustainable Development is very excited to bring these proposed changes to you today. The ordinance covers several different issues of concern that have been brought up over the past few years with new construction in transect zones in particular. And so I will give the presentation, and then I know that our director, Andrew Persons, is there to say a few words about the proposed changes as well. So the code changes that are proposed before you cover section 30-4.13, as well as 30-4.14, which relate to transect zones. The key issues with this change are building frontage requirements, ground floor active uses, ground floor lease space, building entrances, and building materials. So the first proposed change is to building form standards in section 30-4.13. So the proposed changes include exempting new single-family construction from meeting building frontage requirements. And I do want to emphasize that this would apply to new single-family construction, only of one new single-family home. It wouldn't apply to, say, if a new subdivision was being developed with several single-family homes. This is really to address infill development that has been occurring in developed neighborhoods where maybe one individual lot sits in the middle of a developed neighborhood, and the builder has a hard time meeting the building frontage requirements due to different site constraints, as well as driveway depth and width requirements. So this would apply to the construction of one new single-family home. The change removes language that allows gateways, arches, or similar features to meet building frontage requirements. However, it does add a provision allowing for the appropriate reviewing board to consider alternative proposals. This was a specific recommendation from the City Plan Board. It also allows outdoor seating areas to count towards a percentage of the frontage requirement. It clarifies language about active uses along street frontages. And I do want to emphasize this change as well. This is something that was added to address a concern for ground floor lease spaces being built on multi-story buildings in transect zones. So it would require the installation of certain infrastructure, which is necessary to provide for future tenant operability. So this would include mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, exhaust ventilation, and grease interceptors. So this would, in theory, make it easier for, say, a local business to go into a ground floor tenant space so that they wouldn't have to put up the upfront costs of building out that tenant space, which can be prohibitive to smaller businesses. So another thing that this proposed change does is to introduce requirements for exterior building material standards for projects that are multifamily residential or mixed use projects that include both residential and non-residential uses, those that meet the threshold of either intermediate or major development plan review and are greater than 2 stories and located on a storefront street, principal street, or thoroughfare street. And I do want to point out there is a scrivener's error in the ordinance draft For the materials, they would be classified into 3 different classes, class 1, 2, and 3. The ordinance draft mistakenly lists class 3 twice. It should actually show what you see here on the slide in the red text, with class 2 including these specific materials. So the ordinance would outline a certain percentage of allowances for each type of material, and this is to address durability of materials over time largely. And so the change would also allow for the appropriate reviewing authority to approve modifications to these requirements. In section 30-4.14, this change would mostly point out clarification for current standards that are in the code, as opposed to introducing new standards. So it does things such as require that primary public entrances provide direct access to building areas dedicated to ground floor active uses, requires that all multifamily residential units along the street frontage contain street-facing entrances, and clarifies that building frontages for non-residential uses along the street have functional entrances every 150 feet. So this is sort of just adding on to existing language that's in the code today. So staff does recommend approval of this change. The city plan board recommended approval as well. We did spend a good deal of time going back and forth with the different plan board members and different stakeholders on a lot of these changes. So we're really excited about some of these positive changes for transect zones. That concludes my presentation. And I know that, as I said, Mr. Persons is there to say a few things as well.
All right, thank you, Ms. McMullen. Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. I think probably my staff is really excited about this because they'll hopefully stop listening to me talk about it. I am really excited to bring this forward. I think even though a lot of it it seems very in the weeds, I think there's a lot of really good material in there. I did want to thank the plan board, specifically James Blythe, who's a local architect and helped work through these regulations. I wanted to give a shout out to Tony's staff on the water wastewater side, who've been really helpful with working through some of the grease interceptors. I guess it's hard to pick which part of this I like the most. I am really excited about the building materials because I do think this will address some of the issues that have been discussed in the community about the sort of look and feel of buildings. Really, it's less about sort of the architectural design and more about the long-term durability and sustainability of those exterior building materials. And so this is going to introduce new standards into the code that will help those buildings look and age well, and require that essentially those materials that are being used to weatherize the building are of high quality and a long-term durability. I'm also really excited about the provision Ms. McMullen talked about with the requirements for the ground floor tenancies. We had a long discussion both at staff level as well as at the plan board about things that we can do from a regulatory side about sort of incentivizing some of these ground floor spaces to build out, but also build out at a lower entry point for smaller businesses. One of the major impediments is when the original shell of the building is built. Those tenant spaces often are not built out with all of the sort of full mechanical, fire, electrical systems, and particularly grease traps or grease interceptors, as I was being corrected by Tony's staff to call them. And what that means is that when those pieces of the building are not put in at the original construction, it shifts the cost from the developer to the tenant. And so what that means is that the tenant has to foot the bill to find space for a grease trap in the ground, to foot the bill for putting in those electrical or fire or mechanical systems. We talked about the continuum, which is there on University Avenue. If you saw not too long ago, Dunkin' Donuts moved in there. That Dunkin' Donuts spent $250,000 to retrofit that space for a restaurant. So that, if you think about a place like Dunkin' Donuts, which is obviously a national chain, that is a huge impediment for the type of small local businesses that we're really trying to encourage. So this is a big step, I think, from a regulatory sense and really kind of bringing some of those costs and shifting those away from those tenants and to the original construction, which is many, many, many times less expensive when it's done up front. And I think the average cost of putting in-ground grease traps is about $50,000 or $60,000. That is multiple times as expensive down the line and there may not even be space for those things. So I think this is a big step forward for the city. I'm really excited about the change, and as I said, I think my staff is excited for me to stop talking about it. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Persons. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone who worked on this. It sounds like it's those efforts that we asked for, where it's not just in your silos, but cross-departmental collaboration, and I love seeing that. I also love seeing Mr. Persons excited about something because it's usually 99.9% of the time something fabulous for the city. So with that, I will move ordinance number 200730 on first reading by title only. With whatever Scrivener's error we had to fix as well, if that needs to be stated.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance with the correction of the Scrivener's error. Members of the public that wish to speak to the item? Okay.
Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So I'll make this quick. With respect to the building codes, it occurred to me that looking at City Hall, city parking lot, other city buildings, you guys talk about solar, but where's the solar on city-owned buildings? I don't think it exists. You go to Infinite Energy, you drive by their old facility, they've got their whole parking lot is a solar covered parking. None of that out here in City Hall. So, I mean, instead of, ambitious goals, I mean, you think the building code might include some of these things for city, but there's opportunities where you could have done things on a smaller scale and they've been left unaccomplished because you haven't thought to do the little things because it can only be grandiose ideas with you guys. No solar on this building or the parking lot.
Okay, Adam, do you have anybody?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. We'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. We are now at commission comment, I believe. Commissioners have any comment? I just had one. I don't think, this isn't for any of y'all, I think, but Madam Clerk, I received a communication, I'll give you a letter from Pamela Davis from the Gainesville Housing Authority that two of the members no longer meet the qualifications to serve on the board because they missed too many meetings. I think one of them has moved to Texas. The other has had some health issues. So she asked for them to be removed from the board so they can get replacements for them. I don't know what the process for that is. That's you? Okay, so if we could just take care of that so we can get some new members there that can serve, I'd appreciate it. Nobody else? All right. We just have one proclamation and we can't start our second readings until 6 o'clock, so we will reconvene and be in recess till 5:50. All right, good evening. We're calling this meeting back to order, and Madam Clerk, give me one moment. If everyone would please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated. Madam Clerk?
Our first item tonight is a proclamation for World Hijab Day, February 1st, 2022.
Okay, thank you. We have some guests here to receive this proclamation. Welcome. Whereas the people of the United States and the great city of Gainesville, Florida, who come from a variety of backgrounds, are united in certain foundational beliefs, such as affirming the inherent dignity of all persons, the right of every person to be treated with respect, and the right of all citizens to practice their religion freely. And whereas this legislative body was justly proud to recognize Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, as World Hijab Day, and whereas the hijab, a traditional veil which covers a woman's hair and chest, has been very important to the history of Islam. It is meant to promote dignity and respect for women while maintaining modesty and respect for religious faith. And whereas World Hijab Day was started by Nazma Khan, a resident of New Jersey, as a day set aside for women of different cultures who do not normally wear the hijab to experience wearing one for the day. Its purpose is to encourage religious tolerance, cultural understanding, and international solidarity. And whereas on February 1st, 2013, the world celebrated its first annual World Hijab Day in recognition of millions of Muslim women who chose to wear the hijab and live a life of religious faith. And whereas since its inception, World Hijab Day has had participants from all over the world. And whereas to combat prejudice, leaders in the American Muslim community are working tirelessly to show that the wearing of the hijab is a choice, a freedom, and a blessing, as well as to educate their fellow citizens about Islam in ways that are relevant and meaningful. And whereas one of America's greatest strengths as a society has been the ability to embrace our different faiths and to allow their members to express themselves freely. In this spirit, World Hijab Day encourages the wearing of the hijab as a proud display of religious faith and communal bonding, which will make us stronger as a nation and more accepting of others. And whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to honor those important events which remind us of the rich and diverse heritage of our great state and nation while encouraging greater religious tolerance and understanding in our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this legislative body pause in its deliberations to recognize Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, as World Hijab Day, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution or proclamation, suitably engrossed, be transmitted to Nazma Khan, founder of World Hijab Day. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2022, as World Hijab Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in recognizing this occasion. In witness whereof, I have herein set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 21st day of January 2022. Thank you, Ed, for bringing this forth, and please say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Poe. Thank you to the city for allowing this symbol of unity, of freedom, of support to pass in our city. I am just receiving this on behalf of Nazma Khan, who has been leading a national effort to push World Hijab Day into different cities and offer the opportunity to learn more about Islam, about hijab, to other people throughout the communities in the United States. I'm very proud of the work that she's doing. As you can see, I don't wear hijab myself, but my family does, my community does, and this is a huge message of support to them and to the people that I love and grew up with. So I really appreciate this, and I know that Nazma is very excited, so I'm excited to pass this on to her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us tonight. Madam Clerk, could we have our next item, please?
Okay, our next item is the second reading of, we have early public comment.
Okay, anybody here that wishes to comment on the remaining two items on our agenda and then leave? Yeah. Adam, do you have anybody for early public comment this evening?
Mr. Mayor, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk?
Okay. We will go on to the second reading of ordinance 210278, voluntary annexation of 4 acres of privately owned property west of Southwest 13th Street and south of Southwest 36th Place. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 4 acres of privately owned property generally located west of Southwest 13th Street and south of Southwest 36th Place is more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use, plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We have about 3 minutes before we're allowed to take action on this. I can pull up my dad jokes
No.
Twitter account. Ms. Gainey likes that one. I like that one too. Commissioner Sacco is for a motion. Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
This is the 4-minute City of Gainesville filibuster.
2 minutes. We can do 2 minutes.
I'd like to thank everyone who works so hard every day for us here, the commissioners as well. I actually wonder why there's a 6 p.m. For some of these ordinances, but I guess it has to do with like folks getting off work and all of that.
State law, right, Mr. Nee?
I think it's a holdover from some time ago. Looking into this issue more specifically lately, and there are a few discrete items that have to be heard after 5 o'clock. That is issues regarding setting of the millage rate, matters with certain annexation referenda over a certain size, and what was the last one? I just looked at the email. I'll pull it up. But there are discrete matters that have to be after 5 o'clock. The 6 o'clock, I think, is just a holdover from some time past. Let's see.
That is totally, I buy it.
Yeah, or no, the first one, the big one, is ordinances that change the actual list of permitted, conditional, or prohibited uses within a zoning category, or change the actual zoning of a map or map designation of a parcel or parcels of land involving 10 contiguous acres or more. Rezonings, or changing zoning characteristics after 5 o'clock. And then also hearings on proposed millage rates and matters calling for annexation referenda in certain circumstances. The rest of them, we can do in the daytime.
But what about, there's not a 6 o'clock?
Nope, it's 5 o'clock.
Okay, so we just need to change what our agenda says.
Already done.
Okay. With that, Commissioner Sacco.
As vampires controlled early government and wrote that in. So if you're going to talk about property, vampires. Cool. Am I allowed?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I move that we adopt ordinance number 210278 on second reading by title only.
Motion is second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Any members of the public wish to speak? Adam, we have no members of the public wishing to speak in the chamber, so it's over to you.
No, there's nobody on the lines right now, but the public is invited to call 1-800-742-1099. Break out the dad joke book.
Okay, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 210729, comprehensive plan amendment, property rights element. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Gainesville by adding a property rights element, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco, yes.
We don't have anything to present, right? Or we do?
This is statutory language
Yeah.
that we're required to add in, and so we've added it in.
Juan Castillo is on the line too with a presentation if you'd like to hear it.
Sure.
Well,
can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you this evening is a city-initiated request to amend the city's comprehensive plan in order to add a property rights element in accordance with new state requirements as of June 29th of 2021. For some background information, the state of Florida's Community Planning Act is the act within the Florida statute that governs community planning. In section 163.3177 of the Florida statute, all elements that must be included in local government comprehensive plans are listed. Currently, our comprehensive plan contains 13 elements, 10 of which are required by Florida state. On June 29th, 2021, Florida House Bill 59 added subsection 163.31776I, directing local governments to adopt a property rights element into their comprehensive plan in order to ensure that property rights are considered in local decision making. With this new element, we now have 11 elements that are required. Local governments are given the option to adopt their own property right elements, their element language, or use the statement of property rights that is provided by the language of the statute, which you can see here before you. So before you this evening, there are two suggestions for the property rights comprehensive plan language. Staff is asking that you identify one of the suggestions for approval and transmittal to the state. The first language is drafted by staff using the provided state template as well as using the county's adopted language. This proposal meets the requirements outlined in the state's property rights bill and again follows closely as to what the state has suggested the property right bill should contain. Here's an example of what staff has provided before you. The second suggestion is language drafted by the 1,000 Friends of Florida. This one meets the state requirements, but it also expands the scope of decision outside of land use and planning. Furthermore, it adds different mail notice requirements from what is currently practiced, such as a requirement to extend the time of notification from 15 days to 30 days, to increase the threshold distance of notifications from 400 feet to 1,320 feet, which would of course also influence who is defined as an affected person. The 1,000 Friends of Florida proposal would also require applicants to hold pre-application meetings. However, our land development code currently requires that applicants provide pre-application meetings for intermediate and major development reviews. Lastly, the proposal adds a requirement for a majority plus one vote, which would subject local decisions to consent of more than a simple majority. Again, this would also apply to decisions outside of land use and planning. The full proposal has been available as part of backup for this item. Just so that you're aware, the state has informed us that any items requiring or necessitating state review will not be processed until we adopt a property rights element into our comprehensive plan. This has, of course, the potential to delay current and future development. For planning, we are currently following two large-scale land use amendments that are awaiting transmittal to the state. Staff is therefore recommending that we adopt the language drafted following the state's template. However, the City Plan Board has recommended that we adopt the 1,000 Friends of Florida proposal. Again, staff is asking for you to identify one of the suggested options before you this evening for adoption and transmit it to the state. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Commissioner Saka?
If I may, I move staff's recommendation on first reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second that we adopt the recommendation put forth by staff. Was that for Commissioner Hayes-Santos? Commissioner Hayes-Santos?
That was for a motion.
Oh, okay, very good. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion? Adam, over to you.
No, sir, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, then we'll move back to the commission. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. I believe the last item on our agenda is commission comment. Do any commissioners have any comment? Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to circle back to M4, I should say, the edification of some of our neighbors who participated in the workshop, the St. Michael's workshop a few nights ago. I was able to engage the city manager, who in turn engaged staff in moving forward on doing at least some preliminary research on a land swap. And so I see Andrew is still with us in the back. I'd like for him to come forward and tell us a little bit about his findings. He was able to reach out to the developer, have at least an initial conversation. And Andrew, if you'd give us a little bit of an update on that, we greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. After the workshop, we did have some conversation about the idea that was raised. I think Mr. Frazier, who's the developer, had left the meeting before that item or after that item had been discussed. We did have some conversation. I did speak to Mr. Frazier, who really appreciated the openness and the idea. I did then send him the list of properties that the city currently has on our surplus and sheeted property list for him to take a look at and see if there are anything that would be of interest to him. He did take a look at the list. He did indicate that there was nothing really on the list that sort of fit the bill for what he was needing. We did have some sort of follow-up conversation a little bit about sort of the idea of the land swap, and that's sort of where it is right now. So he was open to the idea. However, really anything that we have available right now, it doesn't really fit the bill. Obviously, the city has a lot of property. We have property that are in various stages of planning, but nothing that we have sort of readily able to sort of pull the trigger on and switch out right now. So I did want to kind of bring up a little bit of an update. So
Thank you for that,
Absolutely.
Andrew. If just for a further point of clarity, because I know that some of our neighbors are interested in the idea of us having swapped out something with the power district. We know that has a lot of moving pieces. If you would, just for purposes of their clarification and understanding, would you just briefly explain what some of those issues are surrounding those properties?
Absolutely. So we did talk a little bit about the power district, and we also talked a little bit about the Fire Station 1. Obviously, both of those properties have a great deal of value. However, they all have different strings attached or different issues. With the respect to the power district, obviously, there is a redevelopment plan that's in place. There was an ITN that was done several years ago. There's been a lot of due diligence on that, on the 17 acres, including identification of a lot of infrastructure needs, a lot of environmental issues to work through. And so while there may be an opportunity in the future for that, right now, there's a lot of complexity that would probably make an easy land swap probably more difficult than possible.
Thank you for
Absolutely.
that. I have not had a chance to speak with Mr. Frazier, but I did want to say from my mouth to his ear if he is watching, and certainly I'll follow up with a phone call, that I appreciated him for even being willing to entertain the conversation. So where this goes from here, it sounds like is on him, and we'll see. So thank you for that, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner, for following up with that. I appreciate that very much. Okay, anybody else have any commission comment? All right, seeing no further business before us, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.